Hey, what's going on, folks? Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? Currently trying to do discussions. Trying to have a prompt up there. All right. You have no evidence to impeach Biden. This has been shown over and over again every single day of the impeachment inquiry. The way that they went about getting the inquiry in the first place is crazy. Instead of having a vote, they just did it. That was good. That was good reason to even that by itself to actually remove McCarthy. It's weird that Republicans are trying to blame Democrats for the removal of their own speaker. I mean, Democrats have nothing to do with the vote regarding his removal. How can you blame Democrats? There was a vote for both times that Donald Trump was impeached. I mean, so when Republicans claim things like that, I mean, there's receipts on it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a fact. There was a vote. A divided House endorses impeachment inquiry into that. They had a vote. It's from 2019. They had a vote. Who wants to come up? Hey, DACA. How you doing,
Good
brother?
morning.
Doing good. Doing
Yeah,
good.
yeah. I'm just curious. SCS lady, DACA.
Yes.
If the House was divided during their vote over the inquiry into Trump, the impeachment inquiry into Trump, how do you say if they were divided over it that they didn't have the vote? They're divided in their vote.
I'm looking at this now. How is this possible?
Yeah. So when Republicans say this sort of thing, Pelosi did the same thing to Trump. No, she didn't.
I didn't know that. That's
This is
interesting.
news to me.
Yeah, this is in 2019. There was a vote for the impeachment inquiry both times into Trump. The thing was, it was very fast, the second impeachment, because it was days before the freaking inauguration. The reason he was being impeached was roughly 2 weeks before the inauguration. So by the time that they had the impeachment inquiry,
I
it was
remember when they
fast.
went to impeach him, I didn't take it seriously, so I wasn't watching it. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think anybody was, to be honest with you, Doctor.
It was one of those situations. I want to mention this, but I think of it like I looked at Tim Tebow and Peyton Manning in the Broncos. Like, think about it. Tim Tebow had just with no squad. There were no franchise players, no freaking great players in on the Broncos at the time. He still led them to the freaking promised land, to the Super Bowl. All right. So that guy, this phenom quarterback, all right, basically Michael Vick with, essentially, if Michael Vick was a preacher's kid, that sort of thing. All right, that sort of level of talent. He led them to the promised land. But the thing is, you might get a lot of grief for saying that you need to trade or that you need to replace that guy, this young, physically gifted John Elway type. But you're going to get fired if you turn down the chance to sign Peyton Manning. Right? You're going to get fired for that. Guaranteed. I am perfectly fine making that statement. Wait. We could meet his price and you decided not to sign Peyton Manning? Oh, shoot. I hope you do have it closed escrow on that house.
Morning, y'all.
There's plenty of evidence to indict Donald Trump. Okay, hug me. Do you have enough? No, dude. Okay, you're gone. Yeah, we don't waste time on trolls. You haven't read the indictments. There's mountains of evidence in every single case. The New York indictment alone, all right, is enough to put Donald Trump behind jail behind bars for the rest of his life. All right, 34 counts of the exact same thing. He is caught dead to rights. His actual co-conspirators are all testifying against him. They have receipts on all of it. Why are you still here? Why are you coming back? All right, you were here yesterday with the bullshit.
Can I ask a legitimate question?
Go ahead. What's up?
So, DACA, Daniel, SC, I don't know you actually, but like, hi.
Hey.
My big struggle comes down to why do we continue to give special rights? Like, shouldn't they have special responsibilities?
What are you talking
maybe
about?
it's just how I was raised. But
What are you talking about? Special rights
with great
to who?
responsibility comes
To who?
well, like cops, politicians, like where they get that extra special gentle treatment where they the requirements for calling them out on their business are so much higher.
Okay, the
Like,
thing is, they would have special responsibilities. The only thing is, like, for example, when it comes to cops, that's a situation where they have fought orders from court to get rid of those responsibilities. But for things like qualified immunity, in order to actually remove their duty to act. These are things that they fought for, their unions fought for, and that they actually gained. After being given this public trust and a monopoly on violence, that they are allowed, based on their own personal discernment, to end a life in service of supposedly protecting property. All right? They now don't have much personal accountability on it, and then on top of that, they can just straight up, they don't have personal accountability, and then they don't even have to do anything, even if they observe a crime. That's the duty to act. And the other crazy part is we also have something called civil asset forfeiture. Cops can literally just rob you. That's a real thing. Sounds crazy.
Oh yeah, I know it's right up there with wage theft. I think it goes wage theft, civil forfeiture, like as the biggest crimes of theft. I just don't understand why we still let people get away with it. Like I just don't understand why we don't hold people in power to a higher standard. I still don't understand why.
One side does. One side does. All right. Good example would be John Edwards. Then there would be, Andrew Cuomo, governor of New York. Then there would be Al Franken. One side does do that. The other side doesn't give a fuck.
They don't want to talk about that though, because Al Franken stepped down knowing that he took accountability for what he did, and he left.
Yeah.
But why not? Why don't they? Why do they want to give what is the bootlicking about? I guess that's what it comes to.
Okay. Are you married?
They have their own reason.
I'll give you an example. Are you married?
More.
You said you sure?
Not anymore.
Okay. However long you were married, Do you know that people always talk about you have to be equally yoked when it comes to religious sort of thing, but often couples they don't necessarily have to have the same likes and interests. Sometimes they can be unified based on the things they hate, right? Groups can be unified on based on that. That's what it is. Think about it. If you're a politician and you're saying that, oh, I don't like those motherfuckers too, that is an easy way in order to actually gain political support from a base, especially when we're talking about a group that is kind of leaning into authoritarianism. Oh, you don't like it? You don't like gay people too? Oh, you have a problem with trans people? Easiest targets? Or that's their thing, and they love going after them. And that is something. And they none of the stuff you have to say that they say has to be true. It just has to be something that you can package into a nice little marketing scheme.
Huh. Yeah. Okay. I still don't like. I still don't understand how they rationalize.
It's very straightforward what I just described.
Hey Daniel, what's up? What's up?
Welcome. What's up? What do you want to talk about?
I just got a trick question just to get people's minds the mind will start turning. So how many nines are there 1 through 100?
How many nines?
Yeah, from 1 to 100. From 1 to 100. How many are there?
Okay, so there's
11.
okay, so 1 through 100. So okay. 9, 6, 9, 7. Okay.
9 times 11
And
is
so there would be so that would be 19.
You're missing one. You're close, but there's one
Oh
number
yeah,
off.
it's 20. It's 20 because I'm forgetting 99 is twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20.
So you are right. I'm passing this along as some positivity to get the minds to start thinking and get their critical thinking skills start to run.
Yeah, well,
So
the thing
hopefully,
is, it was really simple. I knew that in the
well, yeah, I
99s,
know. I'm just
it would be
saying, like
10 of
most.
them, but
Well,
I didn't
yeah,
count 99 twice.
I'm just saying it gets people to actually like think, because not people. A lot of like the people that I asked wasn't really counting like the 90s, but they were counting like the other nines that's in there, but the 90s. But yeah, it's a good
Cool.
thought exercise. I'll see y'all later.
Cool. All right. Okay, what is this? Does anybody know what this thing is where people just come in as trolls and just say it's a comedy account? What is that? Because that's been happening in the last few days. And you have 73 followers. You're not
That's
going
the
to
way
troll
that's the way
nobody.
people who used to play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 get emotional, Daniel. That they don't know how to actually express their emotions correctly, like functional human beings, so they troll instead.
Yeah, we have
It's a
somebody coming
recluse
in.
thing.
Applejacks, welcome. What do you want to talk about?
Hey, yeah, so actually, I want to announce my presidency. I'm actually running for president. So Biden will be no longer. We'll have none of these corrupt politicians anymore. I'll be winning.
That's
Yeah,
it?
but how are
That's
you
all
going to
you're here to
defeat
say?
Jasmine Sherman?
What happened?
That's my question. How do you
I
plan
hear
to
you.
defeat
How many states
Jasmine
are
Sherman?
okay? How many states are you on the ballot?
All of them.
So if I look at the New York State, like if I look on the New York State voter rolls, and I can actually find that you're slated for the 2024 election, I'll find your name.
Yeah, I'll win.
What's your name?
Call me Carlos.
So there's going to be
No,
somebody
we
named
can't do that.
Carlos.
Yes, Carlos is my name.
You gotta give us your full name.
Oh, but that's how I'm going to run for president, right? And I'm going to use the insider information, right, to get money
Cap.
and
You're not
save the
running for
world.
anything. You're
How
completely lying.
do you know
Prove
that?
it.
You haven't even looked yet. He hasn't even looked yet.
Complete cap, bro. No,
Nah,
see,
man,
because
I'm
the thing
running,
is,
dude.
if
I'm
you
going to
were
win.
running for president, hold on, let me finish. Stop cutting me off. If you were running for president, right, you would want us to know your name so that we might have the ability to vote for you. You're completely lying. You're not running for president. A
Do you have any
candidate
proof that I'm
would tell
lying,
me
though?
who they are. A candidate would tell me who they are so that I might have the ability to
I'm the
vote for them.
best candidate.
This is your one and
They
only
already
chance
know
to
who I
get me
am.
to vote for you. This is your one and only chance to get me to vote for you. And if this is your tactic, you're already being like real like psyop and getting on the internet and hiding who you are. Why would I want a politician who hides on the internet? Not my vibe, bro. Nah, 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 nah. Yeah, I definitely ain't voting for somebody who's afraid to show their face on the internet.
So if there's so much evidence against Biden, why isn't anybody showing it, Jay Hunt? Like, that's the thing I don't understand. And you guys are like, the libs don't want to know. Like, when have the libs like avoided putting someone out for bad behavior? Daniel said the
Right.
Democrats. The
Okay, so
Democrats
the
find
one,
someone
I
who.
just went and looked. Don't see your name. I see Vivek. I see lots of people. I don't see you. Not for the Republican, not for the Democrat, and not for Independent.
He ran.
You ran? Okay.
Yeah. They were out of Apple Jacks, so.
Yeah. New York Secretary of State's website. Didn't see his name. Lots of candidates. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I have Ryan Binkley. I have Doug Burgum. I have Chris Christie. I have Ron DeSantis, Larry Elder, Nikki Haley, Asa Hutchinson, Perry Johnson. Nobody named Carlos. That's the Republican side, and a bunch of others. No Carlos anything. Says he's on every state. Apparently he missed one.
Do you think ranked choice voting is viable
Hell
for
yes.
2024?
Proportionate allocation and ranked choice voting are what I think it should actually be. I've made this very, very clear.
No, I mean, but do you think it's possible that they'll get it in? I don't think we can have it be a requirement for 24, right?
Oh, by 2024? No, I don't think that's doable. It's too short of a time constraint. But going forward, I think that we need to actually get that in place. Ranked choice voting and proportional allocation actually would help Republicans to stay viable, but it would also make sure that every individual vote really matters. And so the extremes would no longer be a thing. Basically appealing to the most ridiculous so that you make a big freaking splash, get your name out there, and then you basically, it's all name recognition. No. We basically don't, it would basically unseat any of that. So ranked choice for voting, which is that you basically do it almost like, figuring out what house you are for Gryffindor. Americans are well aware of how to do this. But ranking their choices, we do this all the time. It's literally the biggest freaking, thing you'll find on YouTube. Everybody does it. Everybody's done it. And then the idea of proportional allocation. You don't have winner take all of states. There's no scenario. It's no scenario where it's fair that someone gets just one more vote than the other guy, and they get all those electoral college votes in that state. That's nuts.
Yeah. Well, so what about, because I got a lot of flack from some Dems this week about it. What about a vote of no confidence? Do you guys think that's impossible?
A vote of no confidence for what?
Well, for senators and congressmen, and be like, no, we're better off with nobody in this spot.
Tell me the mechanism to get it done, and I'll have the conversation. But the thing is, I don't want to just get rid of every senator and House member because they're not all the same.
Yeah. I just mean about like counting the non-voters as a block and being like, for as an element in ranked choice voting. If enough people are like, my number two choice is none of you. Like, do you think that like we could? And I'm not saying we would necessarily unseat people, but like to give it potency, to give the like idea that none of them are good enough some sort of like strength. I think ranked choice voting does that, but I also think, we always act like we're going to need somebody in all those spots. And I think sometimes they do more harm than good, right? They're like a fire in the bathroom. Yeah, they give us heat, but they're not like, they're making things worse by being there. And so like I think, like I get it, it's a little optimistic, but I just
Yeah.
feel like there's got to be a point where we're. I mean, and we do it with runoffs and stuff, where when people get kicked out or something, but I feel like there has to be more of like the threat, right? So if you're under ethics investigation, you automatically get a runoff election, and people get to decide that while we voted for you the first time, we've decided that you didn't do enough to like hold your spot. Like, I know it ends up vacating a lot of legislative and executive seats, but I just don't know why that's a bad thing.
Well, it's a bad thing when you're going to temporarily remove actual representation for several states. Then you're going to pull in a lot of people who don't deserve it. It needs to be something that is actually, I want a scalpel, not a hammer.
Got it. You don't want to punish people
Who've done nothing wrong. Who've done nothing wrong. Yeah. And that will happen. I'd rather a scalpel, not a hammer. You know, the thing is, we need to basically tailor solutions and remedies to the actual problem. All right, and there are a lot of problems that you can solve with a hammer, but they're not the same ones that you could probably solve with a paperclip or a folding chair. You know what I mean?
I do. I guess it's just, as a Coloradan, I'm just embarrassed by our representative, and so like I want to.
That's a reasonable take. I mean, she was basically in fuck me heels and a dress that looked like it used to fit her, basically giving a handy in public. That's a crazy thing to hear about your family member that everybody knows a hoe.
That's ridiculous. That was ridiculous.
Tell me,
but there's efficient.
Is it ridiculous what she did or what I said? Because
no,
the thing I
what
said
she
was
did in public, like in public of all places. Like, she's 18 years old. I swear. I mean, I'm not against a good time, but not in public.
Yo, I mean, she makes enough money. They could have got a hotel.
Yeah, right?
Yo,
with a balcony.
$50. She could have got 3 hours.
Balcony. Somebody would definitely be taking pictures of the balcony, though. But what I mean is that there's no recompense, right? We can make fun of them.
Yeah.
But like, what does a state do when we have a rogue representative? Is there a way of
she was saying she was going to work on those. I guess her. Oh, sorry.
I just don't know how to call it in, and I feel like we have burning House representatives that are like setting fires in the wrong places, and that we don't really have a response, right? Like if it was only on performance alone, like the Republicans could all be ejected. Mm-hmm. Right? And I get it that it would be but like on ethics alone, like if we just enforce the process.
There are some people on the Democratic side, I'm perfectly fine. Like, yo, Joe Manchin, fuck that dude. I don't care at all. Not to mention there needs to be we need a new rule regarding the actual procedural rules regarding. You should not be able to run as a Republican or a Democrat and then switch parties in midstream. You should actually vacate your seat if you do that. That's a new thing that they're doing. The spoiler candidates, that needs to stop. Essentially, where you're a Republican in real life, but you pretend to be a Democrat in order to split the vote, but accidentally win. And then, oh yeah, by the way, I'm actually a Republican now, because the party kind of goes against things that because remember, you were a spoiler candidate, so you've been basically trying to split the vote in the middle, so it almost looks real, but then you've come to find out that all these three people had the same exact P.O. box that they were being funded through, and that their strategists have all been Republicans, but they were running as a Democrat.
Well, right. I mean, what about all these guys who don't live in the place where they're representatives? Isn't that against the rules? Like, I just think like we have enforcement rules for corruption, and we just don't care about them. Like, we have ethics committees and stuff, and like they're not taken seriously as a nation. Like, we don't hold it.
But the thing is, we have given a handful of examples in recent time of Democrats holding people accountable.
Oh, absolutely. And I wasn't.
See, it's only one side doing this. So that's what I mean by not a hammer, scalpel. And I'm not saying that we just give carve-outs to Democrats, because remember, they could possibly do this. Oh, good grief. Is Paul Moore here? Oh, shit. Daco?
Yo. Oh, it's Paul Moore. Paul needs to read more. I
Yo,
remember him.
What's up?
there ain't no such thing as switching parties. Once you're a
I just
Democrat,
gave
always a
example. I just gave
Democrat.
multiple examples. I just gave multiple examples of candidates.
Wait
who
a
did it.
second. Yeah, Donald Trump did it. The hell do you
Donald
mean
Trump
ain't no
did
such thing as switching parties? Donald Trump switched
was
parties.
a Democrat. Donald Trump ran for president twice as a Democrat, once under Reform Party, and twice as a Republican. This third time right now is his third time running as a Republican. So that's a candidate that switched parties.
He even talked
multiple
about it
times.
when he was running. He even talked about it when he was running against Hillary Clinton. He talked about giving her campaign money when she was running. Remember when they was debating on stage? They were talking back and forth about the money he gave
Second
her.
debate.
Remember?
That was the second
Because
debate.
he used to be a Democrat, Paul.
So, Paul, I need an answer to this question, and this will decide your fate. Is that an example of switching parties? Because you said there's no such thing.
Well, I think it's still they can still get in the back door if they wanted to.
Okay, I don't give
So you voted for a
I don't give a
Democrat then,
flying
right?
crap about that. That's an example, correct?
He just said he voted for a backdoor Democrat, Daniel.
I wasn't gonna go there, Doc. I wasn't. I was gonna keep it clean.
So, Paul, that's an example. You said there's no such thing. We just proved that there is such a thing. Did we not? Just now prove that
It's
that
either
thing
that
does
or
exist.
you a rhino, buddy.
So then Donald Trump is a rhino. Paul.
Stuff like that. Aisle 3 has medical
Paul.
So, Paul, are you not going to answer any of the things that
Put
we're
the pig
asking?
feet down, brother, and just answer the question.
Well, Donald, I know Trump was a Democrat long
Answer
time
my
ago.
question, please. So, was he? So, is that not an example of him switching parties, right?
Well, I mean, I guess if they wanted to, they could.
All right. Okay, I'm saying, but no, you came in here and you said there's no such thing. It was literally your first words when you came up here. Turns out it's not true. You just admit. Are you admitting that's not that what you said isn't true, right?
Wow, this show is going to be really good.
Well, I voted for Trump.
I don't care who you voted for. Literally, I care literally zero. If I could give it a negative number, I would. But that wouldn't be a rational number.
Well, I mean, whatever.
Okay, so you came up here to tell me a thing that turns out within seconds turns out not to be true. Let's move on to another topic. Is that the only thing you wanted to talk about? Because it turns out what you said isn't true.
Well, I mean, I think, what McCarthy did was wrong. That's why they threw his ass out.
What did he do that was wrong?
Well, he backstabbed the Republican Party.
How did he do that?
Exactly. That motherfucker chose to be Republican. Exactly, Paul. That's what a fucking base, bro.
Well,
Kevin McCarthy, how did he backstab the Republican Party?
Because he went to the Democrats and started kissing their tail holes.
No, he didn't. He simply gave them a pathway to actual resolution. That's how governance works. You horse trade. You go back and forth. You give them something, they give you something, and you come to some compromise. That's how governing works. That's how it's always supposed to work.
Y'all let him deflect from saying that he was wrong. That's what they do. They avoid admitting that they were wrong. We switched it.
No.
Totally.
No.
But he never admitted to saying he was wrong. That's the problem we have with those people who deflect. And he got out of it.
Yeah. So, Paul, you do admit you were wrong about the idea that people switch parties, right? That party switching is the thing, right? The very person you want for president.
That's their choice. If they want to switch from a Democrat to a Republican,
I need an answer. Yes or no? Is party switching a thing?
Well, I don't think they should do it in the middle of the.
I don't give a crap about whether you think it should. I'm asking you if it does.
Well, I think all the Democrats should
All right.
switch
You
to
know what?
Republican.
You know what? So we're going to deal with you. And we're going to deal with that. And there we go. So let's deal with this. All right, let's move on. So we have somebody, Nimoy. Welcome.
Nino, but no problem. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not looking at it right now. I'm sorry about that.
What's your name?
Nino?
I was dealing with Paul.
All right, so I'm looking at your header where it says you have no evidence to impeach Trump or impeach Biden.
Yes,
If you actually pay attention to what's been going on the last few months,
I
every
have.
time, if no, I'm not saying you in general. I'm saying I'm not saying you. I'm saying in general. Um, every time they found new evidence against either Hunter or Joe lying,
They
the
haven't. They
next
haven't. No.
the next
No.
day there would be another case against Trump.
No.
And that's
Well, first off,
literally
that's
been
not
proven.
true. First off, that's not true. The impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden, literally none of these cases against Trump actually came after. None of them came after the
No,
impeachment
I'm
inquiry.
saying when they announced
So
that they
that's
found
not true.
new stuff, it is actually proven.
No, Donald Trump was told, no, the first indictment, the one in New York, the first indictment, Donald Trump was notified. He announced earlier than any presidential candidate in history, and then the next day, he was actually indicted. He knew he was being indicted. He was notified of it the day before, and he did it hastily. That's what happened. Missed me with this lie.
Are you before going back before Biden? Are you saying that would you say that in your opinion, would you say that everything that's going on with Trump is not a political attack?
No, not a single one of them. Every
You
single one
don't
of them are
think
things that
not
he's
one of
actually
them is
accused of. First off, Nino, you are aware that every single witness against Donald Trump is a Republican, right? Every
and
witness.
every single witness
Answer my
against,
question. Answer my question. Are you aware of that?
it's not every single witness, but there are a lot of
Every single
witnesses.
name a witness in any of the actual four indictments that is a non-Republican.
I don't know every single witness, but
I haven't committed to memory. Why can't you? Come on, man.
Spoiler
I,
alert, there isn't one.
okay. But let me
Who's out?
ask you.
Who is out?
Hold on,
Okay,
hold
let's
on,
take the
hold
New
on,
York
hold
indictment. Let's take the New
on.
York indictment. Who are the two chief witnesses against Donald Trump?
In which case?
The New York indictment. I said that before I started speaking. Before I actually asked that last question. In the New York indictment, who are the two chief witnesses against Donald Trump?
That I don't know.
His former chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, all right, and his former attorney fixer, Michael Cohen. Both of them Republicans, prominent Republicans. They are the ones that are basically the co-conspirators in the actual crime.
Michael Cohen is not a Republican.
Yes, he is. Has been a Republican. He's been a registered Republican for 37 years.
Every single
So-
Democrat.
Has he or has he not been a registered Republican for 37 years?
He was until he got caught.
He's
doing
still a
something wrong.
fucking registered Republican.
Okay.
How did you know? Wait.
Democrat.
Hold on, man. Hold on, man.
Single,
Listen. How did you not know that these two people were the witnesses against Trump?
No, I knew Michael
but you
Cohen
claim
was,
to
but
be.
I didn't.
Hold on. Let
I
me
knew
finish what
Michael-
I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
How was it that you didn't know the answer to this question, but you're claiming to you're claiming to follow what's going on with Trump? Anybody that's even if you don't think Trump did it, if you're following Trump, you know about this. This is common knowledge about this.
No,
How do you not know?
This is bare bones.
I knew about Michael Cohen. I didn't know about the other person. But Michael Cohen
is the most prominent. No, Michael Cohen
Okay,
is
so
the
you
most
just
prominent
admitted you don't
one.
know.
The most prominent witness. Michael Cohen,
Okay,
not Michael Cohen. Alan Weisselberg is the most prominent witness in the actual case.
I keep letting you talk, but you won't let me
Nino.
talk.
There's no way in the world you could have even read the indictment, the statement of charges for the New York case, and not realize that Alan Weisselberg is the chief witness against Donald Trump in the crime. It's not even
Okay.
Michael Cohen.
Again, Michael Cohen, just like every other person that turned on Trump, is being threatened with long jail term.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yes, Michael Cohen was
No,
just
he's
like
not.
anybody. Yes, he was.
No, he's
He did
not.
it.
He's free as a bird right
He
now.
already
There
served
are no
his
charges
time.
being
He's
levied
out
against
already,
him.
bro.
Hold on, stop.
He's out already,
He
bro.
was let out for COVID. He was let out because of COVID. All right?
Name
Miss me with this lie.
one Republican that is still a staunch Republican that is constantly on Democrat platforms and not Republican platforms. That's
Chris
what
Christie.
Mike
Christie,
Pence.
Vivek
Mike Pence.
Ramaswamy.
Mike
I'm
Pence.
giving you okay, Nino, I'm giving you examples. Chris Christie, Vivek Ramaswamy, freaking the former governor of freaking what's his name? A former governor of I believe it was Ohio, Kasich.
Yes,
I can keep naming them.
Those people are arguing with those platforms. Michael Cohen is literally kissing people's
He
ass
argues with them too. You don't know what you're talking about.
Can
Yes,
I
I
say
do.
something real quick, Nino, please? Hello. Hi, how you doing? Okay. So let's look at what happened. Can we just go back to what happened? This man mortgaged his home to give a adult star, because I'm watching the word, money to be quiet. And his boss threw him under the bus and he served jail time for that. So I don't think anybody in this panel, probably not even you, would be loyal to someone who did that to you after you tried to save their behind. So he should be quiet.
Okay, first and foremost, I'm going to say this right now.
Just no answer. No, I just want a yes or no. If
No,
someone threw you under the
yes,
bus,
you are right. You are right. You are right on that. But I'm going to say
okay,
this first.
that's all I'm saying.
But first and foremost, and anybody that says that it's not true is full of shit. Okay, when I'm
No,
about
what's
to say
not true? What's not true?
of what I'm about to say. Every single person that is in the position Trump was in, whether it's a Republican or Democrat, would have tried to hide that sexual encounter that they cheated on their wife. Everyone. And anybody that says that's not true is full of shit.
Wait a minute,
Okay.
but we're talking about. Wait, hold on. You okay? So we're applauding the fact then, if I'm not mistaken from you, you're applauding the fact that he attempted to hide the fact that he cheated on his wife in order to win the presidential election.
First of all, I don't know
No.
where.
I just want a yes or no.
Answer the question, Nino.
You said that
Nino,
anybody
answer
would
the
do
question or
it.
leave.
You said anybody would do it, like it's okay.
Nino, answer the question or leave. We're not going to have this BS where
But
you
I
get back into a corner and you don't answer.
That's a decent. That's a real life question. No,
you
okay.
didn't.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. So yes or no, this is okay to do then?
No,
to cheat
it's
on
not
your wife.
okay. But
Okay.
no,
Did he
it's
have
not
to do
okay.
that? Nino, did he have to do that? Did he have to do that? Was there a legal way that he could possibly have paid this lady off?
Was there a legal way?
Yeah.
Completely legal way. Using his own personal money. Using his own money. Or thing is, yes, he could. He could. Think about this. Michael Cohen could have taken basically taken home equity like he did in his home, $150,000, and then been reimbursed from a personal bank account of Donald Trump's. He could very easily have done this.
Let me ask you something real quick. And I'm going to.
I need you to address what I just said.
Yes,
is that
Trump
true?
could have done that with his own bank account, but let me ask you this.
But he didn't. What he did was he used campaign funds and he listed it as a campaign expense. Then he tried to cover this up through forensic through forensic countermeasures, such as breaking apart the actual payment into 34 separate smaller payments.
Okay, and almost every president recently has done something like that.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. No, they haven't.
No, they haven't. Obama got fined for mislabeling a campaign fund. You can look that up. He got fined for it. They didn't charge him. And when Bill Clinton,
that's not what that was.
Well,
Yes,
no,
it
I
was.
mean,
No, that
this
was
is
that
where
was
I'm
that was that
confused. Hold
was
on,
that was
Nino, this
money
is where
that
I'm
they found came
confused.
from a source that was actually that was illegal, and they reported it, and then they paid the fine.
This is where,
That's not what that was. That wasn't like he was trying to pay somebody off. And because
Okay,
we're
what
talking about
about
the
Bill? What
whole
about
thing,
hold on? What
no,
about
but
when
even
Bill
if,
Clinton
well, no, no,
lied
no,
on
no, no, we're gonna, no,
34
no, no,
times.
we're gonna stay
So
on
you're telling
topic.
me that
We're,
Obama did it once, 30, but Trump does it 34 times. It's the same thing. Because I'm trying to
no,
figure
and
out.
then,
it's still
I'm trying to figure
and
illegal?
out
then you're,
degree.
here's what I don't get, Nino.
Nino. 1 versus 34. Are these the same?
And why pivot?
If you
Why
do it
can't we
once,
just
it's
stay on the
illegal. Period.
topic?
If you
And
No,
why
it's
kill
can't we
one
just stay
not.
on
person,
the person?
yes, it
No,
is.
it's
If
not.
you kill one person, if one person kills one
The
person,
Obama campaign, they are the ones that caught it, reported it to the FEC, paid the fine, and they didn't actually take the funds.
But that
They just
doesn't
if
found
even
out what the
one
matter,
per,
source was.
Daniel.
okay, I'm going to
That
give you
doesn't even
another example.
matter.
Okay,
No, no,
hold
no.
on.
No,
Let's
I
not
don't
do
give a fuck about your
examples.
examples
No,
anymore.
no,
You're
no,
avoiding the
no.
bad thing.
No, no, no. Nino, no, 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 no.
I
No.
keep
Why, this is
listening to
my
you guys'
question. No.
questions. You won't let
But
me
you're
ask mine.
but your questions have nothing to do with your candidate. So my
Yes, it
question
does.
is, no, it doesn't. Why couldn't he, if he was such a billionaire, millionaire mogul, and he had $130,000 in the bank, why didn't he just write the daggone check
Because
himself?
he was trying to hide it, just like
Okay, so
And he
so
every.
we
used
have
illegal
so we
means to
have
do so. That's
but
the
but this
issue.
but he did
Obama
that's the
didn't do that.
problem. He's so stupid he couldn't even figure out, hey, I could just use my own money. Instead he's like, no, I'm going to use campaign funds, but I'm going to try to get around it by asking this clown, which, hey, that's what Michael Cohen is. It is what it is, to hide it through using his mortgage. Like,
I'm
that's
Okay,
not trying
dumb.
to deny it for one second.
Nino.
What he did wasn't
Did
wrong.
you read the New York indictment? Did you read the New York indictment?
No,
Did you read the New York statement of charges at all? Anything regarding it? Did you read the actual indictment? Because I'm
no.
kind of getting the vibe that you didn't because of the things you're saying.
Hello.
I asked a question.
I said no 3 times.
Okay. So if you haven't read it, why are you speaking on it?
I'm speaking on because you can't tell. I'm saying this specifically on the fact that every single thing that they're going after Trump for, Democrats have done.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
I just gave
Okay,
you an
I'm gonna
example of
hold on,
you.
hold
No,
on.
you're no.
Now,
But
Stop.
let
you
me
Stop.
ask
haven't
you a
even
question.
read the
I'm
indictment.
fucking
How do you
speaking.
know? How do you know what the
How do
crime
you
is?
know?
You haven't read the indictment, so you don't know that the Democrats did it too. Because you would have to fucking read the indictment to know what he's getting charged with. To know that the fucking Democrats did it, but they didn't. They got away with it. What the fuck are you
Okay.
talking about?
You
For
want an
one,
example?
no, Nino. Because if you read the actual statement of charges or the indictment in New York, you would understand Donald Trump's not being charged with the payment. He's being charged with the falsifying business records, the
That
cover.
I already know. I already know he's being charged with
Because you didn't
falsifying
read the
business records.
freaking indictment. He's being charged with the exact same crime 34 times, falsifying business records in the first degree. It's a Class C felony. It's New York Penal Code 175.10.
Again, all of them have lied.
Nino. There's
They're-
actually no reason for us to continue speaking on this. You don't know what you're talking about because
No, you just
you're
don't.
trying to argue. You're trying to argue against a thing that's not even the topic. We don't care that Donald Trump was fucking around on his wife. We don't care that he was freaking paying off a porn star. The issue is the falsifying business records in the first degree.
And
That's the issue.
everybody in
And every
power has been
and every Democrat and no Democrat on record has done that thing you're talking about. Not a presidential
on
candidate.
record because nobody gets reported on it. Let me. I'm going to ask you this real quick.
So
Hold
how
on.
the
I
fuck do
keep
you know?
listening to you guys listen.
Nino. Then how the fuck do you know? I am not going to be nice to you anymore because you've been bad faith as shit the entire time. How do you know if it
Let me ask
hasn't
you
been
this.
reported?
Hold on.
Let me
Let
ask
me
a
ask you
simple
a question.
question to you, Nino.
You guys keep avoiding. Let me ask a question
Let me
because
ask you this simple question. Hold on.
No,
I
no.
want
keep
to. No, no,
avoiding.
because I want to address your.
Keep
I
avoiding.
want to
No,
address.
DACA.
You made a point.
I want him to.
He made a point. I want to
answer my
address.
question, and then he gets to ask his because he says that he
All right,
hasn't
I'm
been
about to
getting
ask you a
his.
question right after this. I'm about to drag you right back to this point right after this.
Yep.
So get ready to answer this question on what the fuck you just said.
Nancy Pelosi got caught.
The first thing you need to do is answer my question. Then you can ask yours.
I answered your question.
I asked, how did you know if it wasn't reported, if no one has been, if you don't know what happened? You're making speculation. I'm asking, since it wasn't reported, you said it wasn't reported with Democrats do it, how do you know? Answer that question.
Because they hide shit. And when they get caught,
How do you know this?
are you kidding? The FBI
Answer
hides
my
so much.
question.
The FBI hides so much shit. It's ridiculous.
Answer my question.
I just
How do
did.
you know? That is just more speculation. 0 times 0 plus 0 to the power of 0 is still not.
Okay. Nancy
Can I ask Nino
Pelosi
something?
got caught trading stocks illegally and buying
Nino,
insider
hold on,
info.
Nino,
Why
Nino,
did
hold
she
on a
get
second.
charged?
Nino, hold on a
Hold
second.
on, I
Hold on a
just
second,
asked my
Nino.
question. This is the same
Okay,
type of
no,
shit.
I'm gonna answer your question right
You
now.
This,
I'm gonna
still
this
didn't
answer
is
your
answer
the
question. I'm
same
mine.
gonna answer
type
your
of
question
shit.
right now. How
What?
many?
You still
Nino, I'm
didn't
gonna
answer
answer your
mine.
question. How many Republicans was also caught in that insider trading thing that were not? Now I'll give you numbers because it came out.
Yep.
There were 6 people from Congress and the Senate that was caught in the question you're talking about with the insider trading, Nino.
Two
None
of
of
them
them
were
No,
was
in
charged.
Georgia alone.
I'm talking about the
Two
chip
of them were
trading.
in Georgia. Two of them were in Georgia.
I'm
That's why they
talking about
lost their
the
Right.
chip
seats.
trading. Why wasn't Nancy Pelosi charged? She was caught.
Well, for
Nancy
one,
None
she
of them
Pelosi
was
wasn't
was
the one. For
charged.
working
one,
with
okay. Here's the
federal.
thing. For one, with Nancy Pelosi, the
All
big
right.
issue was
Can I ask
she
my
wasn't the one that
question?
did it. Her husband is a hedge fund manager, and the thing is, the
Right.
trades were actually his, not Nancy Pelosi's.
Are
Meaning
you
that you
are you
can't
going
prove
to
that
sit
they
there?
actually knew.
Hold on. Are you going to sit there with a straight face
Can
and
I
tell
ask my
me
question?
the
Can I
woman
ask my
that
question,
no,
Nino?
hold on,
Can I ask
hold
my
on,
question?
hold
Can I ask
on.
my
You're going to
question?
sit there and tell
Can
me
I
with a
ask my
straight
question
face
now?
that the woman
Hey,
that
can
was
I ask my
going to pay
question?
you a bill for
Can I ask my
the
question,
chip
man?
bill, she didn't tell her husband what was going on? Are you going to sit there with a straight face and tell me that Nancy didn't tell
Nino,
her
can I
husband
ask my
that
question, man?
the
You said I
bill
could ask my question, man. What the hell?
the chip bill?
Nino, can I ask my question?
No, I'm
Nino,
answering you guys' questions. You guys
Nino, can I ask my question, bro? I'm
no,
gonna address your point with my
questions.
question. Can I ask you a question?
I don't give a fuck. You guys have
That's
already
obvious.
answered my question. Answer my question. Are you
We
going to sit
answered your
I'm
question.
not okay.
there and say,
They did. Can and you got to answer. You got to ask about
No,
Nancy
he said he
Pelosi
doesn't
and
give a
being
fuck.
crooked. I
No,
think
I
this
got
is a
rid of him.
great point.
He says I don't give a fuck.
Damn it, man.
I get it, man.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. That's the buzzword. If you say I don't give a fuck when people have answered your questions and yours have been basically been addressed and all that type of stuff, and he just says I don't give a fuck what his question is, you agreed to do so. Guess what? Seek life elsewhere.
What I don't. But my question is this: why do they not understand that there's no evidence? Like even all the evidence that they brought up, AOC, she cut that one down. That email, that text
Because
message,
we do this, exactly
Oh,
this. We
because
play this
that was
game
they didn't play.
because we
glorious.
play this
They didn't
game
play the whole
because we
message.
play their game. Because I'm gonna answer you guys because we play their game.
Uh-huh.
Because when they talk about AOC, when they talk about everything else except what the fuck we're talking about, which is his specific crimes, we go down the rabbit hole of trying to explain all this shit to them. They don't give a fuck. But the question should be is why does this person breaking the law negate this person that we're talking about here breaking the law? If I rob a convenience store and I walk into court and I say, yeah, but my cousin Tito also robbed the convenience store last week, Your Honor, therefore I should get away with it. It's a ridiculous argument. We don't have to spend all this time over here defending Democrats. We could just argue that their fucking point is ridiculous.
Well, I'm an independent and I don't defend anybody, but I believe in fairness. And fairness says that, hey, look, if you commit a crime, you get caught, you do the time, right? He got caught, and not only did he get caught, he admitted it every time he opens his mouth. Yeah, I did it, but I had advice from my lawyers that this was legal, or his newest one is I did it, but someone else completed the process. Like they're throwing one of the lawyers under the bus now. What's her name? That female lawyer in Georgia.
Oh, that would be Fonnie Willis.
No. The Feinstein no. What's her name? The lawyer for Trump that they're now throwing under the bus in Georgia,
Oh,
saying that
yeah.
she
She didn't check the
did all
box.
this.
She didn't check the
Right.
box in order to have a jury trial rather than a bench trial. In fact,
Oh
it
no
wasn't
no
that
no
she
no.
didn't
The one
check the
that got
box.
locked
She
up.
did
The one that
check the
got locked
box
up.
for a bench
Which is the
trial.
one that got locked up in Georgia?
There
What's
was what was it? It was Collins,
his lawyer?
uh,
Well, either way, he's got a female lawyer that worked for that firm.
Sidney Powell.
That
You talk about Sidney
Sidney
Powell?
Powell. That's her. They're
Sidney
throwing her
Powell.
under the bus now. They're saying that she was the cause for everything that happened, and she gave them advice. But you got to also remember when he came on TV, he said he made the ultimate decision on everything. So you can't, in one instance, say, "Well, I'm going on the advice of my lawyers," right? And another instance, say, "Well, I had the final decision on everything. I controlled everything." You can't do that, and it's hard to explain to a Republican Trump's own words. And I'm trying to figure out why do we still have to explain to them, one, they had no evidence on Biden, you have evidence on his son, and then you really
The
don't have
worst that they
evidence on
have on the thing is the worst they have on Hunter. Worst that they have on Hunter is okay. 2 years
the
ago,
gun,
he
the
underpaid
gun.
his taxes. He went to the IRS because at the behest of his his business partner, Devin Archer, at the
Yeah.
behest of him saying you underpaid because there were some other accounts that were outstanding. Okay, they came late. Cool. But the actual business happened and everything. The payment came at this point. Okay, you go to IRS, they do an audit, then they actually find out what the actual tax liability, the excess tax liability is. Then he paid it more than a year ago, and now Republicans are losing their minds, saying, "Well, look at him. He didn't pay his taxes." No, yes, he did. He just
He
simply
overpaid.
made a
Actually,
mistake.
he did what a lot of people do. A lot of people, when they find out that they owe taxes because of they got caught in something or whatever, right? I'm not going to say shady, but whatever they did, they got caught, right? So trying to bend the tax law. So what they do is they give them an overpayment. Say you like one guy, I was on his live. He owed $5,000 to the IRS. He paid them $7,000, and because just in case they try to tack on interest, right? Everyone does. A lot of people do it. And Trump said something when he was doing a debate with Hillary Clinton back in the day. He said, "If you don't like the fact that I got away with this, change the tax law." That's what he said. See, so when you get a Republican on here, right, just got to remind them that Trump comes out and he tells you, "Yeah, I did it. Now, what are you going to do about it?" He's got a gag order right now. He's doing it. And now he's upset, which they should gag, or they should hit him on this. He's getting upset with Biden for talking to the special counsel voluntarily because it's making him look bad. And the fact that they have nothing on him, even for the documents, was come to find out it was his Senate records that he had. He didn't have the records that Trump had, right?
No,
So,
Senate records.
right. So, which were maybe one
They
or
were
two was
not. They were
classified.
redacted, and they weren't actually restricted. And then the actual NARA has still never found that there's anything that's outstanding that he shouldn't have had. It was simply that after what happened with Trump, him and Pence both said, "Hey, NARA,
I
there's
got
some
this here.
stuff that we have. My staffers found them. Say if this is an issue." And Pence has been cleared. Biden's still pending. It's about to be
Right.
cleared. They've already announced that there's no actual issues of any sort of impropriety or wrongdoing. And the fact that when they asked for them, they didn't ask for them. When he provided them, he even said, "You don't need a warrant. Can you go look for others, see if there's any other things that are going on?" Cool.
Right.
And there's
And they
been no
went,
issue. He's cooperated completely.
and
That's
one of,
the end of the similarities between him and Donald Trump.
and one of the
Because,
things they bring up all the time is that in Delaware, because I live in Delaware, right? Is that they went to the University of Delaware and they found some documents
yeah.
that was donated to the University of Delaware. Well,
No, it was
actually,
Penn. It was actually University of Pennsylvania,
oh,
not
was it
Delaware.
Pennsylvania? I thought it was Delaware, but
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. The University of Pennsylvania. But I used to work for one of those departments, right?
Yeah.
He actually filled the form out to have
Yes.
those documents sent, and it went
Which
through
means that they
NARA.
were still under the purview of NARA, which means that they
Right.
weren't hit in his possession. They were technically still in NARA's possession.
Only thing is that NARA redacted everything that would need to
Yep.
be redacted. They call it black lining, and then everything was good. So the Republicans still bring that up, and you have to remind them. They always say, "Well, there's not a process." Actually, even the Secretary of State, before she gets to see a document, she has to sign something, right? Well, this is when Marilyn Albright used to be there. So, and then anything that goes to the White House, anything White House, you have to sign something, and then you have to return it. And when it's returned, there's a custody
There's
form.
a tracking
And
number.
right, and once a president leaves, all his papers go to NARA first, like Obama
Yep.
did.
Presidential
Everything to
record
NARA.
per the Presidential Records Act of 1978.
President Obama said, "I don't want nothing. Send it to NARA first, and then give me what you want to give me." And that's
Yes.
what he has in his presidential library.
Yep.
So, when these Republicans come on, you got to remind them there is a process. There is paperwork that has to be filled out. You have to cross your T's and dot your I's. Trust me.
Yeah.
There's 20 people looking at every form, and if one form is not filled out correctly,
Nothing goes through.
they send it back.
Yeah. Nothing goes through. They send it back. Now we're going to welcome the two people that just got here, Alex Smith and Mayo. Welcome, both of you. What do you guys want to talk about?
What's up? Thanks for having me on. I've seen you a couple times before, Daniel. I've joined your live, or not necessarily joined your panel, but I've been in the comment sections before. So I really respect your takes. I like listening to you, so I'm just kind of here hanging out, I guess.
What's up, man?
Hey, thanks for inviting me on.
So, new guy, what is your take on this no evidence thing with Biden?
There's plenty of evidence.
Okay, such as?
Well, they indicted Trump for him trying to investigate Biden over there in Ukraine. And now we elect the guy who killed the investigation.
Hold on. When did they?
No.
When did
Well, not
they, when did
necessarily.
they,
I wouldn't.
when did
That's
they
not
indict,
true.
When did they indict Trump for investigating Ukraine? I never heard that.
For the phone call
Yeah,
to
how
the
does
to the
something with
Ukrainian
Biden
that was
prime
from a
minister
president.
to fire him for bribe money? Remember?
No, that's not it.
Yeah.
Actually, what it was, no.
That's two different
No, the
things.
first indictment,
That's two
no,
different
I'm
things.
still
Wait,
speaking.
Daniel.
I'm
Don't
about to
do
do
it.
all the heavy lifting for him. It's going to be messed up. Maybe I shouldn't.
No, go ahead. I want to hear this. I want to hear what you got to say.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Alright,
First,
Let me just engage with this simple concept.
we all
the
heard
first
the
impeachment.
phone
Hey,
call.
man.
Okay, Mayo, I'm going to lay it
Mayo,
out.
we
First
asked this
impeachment.
question about Biden. We didn't ask you about Trump. So you didn't
Yeah, we
answer our
didn't ask you
question.
about Trump.
We're about
So,
to
yeah,
do all
you're
this
right.
big.
The
Why are
evidence
we
asked
bringing
against
up
evidence
Trump?
Biden
Why are we
about
bringing
is
up
that there
Biden? Why are we
was
bringing
a
up Trump?
cover-up, and they indicted Trump for the phone calls that
Well, they
happened
weren't. They didn't
between
indict him. They
Biden and
impeached
the
him.
prime
They
minister
didn't
to get
indict
his
him. They
son.
impeached him. They
Wait.
impeached him. They didn't
All
indict him.
right, hold on,
Impeached him.
man.
Same thing.
No, it's not.
They
No,
indict
Hold on,
and then
man.
they
It's
All right,
political
impeach.
process, not a
listen,
legal
man.
one.
Mayo.
They indict and then they
All right,
impeach.
No, they don't.
Mayo.
No, they don't. Mayo, you're confused. You're
Wow.
embarrassing
Okay,
yourself.
Hey,
so
Hold
there's
on.
no
Torino, answer his question. Answer his question, Torino.
slow. Y'all slow or something or what?
Okay, can the House or Congress send you to jail?
Negative.
So how in the world is it an indictment? It's not a criminal process. It's actually a political process. It's stated very clearly in the enumerated powers. Miss me with this. You were full of it.
No,
So
not.
Mayo, the
We
first
all heard
the
the
first
phone call
impeachment. Mayo,
saying
Mayo,
that-
Mayo. I'm a
What?
host. I'm
What?
speaking. Then let me speak. The first impeachment of Donald Trump was for a violation of 18 U.S.C. subsection 201, bribery of a public official. That was the issue regarding the phone call. Donald Trump released Donald Trump released something called the transcript summary, where in the actual transcript summary of the phone call, and a person who's on the call, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, testified on Capitol Hill about the phone call. Every portion of the crime and statute that I just
asked
quoted
me about
was listed,
Biden,
was
and I'm
in the
saying
phone
that
call.
the evidence to impeach Biden is right there in plain sight for everybody to hear
It's
it
not.
on both sides.
No, it's not. On day one, on day one of the impeachment inquiry, on day one of the impeachment inquiry, AOC and Jamie Raskin, they had every single page of the actual investigation, all the documents involved. They actually printed them out. They presented them on day one. They asked very simply of all the witnesses that were coming through. They asked them very simply. I'm still speaking, Mayo. They asked them very simply. Is there any evidence of any actual criminality or any wrongdoing by the president? Talk about Joe Biden. They said no. Then all four of the witnesses. I'm more than happy to actually show you. The actual names of these witnesses.
Line of protecting him. So Anyways, y'all
Here's
have
the
fun.
names of
I got
all. Here's
things
the
to
names of.
do
Here's the names
instead of
of all
sitting
those
on live
witnesses
being a
that.
bunch of
No.
mooches.
Mayo. Do you know who these people are? Who are these people? I have listed right there.
So I have a question for Mayo, if he's here or not. But did
Did he just run?
any witness in this investigation come out and say that there's no evidence that would pursue an impeachment charge? Or there's
Yeah.
no charges to necessarily cause an impeachment?
Well, just so
Answer is
that people
yes.
know, I just want to make sure that everybody knows this. He ran. All right. So Bruce Dubinsky, Eileen O'Connor, Jonathan Turley, and Michael Gerhardt. All four of these people were asked during on day 2 of the actual impeachment inquiry whether or not they had any direct evidence of any wrongdoing or criminality by Hunter Biden or Joe Biden. They all said no. They were there to testify to nothing but personal opinion and hearsay. That's it.
And hold up, and
That's
I
it.
want you to. I want. Sorry about that. They were the Republican witnesses, so they should
Yes.
know that when they come in.
Yeah, the Republicans are well aware of this. So on day one of the impeachment inquiry, the Republican witnesses admitted that they were there with nothing. So when I say you have no evidence to impeach Biden, I'm saying it's because they admitted this on day 1 of the inquiry.
And hold up, no, not just that. Not just that. Before this inquiry even started, the Republicans in an interview on CNN said that we're going to do an impeachment inquiry on Joe Biden, and we know that it's not going to get him impeached, but it's going to affect his ability to be reelected.
Yes. Comer
They
admitted this.
they
That's all that
admitted it.
matters. That's
Like
all that matters.
four congressmen and 4 senators admitted that this would not go anywhere because they
Yeah.
have no evidence. And the evidence that they have just shows that Joe Biden loved his son and talked to his son, especially during a hard time. Because remember, Bo had just passed away during that time. The President Biden's son, remember he passed away?
Yeah.
If you
Bo
look
Biden.
at the text messages and all these phone calls, it was during that time when
Yes.
Bo Biden passed away. So
Yeah.
when they come in, because I'm going to leave in about a few minutes. When they come in, just remind them of the time frame when, well, he wasn't the president, and second, that all the witnesses that they had on both cases. Say, they always bring Trump in. You want to bring Trump in? All the witnesses against Trump are what?
Republicans.
And they were bought, and they even though now we don't know what Romney Willis or any of these DAs or people's affiliation with whatever they do, but they're not Democrats, they're not Republicans. They're like probably like me, independent, right? Because they have to be because they don't want to seem like they're biased for one side or the other. But all the people they're bringing in are Republicans, so the argument they have is mute, very mute.
Yeah.
Is
So
there
Bill
Republican? Is
Beard
there a Republican in
in
here
the
right now?
comments. Bill Beard, get in the box. You're in here flapping your gums in the comments and making a bunch of inflammatory false statements. You've been invited. Get in the box.
Daniel,
I'll stay.
question.
I'll stay.
You have
I'll stay
under
extra
30
minute if
seconds
he.
left.
I'll stay extra minute if he gets in the box.
What's up, Michael?
Hey, how you doing, man? Hey,
I'm good.
so I have one question, and based on us talking last night, that I got mad respect for you being a veteran. I respect all veterans. I have a special place
Super
for
five.
anyone who's served this country, and I appreciate it. And I am like anytime I hear from you, anytime I hear you speak, I'm amazed at how much research knowledge that you have. So I really appreciate that. The one thing that I wanted to ask you though is last night, you said that Trump is a criminal, and
Yes.
Trump has, and factually, I know you're facts 3.0. Factually, the only people who are criminals are those who have been convicted of a crime. He's never been
No.
convicted.
No,
So
No,
negative,
I
Michael.
didn't say he was a felon. I said he's a criminal. You're a criminal. I said he didn't say he was a felon. I didn't say he was
I want.
convicted. I
Can
said
I
he was
ask?
a criminal.
Can I ask
A
Michael
person
something?
who robs a liquor store doesn't get caught. They're still a criminal, right?
no,
Right.
Yes, they
So,
are.
Just
Michael,
because
not
the
factually.
person who engages in
Yes, they are.
criminality is
Not
a criminal.
factually.
Absolutely.
Hold on,
Just because
Person
you
who
don't
engages in
get caught doesn't
criminality
mean you're
is a
not a
criminal.
criminal.
Not
let me bust Michael's
factually.
bubble.
Was
Let me bust
Bernie
Michael's bubble.
Madoff? No. Okay, Michael. Was Bernie Madoff a criminal before he was ever convicted? He has been a criminal
Nope.
for 40
Not
plus
factually.
years.
Not
No,
factually.
he was running a Ponzi scheme for
No,
4
factually, you
decades.
indeed factually, and and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because you indeed need to be a criminal to be convicted. You cannot be convicted unless you are a criminal. So it comes before being convicted. So being convicted doesn't matter when we regard whether someone is a criminal, because you must be a criminal to be convicted.
Okay, Michael, I got another question for you.
Hold on, let him answer that.
If I
Let him.
break in your house, Michael, and I steal your TV, right?
Let him engage with that.
You don't know me, Michael. I broke in your house. I stole your TV. I leave with your TV, right? Stealing is a crime, which makes me a criminal. Now, me being a private military police, I say, Michael, do you know who the suspect is? Yes, Darkman 168. He's the suspect. I committed a crime, which makes me a suspect, which means I am a criminal because I stole your TV. You saw me do it on your video, your Ring video, whatever, right?
If you don't have
Michael, can you see the background? Are you looking at your screen?
There you go. Yeah, that's the definition right there.
Do you see the definition? A person who has committed a crime. Does it say anything about conviction?
Okay, so then we could call everyone and anyone a criminal.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean
Yeah.
You call people like Hillary Clinton a criminal.
I didn't call anyone a criminal.
Participate. You call people. No, I'm talking about the right. You call people who participate in Black Lives Matter movement criminals.
I didn't call anyone a criminal.
Criminals.
Michael,
it's obvious that what you're
right
saying
now,
is
what you're
true.
dealing with, Michael.
Can I say something to Michael real quick? Hey, Michael.
Sure.
You just was presented with some new evidence. Even though you felt the way that you felt prior to coming to this live, now that you've been presented with the definition of what a criminal is, does that make you still the way you are? With new evidence now, with new information, you have new information. Yeah. Nobody's saying that what you believed before was wrong. But now that you have new information, can you now say what a criminal is?
Okay, good point.
Can you now say it? Yes, no. Can you now say with the new evidence that I received, okay, yes, he's a criminal.
Okay.
Without going into detail, it's a yes or no question.
No. Everyone else went into detail. So
I'm just showing you what a person.
Hold on.
This is what I'm saying. You guys go around everything.
Let's give him
you guys go around everything. You guys go around everything because it's hard for you to acknowledge when you're wrong. Okay.
No.
Illness was big.
Okay.
Listen. You're wrong. It's okay to be wrong.
Give Michael a chance. No. Give Michael a chance to answer. Let's give him. I'm going to give you a minute. 60 seconds.
No, it'll take less than that. So if I were to
enough time.
Yep. So if I were to call Biden a criminal, then that could be factually true.
Yeah. I'd ask you. What
all right, that's all I need. I appreciate you, Daniel.
No, that's not what I fucking said. I would ask what crimes.
I know what you're saying, but I'm saying, with new information.
Answer the question.
With new information, can we now call Donald Trump a criminal? With the new information you just received, you got the definition of it.
What?
Absolutely. I disagree.
Michael, you've been here for most of it. I have been giving the actual statutes, the actual narrative, the actual crime, quoting the actual indictments, talking about the evidence, testimony from the people, giving walking through the issues of criminality by Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
Now the thing is, do that for Joe Biden right now.
So then, based on what I now know, based on the new evidence,
now
I agree with it.
Hold on. Answer my question, please, Michael.
Would
Answer
you
my
be okay
question. Do
with
that
us
for Joe Biden.
saying,
If you're going to call
would
him a
you be
criminal.
okay with us saying that Biden is a criminal?
But you got to say what criminal acts that he participated in.
Yes, with details. I gave details of everything
Right.
I was talking about.
Yeah.
Now, Michael,
What did
I
he
would
do?
agree.
Did
I
he
would
break in your
agree with
house?
you.
Dark man, can you please mute when you're speaking? You got a lot of background noise.
I don't have anything on.
Uh,
It's not me.
That was somebody else.
it might be.
Somebody's got a lot of
It
background
was you,
noise. I
Corey.
apologize about that.
I think it was Corey.
Cause I'm also, okay. I'm
It's
shut
Corey.
down. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah, it is
Hey,
Corey. I
you know what?
apologize, Dark man.
Hey, with new information, I
It's
agree
all
with you.
good, bro, man. I just find that funny. You were telling people to do it, and it turned out to you. You can't hear it. You got ear. You were like ear
Yeah,
blindness to it. I understand, man.
I'm gonna mute mine right now because I'm not going to talk, and I want to hear Michael's answer. So I'm gonna mute mine and see if it's mine as well.
Yeah. Now, Michael, please present the actual evidence regarding this idea that he's a criminal for Joe Biden, like I did for Donald Trump.
We don't have enough time.
Then you can't. No, we have plenty of time. I am willing to devote the rest of my
Maybe if you
freaking
hadn't
day.
wasted all that
I will
fucking
do this
time
live for
asking us that
12
stupid ass
hours
question
straight.
about Donald Trump, we would have had some time, huh?
So, Michael, what happens? What happens if Donald
I'm
Trump
going to give you
admits?
some evidence. I'll give you some evidence, and you're just going to deflect it and say, "No, that's
Okay,
not true.
I
This is
do
not
not do
true."
right.
deflection.
What
So,
happens if Donald
no,
Trump?
Michael, you
no, I'm
came in
not even
here
going to go
a
into
moment
it.
ago, actually
I'm not
talking
even
about
going
how
to
much
go
you
into it.
respect me and everything, and I'm thinking that's because you know I don't do that. I
Michael,
don't
what
do that.
happens if Donald Trump
You don't.
admits to his crime? Is he a
You
criminal
don't.
if he admits to it?
I don't understand how you don't think that Biden has
Listen,
not committed one
Michael,
crime.
if Donald Trump
I'm asking
told
for
you,
evidence of it. That's it.
if Donald Trump
Basic
told
burden
you
of
that
proof.
he committed crimes, would that make him a criminal?
Is he what?
If Donald Trump admitted that he committed crimes, would that make him a criminal?
Are you talking about felonies? Or are you talking about
Yes.
Yes.
libel?
Listen,
Or what?
No.
last
Felonies.
week,
Oh my God, it's such a simple question.
last week, his lawyers filed a dismiss in D.C. and he admitted to committing the crimes of January 6th.
Yeah, he just says that because he was president, he was allowed to, which isn't
Yeah,
true.
he just admitted his lawyers submitted that filed to dismiss, saying Donald Trump was president and he was allowed to spread misinformation and to prevent the election from going forward. So everything he did, he was immune to it, and the case should be dismissed.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Now, Michael,
there's a lot of
there's a legal
evidence.
term
So
for
he's
this. There's a
probably
legal
going to
term
be
for what you just
convicted.
described. That's called an affirmative defense. I did it, but. Yes, I did it, but.
I love it.
It's called an
I love
affirmative
it.
defense.
So I'm gonna I'll if he does not go to jail, will you
Oh,
say
now
that
we're
he's
moving the
not?
goalposts. We're asking
Will
a question. He
will
doesn't go
you
to jail.
say he's not? Will you say he's
It's
not
not
a
about his
criminal?
going to jail. Whether or not he's a criminal has nothing to do with whether or not he goes to jail.
He admitted to his guilt.
Michael, am I correct? Are there not people who are convicted of crimes but don't serve jail time? They maybe get fines or probations, that sort of thing. A person who's been convicted but still doesn't go to jail.
Pardon?
No wonder why this country
Michael,
is so
I'm just
divided.
talking about how the law works.
No wonder
Have
why
I
this country
deflected
is
once?
so divided.
No, Michael.
No
Just
you
wonder.
Michael, the
are
country is
Michael.
so
All I've
divided
done
because you believe in white supremacy, Michael.
I do
Michael,
not.
all
When did I
I-
ever say
Michael,
that?
no,
Yeah, you are.
DACA, none of that. Michael, no,
Sorry.
Michael wants.
It's true, though.
I have a
It's true, Daniel.
suspicion
My
about
bad.
Michael and his whole thing. Michael, all I've done so far is simply quote the criminal statute and talk about reality. I haven't deflected. I've engaged on every single topic that you brought up. And all I've done is either bring the definition, and actually show that I'm actually using the word correctly. And then you said this whole thing. I asked you to do the simple thing that I did in order to actually get there. Because what I've said to you and that you've heard is nothing new. I've said these things before, and I have receipts. So, and it's weird to me that people keep coming at me like this. It was like, half an hour ago, a lady came in here. She thought it was like some sort of, like, nebulous, some sort of unknown, treaty from the 1800s and early 1920s. I mean, from the 1920s. And it turns out that I knew the topic better than her. She thought because I'm an American, a product of the public school system, I wouldn't know what the freaking Lima Treaty was. All right? So, Michael, all I've done is engage on the topic you brought up. And all we're asking for is you to meet the basic burden of proof that I've already done in spades. So it's not this whole thing, well, there's no support, that we're divided. No, miss me with that. That's not what's happening. You are being asked to simply show the receipts.
I'm just shocked that I think that if you guys don't think that a lot of politicians
I think you support January 6th. I think you support Donald Trump. And I think that you're here trying to talk to us in bad faith. You refuse to actually have the conversation you want. And that you support the MAGA movement and you support fascism. But you don't want to say it out loud because you're afraid.
You are
Michael, I understand the premise of your argument here, but I feel like you're painting over the issue with a very broad brush.
So now you know that Antifa and BLM and Ray X had nothing to do with January 6th. You know it was all Donald Trump now because he admitted to it.
False.
Say again?
False.
No,
false
he admitted to it in his court filing.
So if I show you the court filing where he admits to it and he simply says that as president he's allowed to do it, will you then concede what you just said?
I will concede what I just said when he goes to jail for it.
No, he doesn't have to go to jail for him to be a criminal. We've already given you examples.
When he goes to prison, you're still going to support him. You're a liar.
No, absolutely not.
Michael, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Michael, no, quit giving him ammo to run away from this. Michael, if a person is convicted of a crime but doesn't go to jail, say they, for example, during the arraignment, they made bail and all that type of stuff, or they're ROR, they never went to jail. They're ROR during the trial, and then they are convicted, but they get probation, a fine, or something else. Are they still a criminal?
Yes, because they're convicted.
Okay, so why are you making going to jail the litmus test as to whether or not he's a criminal?
I redacted that.
Okay, then quit talking about it.
Because you know that there's people
then quit that.
Georgia.
Then why do you keep alluding to it? Because you keep talking about if he goes to jail, I'll admit. If he goes to jail. He goes to jail. He's probably going to go, he's likely to go to jail, but even if he doesn't, he would still be a criminal. Like, for example, in New York, on a civil case, he can't go to jail for that, right? But guess what? He still did commit fraud. They haven't done the rights. They got a summary judgment because there was a freaking orgy of evidence against him. For 10 years at least. For at least 10 years. From about 2011 to 2021.
I misspoke. I don't care if he...
You misspoke for 20 minutes?
No, I don't. No, I just misspoke there. I don't care if he goes to jail or not. If he's convicted, yes. I will never support that conviction.
Do you feel betrayed? Do you feel betrayed now that he admitted to January 6th for lying to you?
No. I think there are a lot of different factors to January 6th.
Hey, Chris.
I really find this demonstration of how someone can emotionally invest in a parasocial relationship to be fascinating. Because Michael's emotional investment in Trump, who does not know that he exists, is absolutely
I didn't understand like 4 of those words.
I mean, like, he should be studying.
A parasocial relationship. Okay, Kristen, let's do this. Okay, emotionally invest means that you actually have, basically you tie your personal identity to someone else's well-being or their praise. A parasocial relationship is not one that you have in person, but rather something that you have passively, maybe online, that sort of thing. People you maybe either know online but not in person or through the phone or ever done anything with, or simply a personality of like somebody who's a celebrity. The way that you might laud. Like, I respect Bo Jackson immensely based on his prowess as an athlete and a lot of the things that he's done, but I don't know him personally. I've literally met him twice in my life, and they weren't really big. That's a parasocial relationship. Now you understand those words, right? Here you go.
Wow. Yes. Thank you. And I continue to get enlightened on your lives.
Michael, I have a question for you because you said that you had evidence of Biden's criminal activity, and you have now had 20 minutes to produce it while insisting that you have it. So in that
I
20 minutes, have you exercised a simple Google search to locate said
I
evidence, or are
I
you
am
merely pulling it out of your ass?
I am not interested in going down that rabbit hole with you.
You're the one that
So
said that's a
basically,
reporter
It,
that
it
said
Not
it
okay,
didn't
that's
have
all
word for
right, you
word.
time,
guys. It's
as
okay.
far
I
as
can
I
do this.
remember.
not
So,
interested.
Michael,
No,
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 it's all right.
everybody
I
mute.
understand.
Kristen's
You
got
have
this.
no
Kristen has
interest.
this.
So, what you're
No
saying
interest.
is that you have no interest in facts because your feelings matter more than the truth.
No, I didn't say I have no interest in facts. I said I'm not interested in going down that rabbit hole with you because
Well, yet you're sitting
this
here for
is
20 minutes insisting that you have something. And when people said, please show
this
us, you
is
refused. So
this
either you're
is
lying.
this is the exact reason why this country is so divided is because
Yes,
both
because
sides
people like you
both
continue to
sides
lie.
no
Because
both
people like
sides
you continue to lie.
both
Because
sides
people like
do
you continue
both
to lie.
keep repeating yourself both
Yes, I will.
sides
You're lying. So, yes, I'm
both
going to point out that you're lying as you're insisting that other people are just
Buddha,
like you.
Buttigieg,
The difference is that I have
What
integrity
about it?
and you don't. So I
Wait a
Buttigieg,
minute.
understand why you would be so
Wait a minute.
afraid of someone who has
Buttigieg.
Wait a minute.
integrity
Wait a minute.
of showing
Kristen,
you
please.
that you're
Kristen.
wrong.
Kristen, for a second. Why did you just suddenly talk about Mayor Pete? Pete Buttigieg.
I
Why
didn't.
did you just
I
why
was
did you just say his
impersonating.
name randomly?
I was impersonating someone. Listen,
Who were
the
you
reason,
impersonating?
no one. The reason,
No, who were you impersonating? All I'm
the
doing is
reason
responding to
why,
what you just said.
the
Because I
reason
kind of
why
think that
this
it was a
country
homophobic dog
is,
whistle.
the
Michael,
reason why this
I kind
country
no,
is
no,
so
no,
divided
Michael.
is
I
because
kind of have a
everything
sneaking
is
suspicion that
gaslit.
what you were doing
Every,
was
whatever,
actually quoting a homophobic dog whistle.
whatever you,
Michael, why did you say Pete Buttigieg's last name suddenly out of nowhere as a non sequitur?
how did I say it?
Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah,
Just suddenly. It had
when our
nothing to do
when
with
our
the
president,
conversation.
because our president couldn't say his name. That's why.
His
I
name
did
is
it.
unusual. It's a hard name to
No,
pronounce.
I'm
he's
sorry. Hold
kind of
on. Wait.
sleeping.
Hold on, Daniel. Michael, are you
Say it
mocking
5 times in a
someone with
rapid
a speech
succession.
impediment that they've had
Oh, now he
for
has a
more
speech
than
impediment.
75 years? Are you
Now he has a
are
speech
no, no, no.
impediment.
Let's be clear. So you're defending someone who mocks the disabled, and now you yourself are mocking the
Oh
president
my
of the United
God.
States who
because
has
that's
a
who he
speech
is.
impediment
Oh
documented
my
since
God.
childhood. So
But
why do you
that's
feel
who
like
Michael
mocking
is.
No.
anyone who has a
How is
medical issue?
that fair?
Michael
Michael,
is everything
Michael,
that Trump is. That's why he
here's
supports him.
Michael.
If
Guys,
everybody allowed to
let
say
me deal with
something,
Michael real fast. Michael, right here.
I'm
This is
here for you.
C-SPAN. Here's an interview.
I'm here
Mikey,
for you.
here's an interview from 1994 where Joe Biden is talking about his stutter and him stuttering since he was a child. So why are you acting brand new? Could it possibly be that you just found out about this?
So
And that's what it is. It's not that
so
it's new. It's not that it's something sudden. Might be just that you just learned about it. That's
so
No, I
29
think
years
it's
ago.
more that
so
Michael is the
Is it
schoolyard
possible,
bully who
Michael?
never got his ass laid out on the
I
playground like he
I
deserved to be.
I just need an answer from Michael about this. Michael, this is an interview where he talks about this on C-SPAN from 1994. Do you think it's possible that you just found out about this and not that it's something new? Because this is 29 years ago.
Why are you wasting time on this? He doesn't give a fuck. He likes a criminal. He doesn't care.
Michael, why are you giggling? I need you to address what I just said. Address what I just said, Michael. Otherwise,
okay,
you're kind of wasting our
I'll
time.
address what you just said. I'll address what you just said. There is no one that I know that doesn't question the cognitive ability of Mitch
I
McConnell.
don't care about what people you know. I asked
of
you about
Mitch
you,
McConnell.
Michael. Is it possible you just found out about this, and that's why it seems far fetched? But I'm showing you, and you can find this yourself. I'll give you the link to it. I'll put it in the comments, or I'll put this graphic and have the link to it. You can find this on C-SPAN. You can see the title: Joe Biden on Stutter and Stuttering from 1994.
He doesn't care. He's an
That's
evil
29 years
person.
ago, Michael.
All politicians lie.
Michael's
Michael,
an
I don't
evil
care about the
person. He
slogan.
doesn't care.
I don't care
No, no,
about a
no.
little
Hold on.
sound bite.
Can I
All
just say something
politicians
really quick?
lie.
Because I've only been up here for about 5 minutes. And in that 5 minutes, Michael has engaged in bigotry against the LGBTQIA plus,
Oh
against
my
the
Yes.
God.
disabled, against other
Wow.
disenfranchised
The
groups, and
Buttigieg
even
Wow.
against
statement.
myself,
The
the only
Buttigieg comment.
woman who's
That's what
up
it
here on
was.
this panel speaking. So, given the fact that Michael has demonstrated he is an
Oh my
open bigot, why
God.
are we tolerating him?
Yeah, because all he's doing is grandstanding. He don't give a shit about your
No
information.
wonder
He
why
doesn't
this
care
country's so
because
divided.
you don't
Yes,
care
because
about
you're a bigot,
nothing, man.
Michael. That's exactly right. You are a bigot,
Obviously.
and bigots like
Listen,
you want to reign over everything and everyone. Because you're a bigot, Michael. You hate people that you cannot control, and you fear
not
people
true.
who are different from yourself. And you are
That,
so insecure that you will try to strip others of their freedom and their human
that
and
really hurts.
constitutional rights so that
That
you
really
can
hurts.
pretend your penis is larger than it actually is.
He dipped on you.
Yeah, everybody read the
Yeah.
comments. He did not run. I did drop him.
Nerdy has their hand up.
Nerdy, please go
That
ahead.
was a good one.
Hey y'all. So I started listening in sort of on the tail end of that conversation, but there's 100 people in here, and I think that it's completely reasonable to that want to come up and have a conversation and want to talk about politics. You don't need to punch down. That
True. That's true.
doesn't make you get a pass to be, bigoted or racist. He's telling you that what you are saying is, then respectfully, please listen, because you may not see it, you may not know it, but it's something that is true. So again, respectfully, if you want to attack someone, attack their views, not them personally, because it just shows that you don't have the intellectual capacity to actually have a conversation if you attack people and punch down.
Well,
You
did
mean
you
by
agree with what
calling
he was saying?
so you mean by calling him a racist?
No, I think that Nerdy. Am I wrong? But
I'm
I
sorry.
thought you were
No.
referring to his little dog whistle of homophobia towards people who judge and queer people,
Mm-hmm.
and the constant statements about
Yes.
all
Mm-hmm.
Democrats and basically trying to blame them for the lack of ability to have political discourse. He was derailing that himself. That's how I was taking that. Am I wrong, Nerdy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
and before
No, I,
that,
I agree. I agree that was the issue. And also, the other issue is if somebody is saying that you are using a dog whistle or that you are being racist or that you are a racist, even if you don't agree with it, because you don't get to label yourself racist or not racist, right? You're labeled a racist by other people, by your actions and by your words. So maybe just stop and listen for a moment and critically think why somebody is saying that to you, instead of being defensive and acting like being called a racist is worse than actually being a racist.
True. I got a question for the group. What do you think about George Santos and the things that he did?
I
Anybody?
hope they fry him. I hope they
I
fry
don't
him.
think that's his real name.
Really?
I mean
Yeah.
that
Okay.
no, I mean I'm being
I'm a
completely
mute.
serious. I genuinely don't think that that's his real name. So at this point, I have no idea who he even is. I don't think any of us actually do, because
No.
we've seen that his name has changed depending upon what he's engaging in at any given time. And I mean, honestly, I have no idea who he is, where he's from. I don't even know if his age if is accurate as it's reported. I mean, seriously, is there anything that person has not lied about? Because every single thing that I have ever seen reported about him has later on come out that was somehow untrue in some way. Even when he talked about where he lives, he did not even give a correct address. Like, this is someone, how can we believe a single word that comes out of his mouth?
That's true. Because, he's been indicted on so many charges of fraud, right?
30 plus new
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah. Well, you said 30 plus?
Yeah, like 36. Like that happened like yesterday or the day before.
Yesterday, yes, it happened yesterday. Yeah, because
But
he's from New York, and so
Is he?
my question to the group is, how do we stop some of these people from getting into office?
well,
Well,
I
they're
Um,
think
on
running.
a
They're
There's
running
almost
as
nothing we
Democrats.
can do.
They're
There's
running
I
as
mean,
almost nothing we
Democrats.
can do on the Republican side to stop this. Remember, this is a thing that's happened more than once with Republicans. Madison Cawthorn,
oh
Lauren
yeah, I forgot about
Boebert,
that.
yeah, Madison Cawthorn, a straight up freaking schmatzi, a guy who went to Hitler's Lookout on a spiritual pilgrimage where he went on his freaking, it was one of his bucket list things where he kept, I kid you not, in the actual Instagram post, he never once referred to him as Adolf Hitler or any of those names. He kept calling him the Fuhrer, a freaking term of endearment.
Well, here's what's happening. They're
I
running as
also
Democrats. They're running as Democrats in Democratic counties, and
Madison
then
Cawthorn.
switching to Republicans. No, George
And
Santos.
the problem with that is it's not standing up in court when they've attempted that, because that's seen as an act of fraud. They're defrauding the voters for political office. So you can't switch political parties as soon as you're elected or within a certain amount of time of being elected, because that's defrauding the voters.
Well,
You
Yeah,
don't
she
get
did.
to say that
She
I'm
did
a
it.
real.
Democrat, I'm a liberal, whatever. And then once you're in office, go, I've changed my mind. I'm actually a Republican and a conservative, because now you've defrauded every single person who cast their vote. And so a lot of them are actually finding that they're being challenged in court, and now they're under investigation.
Yeah, there's a
Even
name
in
for it.
North
It's actually called a
Carolina.
spoiler candidate. Republicans have been doing this for decades. That is literally how they kept the Maine governorship of Maine. There's a guy named LePage. He
Oh,
never
Paul
once in
LePage.
all his terms as governor of Maine, of the state of Maine, at no point did he ever get a simple majority. It was always a plurality. And I'm serious. The highest percentage he ever got, I believe, was 37%, and he would basically be against two, three, one time four Democrats. And the thing is, it was splitting the Democratic vote. And oddly enough, none of these names, none of, like, it would only be one actual Democrat, and everyone else that on the Democratic ticket on the other Democratic side was like unknowns, people that just came out of nowhere and everything. And that's his name is LePage. He's been doing this since he was basically worse than Trump. He was Trump before Trump was Trump.
Oh
It was
I
wow.
think
crazy.
I think a lot of the problem with the modern day Republican Party is that they have no shame and there is no bottom. They will
Yeah.
go as low as they can, and you cannot make them feel any shame. In fact, they're proud of how awful they are. I mean, we can look at, Matt Gaetz, who is a known human trafficker. Like, we're talking about someone who crossed state lines and essentially committed wire fraud to engage in child SA. Like that, and
Yeah, they're
he's
talking
still in
about
office and he still has
they're talking about
supporters.
expelling him. Well, they're talking about expelling him as
But
soon
they're
as
talking
the
about it now, but he's been
investigation's
under
over.
investigation for years. That's the
Yeah.
thing. He has been
And
their
his own
golden
colleagues
boy
knew
for
about it as
years,
well.
and they have not held him accountable. His own party still promotes him and still fundraises using him. They still try to get him to endorse their candidates. They have no bottom. They have no shame. There's no low that Republicans of today in political office will not go to. And
I
and
think this.
it's very sad that Republican voters, honestly, I feel like a lot of Republican voters are uninformed because they're just trying to get by, because they are so busy trying to take care of their kids and go to work and just do everything they can to keep the lights on and food in the fridge, that they're trusting that the news they watch and the people they elect to speak for them are telling them the truth, and they don't even know that they've been lied to, and then they don't want to admit that they fell for it.
Well, I think it's
Kristen,
beyond that. I think it's beyond that now. I
I
think
have
they
a
don't care.
I have a
If Trump
solution
came
for
up to
something
them
that
and
you
said,
asked
if Trump
earlier.
came up to them and said that he was guilty, they don't care. They'll tell you, we don't care if he's guilty. So it's
A
beyond that.
question for Alex. Do you
Yes.
think what she's saying is because of some people, they don't want to feel like they're wrong and they've been doing it for so long. One guy once said, "Is if I do something and I'm wrong, I'm right." So, do you feel that
Well,
Republicans they bought so much into this ideology of whatever our candidate do is not wrong and it's right, and we're gonna back them to the end? You know, or it's like they stepped into an arena and now they don't know how to get out of it.
I necessarily think that I mean, and I've never really been a true Republican. I was a
Mm-hmm.
registered Republican when I first registered to vote. But I would say I think they bought into a sense of, first of all, like the people that they're voting into office have a voice for them and necessarily have their best interest in mind. Um, Another thing that I also think is that they've bought into an idea of white supremacy. This white supremacy gives them basically the sense of empowerment that they have a connection towards somebody like, Donald Trump or somebody like
Yeah.
whoever you name that's in power. Um,
Right.
so, with that being said, I think it's a sense of not only thinking that these people have your best interest in mind, but also not wanting to lose that said power that these politicians give us. Um, One thing I wanted to also present, Nerdy, I know you got your hand up, but to Christian's question earlier, what can we do to ensure that politicians like this don't get into office that are, just blatantly lying to us? And this, may or may not be popular, but I mean, if you hold a government position with any department, CIA, the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, any of those departments, you have to pass through a general background check. Not only a general background check, but they also do a small investigation of your past. So specifically, George Santos's, past, he lied about where he worked. He lied about, names, other names that he utilized during his life. Something like a simple background check and a small investigation would catch things like this, and they would be able to pull up all these things. And if he was lying about it, he wouldn't be able to run. So I think.
Well, I want to
Okay.
not mean to cut you off on that, but
Yeah.
they do it. Every politician that goes there runs for office before you can get into the Congress. They do a mild investigation, but it's run by your party.
Yeah,
So
I think it should be just like.
if your
Oh,
party
sorry.
really wants you to go, they'll do it. Now, when I worked for a contractor at a certain agency, they did an extensive like background check talking about where they talk to people that know you. They like say you went to Yonkers High School, right?
That's after the
They will.
election. She's talking about before.
No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about this is even before they elected. When you are getting closer to when you go and put that paperwork in, they do a mild, like she was saying, a mild background check,
Well,
and
I'm saying a
because
mild background check, but
they
also.
understand that you need a clearance for the position that you're in. Even everyone in Congress has
Oh yeah,
at least a
agreed. But
secret clearance. Every
um,
senator has a secret clearance. So in order to get those
Not all
clearances,
of them. Not all of
they
them.
have
It's
No.
only those
most of
who
them,
are on
Only
the
committee
Intel
members.
committees, and then HASC and
right?
SAS. So House Armed
Well,
Services and Senate Armed Services. Yeah.
remember Santos, who she's talking about, is on a committee.
Yeah,
He's
but
on a committee.
he's not on Intel or HASC or SASC. So he's
No,
not on Foreign Service either.
if you
So
look it up, if I used to work up there. If you look it up, every one of them, everybody in Congress and the Senate has a secret clearance. Now, secret clearance is the lowest clearance you'll get, right? It's one of the lowest clearances you'll
actually,
get is
there's a
secret
lower
clearance.
clearance than that.
no,
Are you
yeah,
talking about
so
interim secret clearance? That
no,
is
the
one of the
interim.
lowest.
So the
I have a
interim
secret
clear.
clearance. I'm a mechanic for the military.
So
Sensitive.
the
So I'm part of the
Sensitive is
interim.
military too
lower.
as well.
Sensitive is lower.
Right.
Sensitive, actually, sensitive. You're right, sensitive. But no, sensitive is actually high because it's sensitive to national security.
No,
No,
it's
you can.
sensitive, then classified. It's sensitive, then secret, then top secret, then TSSCI, and then you go into like Yankee White and all the
You
different
talking about
classifications above TSSCI.
You talking about skip clearances?
Yeah, there's all different ones, for
Yeah.
exactly what it goes through. But you made
But
a really good point though about how deep into the background that like even just these like kids that sign up to join the military, like
yeah,
fresh out of high school, they have to have deep background checks on them in order to be able to do
I
their
got one.
job, just processing payroll for the military. So why is it that
Yeah.
those who are leading our government don't have to pass the same thing? I mean, my husband has had a security clearance for decades, a very, very, very high level clearance for decades. When my husband had to re-up his clearance, he still had to start it all over, and he has to do that every
Yep.
7 years, or well, now it's every 5 years because he's retired. But like, my husband, when he and I started dating, was going through the process to re-up his clearance, and at that time he had a Yankee White. And
oh
when he
wow,
was doing that, he had to give the name of the judge who oversaw the hearing for my dad to get his green card, not his citizenship, his green card. And my dad immigrated to this country as a teenager, and he came over through the refugee process. But my dad literally had to give my husband the name of the judge who's been deceased for like 40 years. Like, that's how far back they go into people who work in sensitive positions. So the idea that
yeah,
members of Congress don't have to be vetted in the same way is to me, it's mind blowing. That those
Yeah.
who lead our country and have access to all sorts of sensitive information, regardless of whether it's defense or otherwise, because you can have just as much sensitive information about our infrastructure, about the way the parks department works. Like, you can have sensitive information about any topic. There's a reason why we have industrial espionage as a crime as well. Like, and they have access to all of that information based off of a basic background check that can be run in 30 minutes on someone's computer in their office.
Here's
I think
something that
and
happened
Daniel,
with
I
me.
think we were
Yeah,
talking
here's
about
something
that
that happened
before.
with me when I was younger. My parents split up. All right, they didn't get divorced, but they split up. My mom got into this thing. I've talked about this a few times before. It came up in the course of a conversation. My mom started dating this guy named Leroy, and he was terrible. All right, I had an after school job that I had to get to. I was watching my brothers. Leroy was supposed to watch my brothers. He gets upset that he has to do this. All right. My girlfriend, who's now my wife, she came to visit me and everything. I went to go see her literally at the little park that's right around like literally I can still see my front door. All right, to my house, and we were sitting on the swings. Just I'm on one swing, she's on one other swing, chilling and everything. I'm trying to walk by. He gets ticked off. He wants to leave. He wants me to just call in to work and not go because he has better things to do. I try to go. He hits me with the car. Then he tased me on the ground. All right, this is a grown man on a child. I'm 15 or so. All right, and I'm supposed to be heading to work. And when this whole thing happens, remember I'm mangled, messed up, and I got tased, so I'm got bleeding and everything from the scorch mark area and everything. It's messed up, right? Cops show up. A neighbor called the cops. Cops show up. I ended up in juvie. All right. Now, the whole thing was a whole big do. My mom sided with him. We still have issues over this. All right. That she sided with the boyfriend who hit me with his car and then tased me on the ground. Like I'm a freaking, I don't know, like I'm a freaking piece of livestock. All right. And she sided with him, made every excuse. Only thing that saved me was the judge using basic listening skills. The kid that that this guy and the prosecution were describing didn't match the kid that she saw on paper. Wait. Well, he doesn't want to go to school. Okay, let me take a look at his grades. He's an honor roll student. Okay, so your issue is with attendance, not schoolwork. Okay, why aren't you going to school? Well, we need the money. And so when I wasn't at school those days, I was picking up extra shifts and working. But I was keeping up with school, and I was periodically making sure that I didn't do that because I was trying to get a scholarship playing football. I played baseball. I did a bunch of things, but football is what I was focused on because we're in Georgia. Now, the thing is, that whole thing, it got thrown out. I was then sent from, not long after that, sent from from Georgia to New York, back home in New York, to stay with my grandmother, and that's where I went to school. And I ended up, I had already tested out, so instead of going to my school I was zoned for, I went to Bronx Science, and the rest everybody knows. Now, the thing is, that situation, I had to get all that information in my 40s for my security clearance. This is something that happened when I was a teenager. That's how far back they go.
Yeah, they go back.
That's the reason. This is something that happened. This is something that happened 40 years ago. All right? That's the only reason I know all the details. Because I had to go and find all that information. And if anything I wrote that was inaccurate would be a big red flag.
Yeah, well, that's what they do. They have to vet you for these clearances, because there's you
And that
got
was
the
just
5 levels of
BS.
clearances, and when you did that, like they go back when depending on what clearance you got to get, they'll go back and they'll go back and they'll go back. If you get a skip clearance, which is a departmental type of clearance,
Yeah.
you have that clearance. They talk to your school teachers.
Mm-hmm.
They talk to someone you live next to, not lived with, lived next to when you were in
Yeah.
high school. So yeah, they go back,
Yeah.
and Chris is right. They should do that. Go back that far for people that's running for Senate, Congress, and all that, so that you can ensure that you're not getting someone like a Marjorie Taylor Greene or like Jared Kushner, who it was recommended he does not get a top secret clearance. But of course, we all know Donald Trump said, I want him to have a clearance, and he got a clearance. There should be no outside influences when it comes to getting clearances. And unfortunately, just like with George Santos running for his seat, there was outside clearances that got him to where he's at. What's his name? Herschel Walker, when he ran, we all know he should have never been able to run. He didn't have the mental capability to run, one, and he was a felon.
Yes.
But
He lived in Dallas.
right,
He
Yeah.
did. He
but
never even
Had
lived
lived
in
there for
Georgia.
17 years. Had
what
lived
the
there for
Republican,
17 years.
what the Republican Party did is they did the same thing they did with Dr. Oz. They own property all over the country. The DNC, every state, the DNC owns property in. Made that property his
You
address.
mean the RNC?
I mean the RNC, yeah, the RNC. I'm sorry. RNC owns property and DNC owns property. They both own property everywhere. But the difference is that the RNC will say, okay, hey, Jed, you got a property in Georgia. We want to make that Herschel Walker's
Owning the
property.
property it wasn't the issue. Because the
No,
thing
no, no.
is, Herschel
Living
Walker
at the
owned
address.
property. He owned property in
No,
Georgia. It
it
just wasn't
wasn't
his
owning.
residence.
It wasn't owning. They made it his residence. I mean, they had mail going there, right?
Well,
For
that's like
That's
what
not
Josh
enough.
Hawley's. That's like what
for a
Getting
Josh
mail.
Hawley
specific
has
time,
done in
Getting mail
Missouri.
there isn't
Josh
enough.
Hawley,
and
like
well, he
Josh
changed his
Hawley
driver's
lives.
license too.
Like Josh Hawley lives in Virginia. He has a Virginia driver's license. His wife and his children are all residents of the state of Virginia. They
They
vote in
voted
Virginia.
there.
But
They don't
Josh
live there.
Hawley uses his sister-in-law's residence as his permanent address. And that's how he's able to be a senator from Missouri, despite the fact that he does not and has not lived there in many years.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
yet he's
And
the
the and
senator
the and
from
the residence
Missouri,
is crazy.
not
Literally, it's a
residing
shack.
there. And not only that, but Josh Hawley cannot vote in Missouri because he is not a resident in Missouri.
Well, well,
Yes, it's not just about
the
getting
way
mail there. It's about especially if you own your cheap residence. It's about how many days a year you live there. Not to mention, say for instance, things like whether or not you actually on your taxes in that state actually claim it as a parsonage. That's your residence,
there,
no matter
they,
what. If you are in Georgia and you own property in, say, New York, but you claim that residence in Georgia, like Atlanta, as a parsonage in order to get tax breaks and everything regarding the property taxes and other things, you cannot use that. You cannot run for office as a resident of New York because Georgia is your residence. Period.
Well,
That's
they
an
they
issue.
have they have ways of making it look like that's your residence and that's where that's where you live, and they allow you to run there. Now, some states used to have it, and I don't know if they still do. Maybe you can look this up, right? And I'll try to look it up. You had to live in that state for a certain amount of time before you can run for office, any
Mm-hmm.
office, right?
Yeah. I
And
went over the. Yeah, I went over this about the one that took Feinstein's seat. What's her name? Lafonza. Was it Lafonza Butler?
right,
And she took over. She took over Dianne
Feinstein seat when
Feinstein's
she passed.
seat. She was appointed by Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. And the thing is, people were trying to say, well, she's not even from there. She's from Mississippi. She went to Jackson State. She shouldn't be going there. She shouldn't be. She's not even a resident of California. And it did not matter that I pointed out that she actually founded a union in for nurses and healthcare workers in
Hey,
California,
Daniel,
and that
can I
she's been a
interrupt you really
resident of
quick?
California since 2009.
Right.
So
I
we
thought
have
14
we have
years was
numerous
enough.
conservatives. We have numerous conservatives in the chat who have enough followers to come up in the box. So all of you guys who are conservatives, who oppose the president, who really enjoy Trump, who disagree with us, there's 3 open boxes and you guys have plenty of followers. Have the courage of your convictions. Come up and share some information. Let's have an open and respectful dialogue. Instead of
Con,
sitting in the
con,
comments and and hurling your sarcastic insults, come up in the box and have a conversation, a polite
yeah,
and respectful conversation. Let's engage in discourse.
conquistador, conquistador.
I'll
What?
drop. Hey, Daniel, I want to
No, you
appreciate
don't
you
have
having me
to.
up.
There's 3 open
No
Um,
problem,
boxes.
man.
Doctor, hey, man, I
So
love your energy. The one, Christian, I love your energy
Later.
too, girl. Y'all keep speaking facts. That's why I follow you guys.
All right.
I'll
Okay.
Have a
drop
Yeah.
so
good day,
y'all can make some
Arthur.
room.
Yeah.
Peace.
Wild six outlaw. Get in the show. Get in the box. I've already invited you in. Why are you not coming up? Are
so
you afraid?
I know a little
10
insider
seconds.
baseball. I know a little insider baseball about Herschel. My cousin, also very best friend. Her name was Micah Dean. If you look up Micah Dean, Herschel
Yeah.
Walker on Google,
Yeah. She used to date him, didn't she?
she was his mistress for 20 some
Yeah.
odd years.
Yeah.
He ruined her life. He is a terrible person, but what I do know about it is that Herschel was not interested in being in government. Trump basically was like, you owe me, and I need you in Georgia, and because that's the state we've got to win. So he was heavily pushed by Trump into doing this, which he did not really want to do. And everything about Herschel, the whole diagnosis of multiple personalities, it's not real. It's not. He's just a bad man.
You for
Yeah,
that.
Dark Arthur. Dark
Thank you for that
Arthur.
input.
The term inside baseball, is just a term that means here's some insider information. Here's some private information I gleaned from being around folks that are connected. That sort of thing. That's all the term means.
Yeah. Have you not ever heard of that before?
I have.
I honestly have not.
It.
So
Really?
thank you for teaching me something
And me,
new. Yeah,
I've never
thanks.
heard of that. Thank you. I
Thanks.
never
I
heard
I've
thought
of
I
that.
never
was
heard
saying, I
that.
thought that
You
was
just added to my vocabulary. I'm so grateful.
I thought everybody knew that. No, I've known Herschel. I met him first when I was 12. I am 41. I've known Herschel a very, very long time, and he had absolutely no interest in doing this. It was all pushed by Trump because he needed somebody that he had something over to be in a place in Georgia. I mean, Herschel has never, he has homes in Georgia, but he's never spent any surmountable time there.
He
As of
left Georgia after college and never looked back.
Exactly. Honestly, that was.
He won. Yeah, he won the Heisman. He won the Heisman. Then he started playing. Then he started playing for the USFL. You know, 'cause remember he was one of the first draft number one draft picks they had. You know, the summer league for football.
Yep.
You know, and then he went to the
Hey,
NFL.
Daniel,
And
do me a
he had a
favor,
really.
please invite Dutch into the group, please. Send Dutch
Dutch,
a
welcome
special.
Dutch. There goes
Send
Dutch.
Dutch. Send Dutch a special invitation.
So
I just
yeah,
yeah. What
the
did Dutch say?
Republicans are really trying to beef
He
us
said he could prove Trump is
any
innocent.
Republican they can get in here.
He's joking.
Hey Dutch, I'm a mute for a second so you can prove Dutch that
Yo,
President
that's
Trump is.
Dutch. Dutch was joking. I guarantee it.
Yeah, Dutch. Fucking prove it right now, you
Prove
scumbag.
it both. Dark
There's
man.
no collusion.
Dutch is a
What about the
friendly.
Biden collusion? I
I'm
got
still
Go
Hunter
ahead,
waiting
Biden's
Dutch.
for.
laptop.
I'm
I'm looking forward to this.
I got Hunter Biden's laptop, and when I opened it up, it immediately shows that this whole plan was set up by the Biden crime family.
Wait.
Trump
I
is
thought it was
innocent.
full of anime. Wait. I thought that the laptop was full of anime and like Japornimation.
Well, first off, the term
There's a
is
little bit of that, yeah.
hentai.
And
Not that I
You
watch
know
that
what? You're
stuff.
right.
Not that I
You're
watch
right.
that
I
stuff.
apologize.
I
I
need everybody to
apologize. I
understand.
got the
I don't watch
terminology
that stuff.
incorrect.
I swear. I don't watch that stuff.
I don't know though, Chrissy. What did you call
There
it?
is absolutely no
Unless I
chance
liked
that
that better.
Arutz Kadoji Legend of the Overfiend is my third favorite
Um,
movie in the entire world.
my
What did you just
oldest
call it,
kid taught
Christy?
me. My oldest kid taught me that hentai. My oldest kid does not call it hentai. My oldest child is in their 20s and calls it Japornimation. So
Japornimation. I
That's
am
not bad. That's
absolutely
not
going to use
bad.
that from now
I
on.
like it. I
It's
like the
amazing.
term. I do. Hello, Thomas.
Japornimation.
Welcome,
Hey
That's
Dutch,
Thomas.
thank you for the laugh, Dutch.
No.
That was good. That was very, very good. So, Thomas, welcome. What did you want to talk about?
Oh no, I've just been listening to you all discuss these various topics, and it always amazes me.
Sure.
Just
What is your opinion about Japornimation?
I don't watch. I don't get it. I'm a 56-year-old who missed that boat, right?
I'm a 55-year-old man, and I love this stuff.
Really?
it's the tentacles that you enjoy, right?
Not even a little bit. No. I stay away from tentacles and lolly. Everything else, I'm down for.
Well, I'm 55 and I'm still on Dragon Ball Z.
Oh my God.
Oh, what?
There's a
I'm
lot of
sure
that
there's a
stuff in there,
section
a
in
lot
there
of
for
parody
that.
stuff. I'm just
I
saying.
was about to say there's probably a section for that.
Come on, it's rule 34, man. Rule 34.
Oh man, you guys always make me laugh. I'm like, I have tears. I'm laughing so hard.
No, rule 34. Basically, any concept you can come up with, they've already got
Hmm.
Probably.
Like the Simpsons predicted the bed bugs in France.
it. The bed
Did
bugs
y'all
in
see that one?
France, Donald Trump's running for and winning the presidency, the escalator and everything. It's
Yep.
in the freaking show.
Yep.
I swear, we need
The
to
one
check.
cent
They
cheeseburger
need to
from
do a back
Wendy's.
check. They need to do a background check on Matt Groening. He's the
Hold
guy
on,
who
but
created
don't forget,
Simpsons.
don't
I'm
At
pretty
some
sure
point,
he's actually a time traveler.
I just wonder if they're messing with us. Like if this is all just pre-programmed stuff all the way, and this is their
well.
little like Taylor Swift
Do you
leaving Easter eggs. Like, are they just messing with us at this point?
They're like, they
Hold on.
still haven't
speaking of
I
figured
want
it
to
out.
talk
speaking
They've
of
to.
been
I want
speaking
to
of
putting it
talk
Taylor
in
to
Swift,
Jimmy in
cartoons
the
for
comments.
years.
Oh, he's
I
gone.
want to ask a question.
I got
I
rid
want
of
to ask
that
a question
son.
about Taylor Swift.
34
Speaking of Taylor Swift,
followers.
do you think it was
34
clones
followers.
in
Not
that
worth it.
video? That commercial that Taylor Swift had was like 20 of her, like on the elevator and in the store. Do you think it was clones?
No, I don't believe in the clone thing.
Hey,
I'm
what's
just
going on?
joking. I'm just
It's.
joking.
Although, if
I don't
anyone
think
needs
that would
to
have
know
been cost
something, it's
effective.
probably Taylor Swift.
Mm.
She gets a
Yo,
lot
Duck.
done.
What's up, Keith? How you doing, man?
I
Feeling
read a
good, Duck.
story. I read a story that because of what Taylor Swift said in only three of her concerts, that voter registration in those jurisdictions went up by 50 to
Loaded.
60,000 people registered
It
to
Oh
did.
vote
wow.
after seeing a Taylor Swift concert.
Yep.
Yep,
Oh,
it's absolutely
the
true.
Taylor Swift tour that's ongoing right now. is actually responsible for at least 18% of our recovery in our economy right now.
Hey,
Oh
You know,
hey,
Well,
I
I
was
would
Doc.
say,
thinking about that
but her
too.
and Beyonce both though, because Beyonce's tour is actually more successful than Taylor's.
yeah.
It's
But
just they're not talking about it.
Taylor Swift gave
It's Beyonce.
$100,000 bonuses to her truckers. So I was like,
Oh
holy
wow.
crap.
Shit, how do
Hey,
I
can
get
anybody
down?
help me get a
Reaganomics
Can
actually
anybody help me get a
worked.
truck license?
Did you say her
I
truckers?
got a truck license.
Yeah,
Somebody
her
help me get
truckers.
on.
Yeah,
Shit.
I want to be
for the
I want to be a
first
Taylor
time
Swift trucker.
for the first time in history, Reaganomics actually worked, and it was by a liberal woman, where she actually
Oh
did
yeah,
trickle down.
a
It
liberal
was
woman
nobody but
feminist.
Women
Craig.
A
can't do
liberal
that
woman
stuff.
feminist.
Yep, and she was
Oh
the first
yeah,
one
I'm
to
gonna tell you right
successfully
now.
do
If
trickle
we
down
find out
economics.
that she's secretly bi, it's gonna make their heads explode.
Don't forget
Wow.
she's Gen Z. Don't forget she's
Sexuality
Gen Z.
matters in
Hold on,
economics.
let me mute
You
my phone.
know,
Let me mute my
we
Fucking
finally got some
moron.
evidence, right? We finally got a little bit of evidence. So you heard the conversation, right? I know it's a rumor right now, but I've heard the actual conversation and I've seen the fucking transcripts of the conversation. Somebody recorded that motherfucker telling people where fucking United States submarines are. They got his ass. They
Oh
got
yeah, that
his
was the one
ass
with the
actually
yeah.
Yeah.
divulging
That was the one with
United
the
States secrets.
Australian. Yeah, that's the one with
MAGA.
the Australian businessman.
MAGA.
That is the
Got
one
his
But
with the
they don't
Australian.
motherfucking
care.
ass.
MAGA.
Got him.
They don't. I mean, I'm going to be really honest. They do
Did you
not
come up here
MAGA.
care.
just to say MAGA?
I think
Is
NA
that all you
wants
have to
to
say,
give.
Na?
I think NA is trying to tell us something, guys.
What
I
Yeah,
is it,
think that
buddy?
might be a
What
little
is
What do
it?
you want to
something
tell
there.
us?
Is Timmy
Come
stuck in
on,
the well?
please. Is Timmy stuck in
Yeah,
the
is
well?
Timmy stuck in the well, NA?
How's your dementia Democratic president doing?
Oh, he is,
How's
Billy?
your
It
Is it,
doesn't
traitorous ass
exist.
How's
dog
your
of
did
a
he make
fucking
it over
dementia
president
well?
doing?
Democratic
He passed his
president
jobs. He's
doing?
doing pretty
Does he,
good.
is he
That's
How's
the
your
still
traitor
wearing
traitorous
a
act.
fucking
diaper?
dog?
Is he still wearing a
He's
Okay,
doing
hold
diaper?
great.
on,
How about
you
Respectfully,
guys.
guys, I
well?
want
He's
to
I
hear
just
actually
want
T
to
eat
ask
bald.
this guy.
NA.
Well,
He's
okay.
NA.
Hey,
slim
So
one at a
he
compared
time,
to
one
Hold
at a
has.
on.
time,
Can
one
I
at
you.
a
ask a
time, one
question?
at a time.
Hey
Is he
Can I
guys,
ask
let
a
me
slim
Can I
know.
get that
compared
question?
fist
to
dude right
his
quick,
feet?
man?
Can I
Can,
ask a question?
sure. Hmm.
So, NA, since you said, how's your president doing?
He's
Obviously,
running.
you're not an American citizen because if you're an American citizen, then the president
You're
of
a
the United
communist, is
States
what you are.
includes you.
And this
None of
whole
us are
group is a
advocating
bunch
for
of
the government to
communists.
have
So, are
control of means
you?
of production.
So if
You're a
you
I'm
do
a
not
communist.
socialist,
consider the
thank you.
president of the United States your president, then you're obviously not an American. Why are you so invested in our politics?
You're a communist, is what you are.
No one
I
here
thought you
is
No,
said
I'm
that
not
advocating for
I
military.
thought
Wait
you
a
them.
said
minute.
it
No,
was
Wait a minute.
no,
Biden.
no, no.
NA,
It's
you
okay,
don't
you
know what
guys.
that
I
word
don't mind.
means.
I
It's
NA,
I
you
was
don't
okay,
know
about
what
to
guys.
that
I
ask
word.
don't
that,
No one
mind.
Doc.
here.
True.
NA,
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 you don't know what that
True.
word
actually,
means.
hold
True.
on, you guys, I
You're
got it.
a communist.
NA, it's okay. Actually, I'm a socialist as I live on a United States military base and I have lived in the military
Good
world
for
for over
you.
40
Good for
years, which
you.
is the only socialist
Yeah,
society that this
you're
nation
purporting to
has.
lie
So
that
either
you're part of
so either
military.
if you have an
Nonsense.
issue with socialism,
Stick
then
that
you're
up your ass.
anti-American and you're also anti-military. So is there a
Yeah, yeah,
reason
yeah.
that you, a
The
foreigner,
military is
are so
socialist
invested in who sits in our White
communist
So,
you
House
are.
when you
You
obviously don't
fucking
vote here?
moron.
Hey,
so
folks,
there are a few people
if
who
you guys
serve.
want to get rid of NA, if you guys want to get rid of NA,
No,
all
I
Yeah,
right,
like
Now,
yeah.
him.
vote
I'm
Get
gonna
rid
vote
of
by
open
me.
the box.
sending
Get rid of me.
vote
I'm
Get
gonna
vote
rid of
by
this
open the
Doc,
box.
sending
I'm gonna
fantasy.
money
open the box.
to
That
I'm gonna
any of the
socialist
Cash App
run
or
military, you
PayPal.
fucking
Hey,
Hey,
moron.
hey,
Doc,
Go
Daniel,
there's a
I'm
ahead.
gonna
few
open.
people in the military here.
Give him
Daniel,
the floor for
Daniel,
like
I'm gonna
2
open the
minutes.
box up. So I'm gonna head out, and I want to wish everybody a great day.
Oh,
Oh,
So
he
he's
You as
ran.
well, my
going.
friend.
Oh,
Hey,
he ran.
Damn.
Oh,
Oh, he
Well,
ran.
we're
Damn.
gonna
Hey,
Damn.
hey,
miss you.
you know what's
so
We're
really
gonna.
funny is
I'm gonna
since
open the
joining
box.
Oh, the fucking
TikTok,
I
trophy.
want to hear you
We
guys
got
on the phone,
another.
right?
Who's
see,
that?
I like
Which one?
Nutty Professor. Let him embarrass himself. Yes, we should
what
have.
up,
Nah,
dude? How you
nah,
doing?
dude. What's up, nah, dude? The last one, that's great.
Hey,
So
What's
what's
up,
up?
man?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Doo-doo.
So what's
What
up?
would
What
you
do you
like
want
to
to talk
talk
about?
about?
So the last comment that was made about being a socialist.
Mhm.
Uh, so if you're not a socialist or you don't believe in the socialist idea, you're not American.
That is not what she
No, no,
said.
no, 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 no,
No,
no,
That
no.
is
I'm
The
not what she
sure.
United
said.
States military. is a whole socialist program, right? It's a wholesale from start to finish, and it's kind of a meritocracy with a socialist swing to it, right? So it's a meritocracy, but everything, the way we run everything is a socialist program, right? The education programs, the medical programs, all of that shit is socialist in our United States military, right?
Housing,
And
everything.
yeah, all of it, every single bit of it, right? Nothing is
So
run the
if
same way
you
as it is out
oppose
here.
So if you
Dang, Tanya.
oppose that form of society while you're talking about something specific to the United States, then I would assume you don't support our military. Because if you oppose the way our military functions at its core, then either you have absolutely no frame of reference for the way our armed forces work, or you have been taught buzzwords through propaganda.
That guy, you do okay. So Do, like really simple.
No, I get
So
it. Banks
now
explained it.
that you understand that you misheard what was said, and that it's been explained, and I do realize I do want to make sure that are you really trying to co-sign on the craziness that guy was saying?
Oh God, no, not at all. Yeah, I just
But,
want to
but to
clear.
I was
answer
trying to
your
help you
question,
out. That's
though,
all
I
I'm
mean,
trying to do.
even
Because I,
from a Oh, I'm sorry, Daniel. I interrupted you. I apologize.
that's all good.
I was just going to say that even outside of the military, the United States has many aspects of our society that function socialistically, such as our interstates, such as our first responders, such as our education system, such as our social safety nets, like Social Security. Like we have many socialistic aspects to American society. The only way to eliminate socialism in its entirety would be to eliminate taxes altogether and eliminate our government. And
Yeah,
that's not actually, and that would actually not be democracy. That would be called anarchy.
yeah. Because
Right,
Do, really in a
right.
really simple
Or
way, every
communism.
single year when we do our budget, whenever the U.S. does its budget, all right, there's discretionary and non-discretionary spending. The things that you can touch, either eliminate or actually downsize, and the things that no one will let you touch because they're so popular and effective. The non-discretionary spending portions, the parts that you can't touch, every single one of them is a socialist program.
Hey, Doc. Hey, I just came to let you know, man. You got to download that shit because obviously, I'm a conservative, but for the time being, I am not going to align with any of my conservative compatriots, and until we get our shit together and we start looking for the decency and preservation of the United States again, I'm gonna be wholesale at war with this shit. So get that shit right, so we can finally get this MAGA shit the fuck out our heads, man. Play it. So when somebody says that bullshit, right? When they start saying that Trump did this, listen, play that shit where he actually divulged it, because the only thing that keeps us safe is the fact that nobody knows where those subs are. When they're international waters, they're fine. Once they get close to a country and they're not in international waters, if somebody sinks them, it's over, right? We can't do anything about it. We can't say shit about it. We can't even say that they were there. So all we got to do, man, like play that shit for them and make sure that they know that this motherfucker's an actual turncoat to the United States, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly. I can't understand how anybody votes for him or sides with him, knowing that he's been a traitor to our country.
he's
Well, the
fucked
problem
us
is that
over and
he's
over and
been
over
that
again.
way. Is that the problem is that he has openly been against our military, against our intelligence community from day one. I mean, he has never. I mean, sure, he'll say that he supports, but when it comes to action, it's different. And even then, he slips up on his words and he lets his true feelings slip out because he can't fucking control himself. You know, just
I'm a
like when he
sucker.
mocked the Gold Star family, okay, and, was going after them because they were an immigrant family. When he said that our prisoners of war were losers, when he said that
Losers
people
and
Yeah,
who
suckers.
enlisted in our military were losers, when he sided
Losers and
Tanya.
suckers.
against our intelligence professionals and with Russia, when he said that he believed Putin over our military intelligence, when he
Yep.
mocked, when he literally went up and offered 3 white Gold Star widows condolences and then walked directly up to the black Gold Star widow and told her husband knew what he signed up for. Like
What the fuck?
when he literally defended Russia when asked about Russia paying terrorist organizations bounties on American lives in Afghanistan and attempting to seek American troops to collect those bounties, and Trump defended Russia. So at no point has this man ever, from a national security standpoint, stood with our patriots. He has stood in opposition to everyone who defends our basic freedoms. Every single time. He has never stood with our military and our intelligence apparatus. Not once. I mean,
Amen.
do you guys remember when he stood in front of the Star Wall at Langley? Each of those stars is a life, is a patriot who, even in death, must remain anonymous, because what they did was so sensitive to keep us and our secrets and our allies safe. And he stood in front of that wall and bragged about how rich he was. He has never, ever, ever supported our military. And if you support Trump, you do
Give
not
a
support
fuck
our
about
troops.
us. He don't give a fuck about his citizens either. Like this dude
I
has never given a fuck about us, man. And listen, man, just
Never.
download it and play this shit for him, man. Because people are gonna say they're gonna say all kind of stupid ass shit. They're gonna say it's misinformation, and even if they hear it themselves, they're probably gonna say it's some fucking deep fake shit, even though the dude actually said that he said it, right? And so
Hey,
this is
can we
confirmed.
get rid of the
Well, the
racist big
country will
smoker in the
never land
comments?
with
Can we get rid of the
Trump
racist big smoker in the
instead
who
of
is the
comments?
America.
person? Okay,
Big
Donald,
smoker, can
please
we
give
get rid
us
of
a
the
second.
racist?
You talking
Racist,
about
racist, racist,
Bushmaster?
racist.
Please,
No, I'm
Donald,
I'm going
talking
to
about
let
big
please
Donald
smoker.
stop.
Trump
We're
win
not
the
talking about you,
election.
Donald. Be for a second. Just give us a second. Are you
Sorry.
who are you referring to? Oh, Big
Big
Smoker.
smoker.
All right.
What he say?
Does he smoke?
You had to, if you read his bio is a racist dog whistle, and he's in the
Yeah.
comments mocking people, and he's been mocking people, except he's using coded language to do it.
Yes.
Yes.
He
So
thinks he's
Donald
slick.
Harris. So real fast, Donald Harris, welcome.
Yes.
You're new here. Appreciate you being here.
Yep.
All right. Now we're gonna give you about maybe 30 seconds to a minute, depending if you need more time. Tell us what why you're
All I
here,
want
what
to
you want to
say
talk
is
about, what's going on.
Hamas killed them children over in Israel, and Israel's going to make them pay for that.
Okay.
The fuck's that got to do with this country?
I thought y'all
What's
was
that got to
talking
do with
about
this
this.
topic?
Oh, well, my bad. I joined the
Is
wrong
that the topic
conversation.
at hand? Are you trying to change the topic? Is that what you want to do right
Well,
now?
no, I wasn't changing the topic. I misunderstood. You know. Anyway, you
Okay.
guys have a nice day. All y'all be
Okay.
safe. God bless.
Okay.
Mhm.
That was different.
Oh, good news. Bushmaster 11 Bravo wants to come up.
I'll just say one thing and then I'll get off so you can let whoever you want in. Um, Almost everything you guys have said has been spot on, and yet it baffles me that 66% of the Republican Party still support this guy.
Fucking crazy.
It just
I
baffles
mentioned this
me.
earlier. I mentioned this earlier as to why, and it was very clear. It was a very clear reason. There was a guy up here who was talking about. I asked him if he was married, and he said no. I'm not anymore. And he said, when you were married, remember how people had that whole thing about people being equally yoked when you're kind of religious and everything like that. And the thing is that equally yoked thing can sometimes it can mean that you guys are into
Really?
the same things, but things could also be offended or not like the same things, right? You know, as in you hate the same people, that sort of stuff. And that's the reason why. That's the reason why.
Guys, well, thank you for letting me up here. I hope you guys have a good afternoon.
You too, my
All
friend.
right.
You
You
too,
All right,
too.
Vince.
bye,
So,
guys.
Nutty
Have
Professor,
a good day.
welcome. All right, we will
What's
not
happening, brother?
we will not attack you for actually liking the Detroit Lions.
You know what,
No,
Daniel?
no, you will not
That's
attack
our
us for liking the
that's
Detroit
our
line. You
that's
will
already
not.
in
Daniel,
your own pain. That's on you guys.
Daniel,
That's already.
I
And
will come to
welcome Bushmaster. Welcome.
Daniel. I will come through this phone. Thanks. So I just quickly want to
Hey,
say
Hey
this,
man,
and
I
then I'm going to go
respect
on
it. All
mute.
right, I love my Giants. They break my heart
hey,
every
man, we
year. I
about
get
to
it.
we about to run through the NFL, man. Detroit about to
We are,
run through this
but Keith,
motherfucker this year.
Keith, Keith,
You
Keith.
gonna do another 0-16?
I need everybody to listen up to me for a second.
You shut
I
up.
want to, I
You
want to
shut
go,
up.
I want to go
You
all
shut
in
up.
on Keith. I want to go all in on Keith. I need Keith, and I need
Like you
everybody to
do
hold
every
him
fucking
accountable.
time.
I
like
need
you
him
do
to
every
stop
time?
saying, Pete, stop. I need him to
Like
stop
like
saying that
you
he's a
say
fucking
every
conservative.
time.
You are not a conservative.
I
Stop
am
it.
a conservative.
You are not.
Like
The devil is a
just
lie.
because all my listen,
The
listen,
devil is
I
a
just
lie.
happen to be a decent human being, man.
No, no,
Like
there's no
I
such
have my
thing.
conservative
There is
ideas.
no such thing as a decent conservative. The devil is a lie. So I'm gonna hold you accountable to that. I'm gonna hold you accountable. You're gatekeeping for a club that you're never gonna be allowed into, primarily because of your skin
Hey,
color.
I don't
hey,
want to talk
hey,
to you no more,
hey!
man.
I
I
just
don't
want to,
want
I
to
just
talk to
want
you
to
no
tell
more.
both of y'all. I just want to tell both of y'all. Y'all do remember that 2008 season, right?
I do.
You
You
know
know
what,
what?
Daniel?
See,
I do.
hey
I
Daniel,
Keith,
watched.
hey
I watched
Keith,
the
Daniel.
catch. I watched the
hey,
catch. Right now,
hey Keith.
no one thought that y'all would do it, but you ended up
No,
pulling
no,
it the
no, no.
fuck
I'm
off.
talking about that
And that
2008
O,
Detroit Lions season
that
when
But
y'all
but
lost
but
that
you
O
every
but
has
I
all
just
to,
want to say
16
this.
regular season
I
that
just want to
O
say
games.
is
this.
That
I
16.
was
just want to say this.
2007, man, and that was the team that I got cut from. Right,
I
that
just
was the
want to
team
say
that I got
this.
cut from.
Why
We
weren't
we
you out there?
we are in 2023. Thank you very much.
That
Time
was
bringeth
15
about a
years ago,
change,
Daniel.
and the time has brought about the change. We're gonna run through this
Yo,
bitch called the NFL.
Yeah, and
Damn
Daniel,
how
right.
do you
Daniel, let
Antoine,
me
you
believe
are
correct one
you
thing.
are
every
a
game,
Daniel,
joy.
every
Daniel, let me
game,
correct
Antoine, you
one
are a
thing.
joy.
every game?
Daniel, let me correct one
So
thing. It's when you address my Detroit Lions, it's the 4-1 Detroit Lions as of this
And it
week.
shall be every
Keith,
time.
It reminds
Okay,
me
Ooh,
like
snooty.
just
it reminds me
get
of
it
the
right.
Cowboys.
And,
You're the one
and
who
didn't
likes
we
the
put
facts,
this?
Daniel.
Yo,
You
man,
like the
I'm
stats.
just talking smack, man. I'm a
Didn't we
Giants
put the
fan,
smackdown
okay?
on the Super Bowl
I'm a
champions too?
Giants fan. We're either great
We
or
did
we
put the smackdown on
absolutely
the Super Bowl
suck.
champions, right?
Hold
I
on.
Right,
believe
right,
we
Daniel.
did.
I know
I
it's
believe
I
we
know
did.
it's
You said
a
what?
little
I think we did. I think we
bro.
did. We put the
We did
smackdown
what?
on the Super Bowl champions this year, the very first game without our number one receiver, and now we got
And
him back.
I might add, I might
This
add.
shit's all rigged anyway,
Wait,
Keith. What you talking
that,
about?
Dude.
hold on. I might
Okay,
add
you know
that
what?
is
I want
not
to have a
as
conversation with you on Saturday night. We'll talk about
that
this on Saturday night and tell me how
that
you
is
feel.
not fake news because I was at the game. I saw it with my
I
own
didn't say it was
eyes.
fake
The
news.
thing
I
is
didn't say it was
rigged.
fake news. What I'm saying is, let's have this conversation Saturday night and see how it feels. I mean,
We
Sunday night.
got it.
See how it
We
feels.
will. We will. I'm gonna talk
I want
big
to know.
shit
I want
too.
to see how that game go.
Hey Keith, I got a question for you.
Talk to me, brother.
How do you feel about this whole Hamas thing right now? With what was
Now,
just released? What was just released by Hamas?
but
Why
Hamas
do
is an
It was tragic.
organization that, yeah, but it's an organization, man, that was on our list, right? They would normally
Yeah.
be people that we, as the United States military, would would find and neutralize, right? So I won't be
Yes.
siding with Hamas no matter what fucking ideals they seem that they think they have.
Yeah.
I'm not
Hamas
going to
is a
side
target
with
of
Israel,
opportunity.
but yeah, I think
You're
that they
miss.
just
I don't think you
talk to
have
me,
the
brother.
con. I was going to say I don't think you have the context of the reason I asked that
Talk to me.
question.
Talk to
Let
me.
me give you the
Go ahead, brother.
context. So, in the attack, 14 Americans were unalive. 20 that they can account
You
for
know.
are missing. And
Hmm.
Hamas just announced on live television, I guess, that they're going to start unaliving prisoners that they took from uh, Israel. So I don't know if they've got the
Then we need
20
to
Americans.
hunt and
Yeah.
destroy.
Yeah.
So
Hamas
Hunt
is
and
the
I'm
number one
destroy.
just gonna
target of
ask.
opportunity.
I don't know if you guys have ever. I don't know if you guys have ever read the Hamas charter. Okay,
Well, they've
but
changed it multiple times.
Hamas is based out of Iran. All right, and if you ever go and you read their charter, I posted a video. I think it was yesterday, where there was someone who read, who grew up in Iran, and actually read some of the Hamas charter. But in the Hamas charter, it actually said it literally says that they are opposed to all forms of peace, that Israel must be exterminated, that any sort of peace with Israel is against Islam, and that their guiding principle is to exterminate every American and every Jew alive. That is Hamas's charter.
Well, they've changed the charters in the last couple of years. I believe it was in 2021.
Well,
And
yeah, they
that's correct.
changed that. And for me, I'm just like,
But that was the original charter
changing a
in
charter
87.
once you gain political power doesn't mean that you've changed your mind.
No, no, I'm saying is that well, I don't
So
think they've changed their mind. I
they
don't think
want to
they've
be a
changed their
kinder,
mind.
gentler Hamas,
I'm just saying that they're, hell no. Hell no. First off, I spent
a
my
kinder,
entire
gentler
military
Hamas.
career knowing that if you're a Hamas member, I can basically treat you like John Wick, basically after you fucked up that damn Italian dude. All right?
Yeah.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
I don't disagree with Kristen because I've also been hearing that rhetoric from their quote unquote protest or whatever, even here
We
in
need to
major
neutralize
cities
them.
in our
I tell you what
country.
I want to know. I tell you what I want to know is I want to know how all of the conservatives who say that they support Israel can now, in the aftermath of this attack,
Now they support
explain
Hamas.
to all of the Jewish Americans and Jewish people in Israel why for years they decided to support people who talked about conspiracies surrounding Jewish space lasers. Like, how do you support the Jewish community while also saying that they're targeting us from space with lasers?
Yeah,
Like,
the
those two things
hypocrisy
are
is the
not
thing that I call
congruent.
out. Yeah, my
That
thing is
lady
this.
is
I I can
batshit
have an
crazy.
issue. I can have an issue with Hamas and also recognize that the hypocrisy from the religious right and the conservative groups here in the United States are just like incongruous. They,
More
incongruent.
than
They
one
don't make
thing
any
can be true.
sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
Hey,
can be
Daniel,
true
you know.
at the
can I
same time.
say this because I gotta hop down. First of all, thanks for letting me up. If you
No
guys
I
problem.
see in
love
the
you, man.
comments, a dark nutty professor, that's my backup to my backup. Because TikTok is just TikTok. That's
I saw it.
TikTok be
Okay.
TikToking. So
He was
Yeah.
y'all
talking
add
shit to me
I'm
earlier.
so
dark.
sorry. I tagged you by accident. I'm so sorry. That was not meant
Yeah,
for you.
y'all add dark nutty professor. All right. But I also want to say this.
You know what? I'm
I,
sorry,
I
but that username sounds dirty when you say it like that.
No,
oh okay. Well, you know what? Hey, that's why it's dark. So, anyways,
That sounds like
anyway, I,
something if
I
I had
want
a little Kavasi at me might be the thing I would scream during my O face.
Daniel,
I'm just
stop. Let
saying.
me get my thoughts out. I do
You're
want to say
distracting
this.
the man.
I hate war, no matter who it's with. I'm pro-Israel. I'm pro-Palestinians. I'm pro-humanity. I think as a nation, we have to stop being solely blind on supporting the Israeli government. I'm all
yeah,
about
fuck that.
supporting
Agreed.
Israel people, the Israeli people, just like I support the Russian people. However, I hate the Russian government. And I believe this is my personal opinion. I believe that Hamas got all of their shit that they got. I believe they got it from Putin. Because if y'all understand anything about Hamas, Russia, just like we've done in the past with finding people like Saddam Hussein, Russia founded Hamas and supported Hamas. All right? And I think
Yes.
Putin is behind this attack on
We know he
Israel to
is.
get some of the
It's
heat
obvious
off
that
of
he
him
is.
with Ukraine.
It's obvious that he
And
is. And the thing is, you
let's
can't
also
say that
remember that
Biden is
Trump
responsible for
provided.
diddly squat because if there's money that was released, that was their own money. Well, if there's money that was released, but it's sitting in a Qatari bank account and hasn't been accessed, you can't say that it funded diddly squat.
And they haven't spent
Well,
any.
and let's also remember that it was Israeli intelligence that Trump tweeted, and it was Israeli intelligence that Trump provided in the Oval Office to the Russian foreign minister, and it was Israeli intelligence that Trump shared directly with Putin in Helsinki. So
You
we know
fucking
that
Yes.
me.
Trump 3 times provided Israeli intelligence to the Russians. Russia
Yeah.
and Iran are allies, and Iran supports terrorist organizations around the
Yeah.
world,
Always
specifically
have.
Hamas, to target Israel. So
You always have.
we can look at the Palestinian people, we can look at Hamas, we can look at Putin, we can look at Trump, and we can see that there is a line connecting those things.
Yeah.
The average Palestinian person merely wants to just go about their daily life. They want to
Daily life.
live they want to live in their homes, and
And if they live
they're not
outside
out
the
there
Gaza
doing
Strip,
this.
and if they live outside the Gaza Strip within Israel, they are essentially living in an apartheid state, and that's something that should be addressed. And that isn't anti-Israel. That isn't anti-Israeli. That is simply
Correct.
a simple act of empathy.
And I
Well, the
think
But
it's
other Jews.
disgusting.
the
I think it's
idea,
disgusting. I
my issue is that when people look at what is happening to
Mhm,
Israeli civilians, Israeli
mhm,
children, Israeli
mhm.
women, Israeli elderly people, and when people look at them and they say, "Oh, but what about Palestine?" It's like, okay, why do you not want to talk about this? And then when they say, well, Israel has stolen Palestine from the Palestinians, and it's like, okay, let's look at this. How can Israel steal its indigenous land? How can Jewish people who are indigenous to Israel steal their homeland? How can they do that? Like, this is what I'm
Well, I
saying.
think it's disgusting. I think
There's
it's disgusting
historical
to cut
nuance.
off
There is
You
historical
have to be
electricity,
willing
nuance to
to
water.
this.
I
understand
think
that
that's
there are
disgusting.
also that the Palestinians are
I don't
also
think there's
indigenous
any.
to this place. That
Yeah, I
they
No,
have
don't
the
I'm
think
right
not
there's
to
any.
be
disagreeing with
there.
that at
They're
all.
not
The
I'm not
way
indigenous.
that
They
disagreeing
they're
with that
lived
at
the
all.
way
there.
that
They
they're
were
being
there
I'm
before
saying that
treated
the
Israel was
is
founded in
Palestinian
the way
cause,
that
1948.
the way that the
I'm not
Palestinians are
disagreeing
being
with that.
treated is inhumane. If
I'm not
you
I
disagreeing
agree.
treat
with
It's
that at
Jews
all.
and
I'm
inhumane.
people
saying
in
that
this manner, there is a price.
no, no,
I do not. I am not
I'm not
saying that the
disagreeing with
violence is
that.
okay. Okay, but okay, so
I'm not
if we
disagreeing with
want the
that. What
violence,
I'm saying
if
is
we
that
want
people
the
who are
violence for
anti-Semitic
Israel
are
to stop,
using.
then we have, if we want the violence for Israel to stop, then we have to address the apartheid. And until then, it will never go away. So it's not
But that's what I'm.
anti-Semitic to
But what
say
I'm trying to
that there
say,
are,
DACA,
it's not anti-Semitic to say that there are, let me
I'm
finish.
not saying that. What
It's
I'm
not,
saying is that people who are inherently
I would
anti-Semitic
just like to be able to
are
finish a
using the
sentence
cause
at
of
one
the
point
You
in
can
this
go
Palestinian
life,
afterwards,
people.
please.
DACA. You can go after DACA.
Sorry, what I was trying to say was
People
that
keep
people
telling me
who
I
are.
can go afterwards, and then somebody else interrupts, and then
No
I
one
do
will.
not get to finish. I would
No
like
one
to
will.
finish.
I'll end the live if DACA doesn't get to go next.
Sorry, what I meant to say, I apologize for not stating it clearly, is that people who are already inherently anti Semitic are using the plight of the Palestinian people to justify violence against Israeli people. I believe that the Palestinian plight absolutely needs to be addressed completely. I fully agree with that. And I know many, many, many Jewish people who say the exact same thing, both here and in Israel and around the world. But the problem is that many people right now who are talking about this are blaming Jewish people for what is happening to Jewish people, and they're using the Palestinians as a justification for that. But these are people who already have inherent anti-Semitism in them. I am not saying that that is what you are doing at all. I apologize that it did not say it more clearly.
I'm
Now
gone, Doc.
DACA.
I love you,
Now
man.
DACA.
Hey,
Now DACA. Go ahead,
I'm
man.
gone. Peace, man.
All right, Keith. Take care, man.
Okay, it's clear that what's happened to the Palestinian people at this point, from the body count as of this point, over 1,000 just from this conflict alone. Okay? Over 50% of those people in that zone are children. We are not talking about Hamas. We are talking about children that are being fucking bombed. They're being hit with white phosphorus. It's not okay. I am okay with funding Israel. I think we should protect them. But I think we should demand that the IDF stop the genocide that they are committing against the Palestinian people. Full fucking stop.
There you go. Now, Itchy. What's up, man? I saw your comment where you said that those people don't have any
What's
ties to
going
that
on, Doc?
land.
Yeah, how you doing, Doc? You say what, boss?
I saw that in your comment. You were saying that those. Am I correct in reading? You said that you believe that those
Yeah,
people
they
don't
have
have
zero
any
ties. They
connection
have
to those.
zero. Yeah, they have zero ties to that land.
How?
Those people were put. Those people were put there by the British Empire. They were put there and kept there by the U.S. Empire. At the end of the day, these people, and God bless their dead. I don't want anything to happen bad to anybody. But the fact is, these are European people that have been force put into the Middle East, which is Africa. We're not even gonna get into all that.
You're saying that the Palestinians are European?
No. I'm talking about the people that have colonized the Palestinian land.
Well,
I'm
yeah.
not yeah.
Oh, okay,
Um
okay. So I have it back. I had it backwards. That's why I was asking for clarification. I was asking a question.
yeah,
Well, that's
yeah.
true. But at some point, we
And,
have to recognize that there has to be some sort of resolution. This has
but
gotten
see at
so
the
out of hand.
you know what I hate? I hate, and it's the same thing that happens in America. It's the same thing that happens I could probably say in South Africa. We're telling people who have been forcefully moved time and time again, not once, not twice, not three, not four, not five times, but constantly. That they have to make life easy for the people who are doing this to them. Same thing we tell people in America, same thing we told the people in Africa. I don't see anything that you do wrong to gain your freedom. Because at the end of the day, when Palestine was created in 46, when Israel had got their land in 46, it was maybe what, a tenth of Palestine. But since 46 till today, now Palestine is a tenth of what Israel is. So at the end of the day, you have to think about all the atrocities that were committed against these people to get them forced into a small area of land like this. You have to think about all the innocent lives that were taken. You have to think about all the land, all the homes that were taken. You have to think about everything that was taken from these people to get them to the point where they are now. And these are facts. That's like me coming in your house, Daniel, and sticking you in your bathroom, controlling your electricity, controlling your water, controlling how you eat, controlling how you move in a bathroom that I stuck you in a house you paid for.
Yeah.
I
One
completely
second. One
agree with
second.
you.
Okay, but
We
I'm
have
sorry,
somebody. We
but
have some.
that's
Before we move on. Before we move on, we have somebody in the comments. All right. Was it ain't gonna cap? All right. Get in the box. You've been invited several times. For some reason, you're not. You have 30 seconds. Now continue, please. Just want to
so
make sure I
Itchy.
address
I was
that.
just so only 20% are actually Jewish people of European descent. So, I'm sorry, I take that back. That's incorrect.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
So
please
it's
take that back. But go
no, no,
ahead.
no. It's 30%. It's 30%. 50% of Jews in Israel are indigenous to Israel. And those who moved to Israel following the end of the World War moved there because they were not welcome in Europe, and Europeans kicked them out and sent them back to Israel, saying that that was their ancestral homeland. So, this is all going back to, we can look at even the borders of what Palestine was in 1917. Those borders were drawn up by the British. And then in 1948, when those borders were redrawn, it was done at the behest of the British. So we can look at
That's
it
my
and say
point
that
exactly.
a lot of this,
All of it's
Yeah,
imperialism. All of it.
oh
That's
yeah,
my point exactly.
but we also have to acknowledge the fact that Judea, which predates Israel, has been in existence for the better part or for over 6,000 years,
but
And
and
we
is
also,
and
I
and
Jewish.
if that's the case, we also have to admit that the people that are there now have zero ties to the land.
But that's not true. That's
They're
what
not,
I'm saying
they're
is they're
not those
How?
people.
indigenous. They're
Okay,
They're
indigenous.
they're
not those
indigenous.
people.
Okay, itchy. If they're indigenous to the land, and Israel was founded well within living memory, how could the people that are there not have ties to the land? That'd be like trying
Re-explain
to.
that to me.
That'd be like trying to
Re-explain
claim
that to
that.
me.
That would be like trying to claim that someone who's of Iroquois descent doesn't have ties to upstate New York.
I think what he's
The people
saying,
who run, go ahead.
I
Maybe
think
you
what
can
he's saying,
explain it
and
better.
correct me if I'm wrong, but the fact that those people that are there now that are suffering from what's happening, it did not. These are not political leaders that are doing. That's what about the civilians? What about the people that are there that were forced into these areas that don't have a choice? And yes, their water is being controlled. They're, if they run out, they run out. But whereas Israelis have their water whenever they want it. But the people that are there didn't make a choice you know, to engage in war. The civilians didn't. So I think what he was saying is like, we gotta at some point admit that the way that the Palestinians have been moved into a small area, like what he said with the bathroom, they don't have a choice in this. And so how can we say we only care about civilians on the Israeli side as opposed to civilians on the Palestinian side that didn't do anything wrong?
That's not what I was taking from that at
I
all.
think
And if that's
Americans
how I
have
was
raised
coming
hell
across,
from.
that's not
I
what I
think
meant.
No, I was talking about him. He was saying they
Oh,
forced
okay,
him into
sorry.
a bathroom and then said you have to stay here,
That's what
and then
I'm
controlled all
saying.
your
That's
stuff
what
around
I'm
you.
saying. I am also saying that the people who are there that are running the country, the big Netanyahu, and the people who are running the country, the people that are making the decisions, most of those people have zero ties to that land. Most of those
Right.
people have been brought in and were placed there from Germany, Russia, Ukraine, Poland, and places like that. Those people have zero ties to that land. So again, I'm going to say that it's imperialism. And right now, the world is waking up to imperialism.
Okay.
All of
Okay.
this,
Okay. Let's try. Let's try this. Let's try this. Do you guys know? You guys know much about the Osage tribe? The Osage tribe here in the United States.
not
The
much, but go ahead.
Osage. Okay. The Osage tribe was a tribe that was relocated onto settlements, onto reservations, right? And the thing is, fast forward about 56 years, and the Osage found oil on their land, precious minerals even too, and some of them got incredibly wealthy, and then suddenly that worthless land that they were sent to basically perish, where they were
Was
even
rich
being put
land.
into native schools to basically make them less native, cut their hair, no longer actually engage in their rituals or use their language, so they would die off. Basically, the actual plan was to basically kill the Indian and keep the man. That was their actual
Kill
mandate.
the savage, save
When
the
yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah. When they did this, after that oil and other things were incredibly lucrative. Suddenly, now that worthless land wasn't worthless anymore, and they found ways through murder and other means in order to try and take that land away from them. So the thing that they said that they didn't, that they didn't even want, that it's like they made do, and then they basically turned it into spun it into gold. That's kind of what's going on here. Because when you move them into the Gaza Strip and you basically, now suddenly you're trying to settle the Gaza Strip, that piece of land that you didn't want them, which is that you didn't that was where they were supposed to. Fine, you can be over here, we'll be over here. They don't think now I want your shit too. This is something
Yes,
that you can understand
but
people being upset about.
that's what I'm saying. You can see. I got a map, but I'm driving
I
right
can see
now.
both sides of this. I can see both sides of
From
this.
Palestine, how big Palestine was in 1949 compared to how small the land mass is that they've given the Palestinians. That's occupation. That's imperialism. That's colonization. Plain simple, point blank, bottom line.
Right,
Yeah,
but you're
I can.
saying that Jews who were displaced following the Holocaust should get the fuck out. That's
What
what
I'm
you're
And
saying,
so
that's
they've
unfair.
so the people who were in Europe and forced to go,
have
no,
an
the people who were in
attitude,
That's
Europe
like
but
and were
that's
saying
not
me
what I'm
saying
slaughtered and
land
saying.
were
back means
forced
I
to
really want all
relocate.
Europeans to go home. That's like me
You can,
saying when I say land back, that means I want all Europeans to go home. That is asinine. That is
yeah,
not what anybody is saying. We are saying
But
that
that's what when
Palestinians
he
need
says
room
that they
too.
have no when he says that
No,
that
we
the
are
Jewish
saying
Okay,
that
people
Kristen.
in Israel have
Palestinians
no
we
ties
are
to the
saying that
land, it's the same
Palestinians need
concept.
room
And
too.
that's a
That's
problem.
what we're
saying they're
saying.
They
And
both
no,
have
no,
I'm
ties to the
definitely
land.
saying they're
That's the
Dalka.
thing.
colonizing.
I think
I'm
you're all
definitely
three
saying
saying
they're
very different
colonizing.
things.
Yeah,
You're all
I'm
saying very
definitely
different
saying that.
things.
But no, you
Okay,
never
then
heard me
I
say one
apologize for
time.
misunderstanding.
You
Okay,
never heard me say
then
one
Itchy,
time that
tell
they need
us.
to be sent anywhere.
Okay, then Itchy,
You
tell
never
us what
heard
you
me
want.
say that.
Then tell
What
us what
I'm
you think.
saying is,
One
what
at a
I'm
time,
saying is,
please.
what I'm saying is that if you're colonizing a land, which they're doing, if you're not trying to make things even, if you're not trying to implement these people into your society, then you're just being a bully. If they have no say of the land, then you're just being a bully. At this point in time, Israel is a bully. Say when their water runs, they have no say. When their electricity runs, they have no say of anything. But this is their land. And
They
yes,
can't
I'm
get
saying
married.
the people that
They
are
can't get
running,
married and
oh,
immigrate.
that's
There's no
I
Literally,
naturalization.
apologize.
you can watch them in Palestine where they're showing like all of our water is out, and we just have to wait until they decide to give us more. And that's not what's happening in the rest of the area, but these people are solely reliant on them. They are diminishing, basic necessities to these people.
They're trying to
And those
force them on
people
Egypt. They
aren't
want to force them
doing
on
anything
Egypt.
wrong. They didn't do anything wrong. So I think when we're talking about the civilians in the area,
Okay.
people are putting
Is
it
anybody
more as
willing to step
politics.
down? Is anybody willing to
They
step
can't even
down?
go to Egypt
Is
I'll
anybody
step
willing
down.
to step
because the
down? Because I
people
would
who are
like an
running
actual
into
Israel. I would
Can I
like
step down?
somebody who's actually
Cool.
part of the group
Cool.
in
I can
here.
Can I
step
step
down.
down?
I can step
I
down.
step down. I'm listening to this. I don't feel like I should
Because
be a
I'm
second.
going to invite Anna Fraggle.
But I also want to.
How do I get myself out? I really appreciate talking to you guys. Lovely conversationalists.
I just wanted to say that I would like to talk at some point as a representative. Well, I mean, Anna is American. Are you American? I can't remember. My
Yes,
point
I'm
is,
American.
I am Jewish, but I am not. I've never been to
Culturally
Israel.
Jewish, you don't practice? Is that what you mean?
That too, yeah. But
I
I
Okay.
don't
have a lot.
practice either.
I have a lot of thoughts about this.
Real
Something
question
wrong with
is,
that? I'm
why
culturally
should
Christian. I'm an atheist, though. Nothing wrong with that.
I
Eh,
think the biggest confusion is that the presence of Jews in Israel has nothing to do with religion. Because I think
right.
that's what people think that Zionism means, is that it's this religious quest to be in the land because that's where God wanted us or because that's what the Bible
No.
says. But that's
No,
not
you were pushed
why.
out of everywhere else, and everywhere was
Right.
saying no vacancies during a
But
world
the
war.
but
It
the
happened
but
two
hold
world
on a
wars
second.
in
But
order.
Daniel,
It makes
Daniel,
sense.
hold on. Daniel, hold on. Please let me talk, okay?
Sure. Go ahead. Sorry
So
about that.
sorry, I'm trying to keep my thoughts together because being in these lives is extremely nerve-wracking, which I'm sure
Yes.
I'm not the only one that feels this way, but as a Jewish person who's a leftist who is trying to put a halt to anti-Semitic rhetoric, it's really hard. It's very upsetting. So I'm doing my best to
Yeah.
keep my mind focused. But what I'm saying is that not only were we kicked out of that land, not by, so we were kicked out of that land, but was a minority of Jews who remained in that land the whole time. First, it was, I don't remember the order, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Romans, the Ottomans. And between the Romans and the Ottomans were the Arabs. The Arabs came in the 7th century. The Arabs are indigenous to the Arab Peninsula. That's a hard word to say. They are indigenous to the Arab Peninsula. And so when they came in the 7th century from the Arab Peninsula to conquer the land of the Middle East, what is now Israel, was included in that. So the Arabs were just another group who came and colonized the land. But there were always Jews there. We never took the land. And when the Zionist movement happened, they took land that no one was inhabiting and they said, we want to make this a safe place for the Jews. They didn't kick anybody out of anywhere. The Arab authorities told the Arabs to leave. And that was after Israel declared their state. And the next day, all these Arab countries decided to declare war on them. So yeah, so the Arabs who left in the wake of that were told to leave by the Arab authorities because they told them that if they left, then the Jews would be annihilated and then they could all return back to their homes. And that's what happened. So my point is, Zionism as a movement, it's a moot point because Zionism just means the right for the Jewish people to live in their ancestral homeland and have their own state for the purpose of preventing there from being another incident like what happened in World War II. That's the entire point of the why Israel was formed as a country. And this happened long before World War II because they saw it coming. because of the pogroms in Russia and whatnot. They saw it coming. They were like, hey, you know what? We should probably set up a country of our own to protect Jews so that Jews have somewhere to go because we're already here. Our Western Wall, that was our temple. They built the mosque on top of our temple. There's archaeological evidence, and that doesn't mean that Palestinians or Arabs don't have the right to be there. And the only time that we bring up our indigeneity to the land is when we're told that we're not indigenous to the land. And then we say, but we are. And they say, well, that doesn't matter. That's ancient history.
What did the Egyptian king say in 1965?
I don't know. Why would I know that?
Egyptian king in
You can tell
1965
me.
said that the Israel people, the Hebrew people that we're talking about are indigenous to that land. The people that were indigenous to that land left black and came back white. This is what the Egyptian king said. I didn't say it.
That's
This
some
is what
black
he
Hebrew
said.
Israelite stuff. That's not
I'm just
that
telling you
that
what
has
the king
nothing
of
to do with
the
this
king of Egypt said.
conversation. I want to understand how that has anything to do with anything I just said.
Because the people who run Israel now are from where? Where are they from?
Judea, the land of Judea.
They're from the land of Judea.
Yes, that's why we're called Jews, because
Or
we're
are
from the
they
land of Judea.
are most of them from Russia, Ukraine,
No,
Poland, and those
no,
areas?
they were exiled. No, they were exiled to those areas. They were kicked out and they migrated over time to areas of Europe and the
Oh,
Mediterranean and Spain.
oh, okay.
So we're not from there. So like my
Oh, okay.
grandparents, right? They're from different what are now known as specific European countries, but they're not from there in any other way than that they were born there, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
they were born there, but I don't call myself a Russian or a Russian Jew. I call myself a Jew because being a Jew is an ethnicity that dates all the way back. And when people say, well, Israel is new and it hasn't been there, no, it was the kingdom of Israel. Thousands of years ago, it was the kingdom of Israel.
Israel was actually only a city. It wasn't a country. It wasn't a state. It was actually a city.
Yeah, so is Luxembourg. Still a country.
It's more than just a city. The land of Judea encompasses an entire area. And I
Israel
would
was a
have
group
to
of people.
Oh,
wait, Israel was what?
A group of people.
I want to
Yeah,
welcome a
but
new
there
person in
was the
here. Salt
kingdom
Boy,
of
welcome.
How's it
Israel,
going?
which was there long, long before the Arabs showed up in the 7th century to colonize the land. And then they turn around and they tell us that they're indigenous and we are not. And then we say, no, we are indigenous, and people say we don't care.
That
So they
is true.
start the
That is
conversation
a
and then
constant
they
refrain. That has
they
been a
they
constant
set it
refrain.
up and they shut it down because for some reason people don't want to listen to facts. So many people have already made up their mind on what the situation is, and for
This is
some reason
I
people
mean,
on the left
Anna.
who are supposed to be
Okay,
see
progressive
what's going
are
on.
refusing to look
You can't
into
help
it.
but see
Itchy,
what's
You
going
Itchy, give
support
me a
on.
every
second.
other
Let me.
cause, but you won't
Can we
protect
change
Jewish
topics
people.
here?
No.
No, we're not changing the
You
topic.
definitely would have to be blind to see what's going on, to not see what's going on and has been going on since 1945,
No,
46.
because
All
you
right.
know what? This is not a racial issue. This is not a racial issue. Arabs and
Well, who mentioned
Israelis are the
race?
same race. Well, he's talking, I
Oh,
mean, you
okay.
hear what he just said?
1945 wouldn't be addressing race. It would be addressing
I'm hearing the
simply the
conversation,
Well, no,
displacement
but
in
well,
I'm
no,
Israel.
wondering when we're going
it
to
would
get to the
talk
part where
about,
we start.
no, because we're talking about
I'm wondering when we're going to get
1948.
to the part where we start doing
Yeah,
something
that
about the mass
displacement
amount of
happened.
casualties on the
That happened
No,
Palestinian
but
before
what you're
side.
saying,
1948,
you're
Personally,
and
comparing,
that was actually a remedy
hold
that
on.
actually came up.
You're comparing the situation in Israel to the racial tensions in history in the U.S., and
Where
it's
did he do
not the
that?
same thing.
No,
He
Nobody
no,
just
I'm
mentioned
thinking
said
that.
about the. I'm thinking
if
about
you're
the
black, that
idea.
you can't ignore what's going on in Israel and Palestine. Well,
Never
No,
said
what
ignore
does
ignoring
that
it.
it.
have to
I didn't
do?
Not
say. I
ignoring
didn't
it.
say that. I didn't
Nobody
say
said
that.
No, when he
ignore it.
said
That's
1945,
not what I
that's not
said.
an implication about race at all. That's simply about the
Okay, then
realities of
okay,
the
then
displacement
explain it to me.
of the displacement of.
Now,
Remember,
now the
Trump.
fact that that's what you heard. Now the fact that that's what you heard from what I said only gives
We don't need
validation
to
more to
lampshade
what I
that.
said.
We can dispel that, and we
But
can basically bring the temperature down.
I'm still
Anna,
not
let me do
understanding
that.
what 1945
Okay.
has to do with
Well, we're
this.
talking about after World War II. Remember, in two straight world wars, in the 1910s and the 1930s and 40s, Jewish peoples had been displaced, dealing with Russia and dealing with basically Germany is a big problem because both of those were them starting shit. Basically, Jewish peoples were displaced, endangered, and such. And the understanding that after that, 3 years after the war ended, founding their nation so that they could no longer basically be without a homeland or a place where they could actually feel safe is a reasonable concern for the Jewish peoples. I can totally see
Right.
that. And there
Right.
was a displacement that did happen because at the end of the
Can you
day,
please let him finish?
the people that were already there, the Palestinians, because they did have their own nation there, they were displaced. And this is a real thing that happened. And there's been so much fire back and forth between the two sides because it's remember, at the end of the day, the area that they settled in is basically, other than religious, iconography, it's kind of like monetarily worthless. All right, it's basically the only portion of the entire region that doesn't have oil 15 feet under the ground.
So what
All
are you
right.
talking about?
So
Are
I'm
you
pointing
talking
out
about
that there's a
Gaza?
reason that there's a reasonable argument from each side, and there's been so much
Well,
fire back and forth
well, wait
that
a second. Wait a second. You're talking about the displacement of people. Who displaced them? It wasn't Israel. Israel did not displace them, and the people who stayed were given Israeli citizenship. So how were they displaced when they left?
if you are a Palestinian, if you're a person of Palestinian descent, and you are married to an Israeli person, will it be recognized by the state in Israel?
As far as I know.
No. Can you
But
vote in elections?
okay, well listen. What are you saying Palestinians don't get to vote in elections? Is that what you said?
I'm saying that if you are a Palestinian who lives in Israel, has never left, if you're of Israeli descent, you cannot vote in those elections.
That's not true. That is
I
not
know
true.
this for a fact.
Completely false.
That is 100% true.
That is completely
What I'm describing right here is if you can recognize that apartheid state sucked in South Africa, you should be able to understand that it's something that's a reasonable upset for Palestinian peoples living not in the Gaza Strip, in Israel.
They vote. They have their own representation in the government. What do you mean?
No, they don't.
They're doctors and lawyers and they vote in the elections.
Yeah,
What are you
they're
talking about?
okay. You are aware that there are professional people who actually were living in an apartheid state who were black in South Africa. Stephen
Yes.
Biko and Nelson Mandela were two of them.
Yes.
That didn't mean that apartheid state wasn't happening. This is no different than when people try and tell me, well, LeBron James is rich. What about Oprah?
Wait,
When
I
I
don't
talk about
understand.
systemic racism.
I don't understand where you're going with that.
I'm just using basic analogies. And I'm saying, and I'm not taking a side on this. I'm saying the understanding that it's an issue for this group and it's a reasonable concern for the other one too.
But I'm not.
And I just want to say, let's take a step back from this and say, maybe that there's been so much carnage and it's been happening for so long. Maybe the death toll is far too much and we need to adjust.
You're conflating all of these issues. Israel-Palestine is not one issue. There's multiple.
I didn't say it was.
I didn't say that you said it was. What I'm saying is that we're referring to so many different things at the same time. And when you talk about apartheid, it's very frustrating because I can sit down and break down how Israel is not an apartheid state, but nobody wants to hear it. How can it be an apartheid state when Israelis and Jews in Israel share all the same rights? Gaza is not Israel. And you want to know why Gaza is not Israel? Because Israel gave it back to Gaza. That's what they wanted. They
And
wanted
they've
Gaza
been little
back.
by
They
little
didn't want
taking
There.
back pieces, little chunks of
Why
it
do
through
we give a
settlements.
shit
Wow.
about what happens in the
I
Middle
feel
East?
like
Who
that's
You
cares?
can't be
Wow.
serious right now.
Salt
Just
Point, this is
wow.
the topic we're having. If you don't want to have the conversation, I
Is that
recognize it and I respect
wait
it.
a
She
Well,
second.
I
can't
mean,
be
Is
you
that
said
serious right now.
I
are
have
you
evidence
Salt
to
denying
go
that
Point,
that's
back and
a
Salt
start
Point.
fact?
fighting
If
all
you
you
don't want to
want.
have the conversation about this topic, I
Defund
respect that.
Ukraine.
There's nothing wrong with that. What did
Wait,
he
I
just
don't
say?
understand. Wait, I don't
No,
understand.
wait a minute,
You are
wait a minute. Wait,
saying
no. Before we move on, Anna, before we move on, I couldn't
She
understand
can't
what
be
he just
serious
said.
right
What
now.
did he say? Because he was
Who,
trying
me?
to scream something.
He said send them all to Ukraine and then laughed when she was talking about the Jewish people, which is kind of what she's alluding to. That
Which is what I get.
since 1948, there has not been a single year of peace where Israel has not been attacked, where Jewish people have not been attacked. And preceding the formation of Israel, millions were exterminated. They have not seen
Interesting.
peace because the effort
Yeah.
by the Arab world to exterminate every single Jewish
Yes.
person has
On day one.
continued ever since then, has continued ever since, which is kind
I,
of hard,
I don't
which is
On
negate
kind
any
of
day
of that,
hard
one.
and
to
I
have a
agree.
conversation about it without emotion. When you're talking about a people for thousands of years who have faced constant threat of extermination.
And this is the thing. The thing
I
I'm
don't negate
talking
any
about,
of
I'm
that, and
not
I agree.
prescribing
But what the
With all
how to
problem,
that,
what
actually
my
with all that
issue
being
is,
execute.
said, hold
hold
on.
on,
I'm in
guys,
a
hold
grocery
on.
store. I'm in a
I'm gonna
grocery
finish
store,
this.
doctor. Hold on.
Just
Hold
a
on.
quick
I'm in a
sentence,
grocery
and I'll
store.
mute again.
Hello?
Go ahead, doctor. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry.
I want to say
I don't
thank
have
you
a
for.
I don't negate
Oh,
any
go
of
No.
ahead.
that, right? But my problem is that we spent about 2.3 seconds on what was happening to the Palestinian people, and then we quickly moved back into the history, right, of what's going on, which I don't have a problem with recognizing, but we keep glossing over the very real death toll that is happening right now, today, currently for Palestinians, right? I understand this is a conflict, but it's too many deaths.
Just a
Can I
quick
say
note
something?
of correction,
I,
factual correction.
I just wanted to say hello to the panel. I
Blacks could
respect
not vote.
how.
Blacks could not vote in
Okay. I
South
respect the.
Africa under apartheid, and there was a whole series and system of laws that were
Yeah, I'm well aware of it.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. That were discriminatory against Black South Africans by the white ruling minority in
Mm-hmm.
Israel. You cannot find a single law on the books. Well, actually, I take that back. There's actually two laws on the books that treat Arabs and Jews differently. And the two laws are this: Arabs get to go to college for free and they don't have to take entrance exams, which Jews in Israel do. So that's like affirmative action. Also, Israeli Arab citizens of Israel are exempt from the army if they so choose. So there's actually apartheid in the reverse, where Arab citizens of
What
Israel are
is the
treated better.
Knesset? What is the Knesset? Knesset.
That is the Israeli parliament. That's our
The
like
Knesset.
Congress.
Okay, and what are the rules regarding naturalization and
Why can't
marriage?
we get no
And what are
white
the
women
rules
of
from the
color?
Well,
Knesset?
thanks for
What are
having
the
me.
rules from the
It's been a
Knesset
pleasure.
regarding naturalization, regarding
Have a good
That
one.
has
marriage
nothing to do
and
with the
citizenship?
Knesset. Every country in the
I'm
world
talking
has
about the rules they have that if you're actually a
right.
Palestinian and a
Every
Jew and an Israeli person get married, that it's not recognized by the state.
well, first of all, you have to understand that Israel doesn't have civil marriage. Okay, there's no civil marriage in Israel. So
I love it when people
as a
make the
Jew,
excuses.
no, there's no civil marriage. You can't get
I
civil
love it when
marriage.
people make the excuses.
It's not an excuse. It's an explanation. Look, I don't care if you agree with me.
I'm talking about naturalization is what I'm
I don't care
talking
if you
about.
like Israel. I don't care.
I have no issue with Israel.
No, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me one way or another. All I care about is stating the facts, and then you can come to your own conclusion.
And I'm just talking about naturalization.
Right, but you keep changing the topic. But the problem is you ask a question.
It's literally the one topic I'm trying to talk about.
Yeah, but you ask a question. I'm trying to answer you factually.
Sure, go for it.
As I'm answering you, you change the topic to another question.
I didn't.
You can ask me as many questions
from the
as you want. You can ask me as many questions as you want. I promise. I'll knock
I'm
them all
asking
down.
the same question.
No problem. So in Israel, there's no civil marriages. I, as a secular Jew, who's not religiously observant, if I wanted to marry she's my wife now, but prior to us getting married, if I wanted to have a civil marriage in Israel, I would not be able to get one. You must be married through the Rabbanut, which is the head council of rabbis. That doesn't apply to the Arabs. They can have their own marriages. Okay, as far as naturalization goes, every country in the world sets criteria and boundaries for who can become naturalized and who can become citizens. Go try to become a citizen of France or Canada or Japan and see how difficult it is as a non-French, non-Canadian.
There's a process.
Well, Israel is a Jewish state, and
there is no process for a Palestinian to become a citizen.
Well, that's
with
actually
all
not
rights
true.
and privileges.
That's actually untrue. There is a process. There is a process. You're just wrong.
I had a part at the end with all the same rights and privileges.
No, it has nothing to do with rights on the internal. Okay, people that are making, who want to immigrate and become naturalized, by definition, are non-citizens. Apartheid can only apply to the citizens of the country. Okay, non-citizens get treated differently than citizens in every country in the world except the United States of America. Okay, so when you start conflating these issues and not understanding the legal differences between citizen
very clearly
and non-citizen, then you're not having an honest discussion about the situation. Now, you could say, well, I don't agree with the fact that Israel has different naturalization processes for Jews and non-Jews. That's fine. That's cool.
Their only recourse would be to convert religions. That's it.
Well, first of all,
they created borders and then they kept moving them until nothing was left.
Why should Israel?
They created borders and then they kept moving them until nothing was left.
Wait,
that's how they did this. That's how they did this world. They created borders and then they kept moving them until nothing was left.
Not at all.
Remember it.
When did that happen?
That's not at all accurate. Not at all accurate. I'm sorry, sir. Look, again, you can come to your own opinions.
Nothing's accurate.
You can come to your own opinions, but you simply don't know the history of the land.
Right.
You don't know the history. You don't know the history. Are you aware that from 1948 to 1967, the entire West Bank, including the old city of Jerusalem, was completely occupied by Jordan, and the Jews were not allowed to enter the old city of Jerusalem and pray at the Western Wall? How come the Palestinians didn't start a state?
Which is why we should turn Gaza into a parking lot. Great idea.
Say that again?
Okay, cool. Which is why we should turn Gaza into a parking lot, right?
That's not what he's saying. You're jumping to a whole different topic.
If you want to talk about
Gaza, not jumping.
I'm not jumping to anything. I have been consistent about this the entire time. This has been my one and only point. I'm not jumping anywhere. I'm right here in the same spot. But if you would like to act like I'm jumping all over the place, that's fine.
Correct.
You guys have the respectability of politics walking to that point.
The subject.
You talked about immigration, apartheid.
I have not made any claims that were incorrect.
Yes,
I would love to know what claim I made that was incorrect.
What claim that I made? Please elaborate. More and more land. That's incorrect, and we're not going to sit here and just let that fly because it's incorrect. And then you say, "Well, does that justify?"
Who's in control?
No,
who's in control of Gaza's water supply?
Reality matters.
Who's in control of Gaza's water supply?
Sure, I'll answer that question.
Who's in control?
Electricity.
I'd be happy to answer that question. No problem. But are we going to stay on one topic, or as soon as I start talking, you're going to change it to another subject?
It's your way of distracting.
I don't know of a country. I don't know of a country that has sovereignty that can govern itself. That's controlled. That's water's controlled by other people that we consider to be sovereign. Could you answer the question? Who controls their water?
Okay. So up until a few days ago,
who controls the water source?
Okay, I'm going to answer your question, but you keep interrupting. I sit here quietly while you're rambling, and when I start talking, immediately you start.
No, I was responding to some of the other people. They were interrupting you, and I reiterated my question multiple times.
Fair enough. Up until a few days ago, Israel was providing water and electricity for free to the residents of Gaza. Now, the reason they were providing it for free is because the Palestinian Authority in 2015 decided that they were mad at Hamas, and they told Israel that they were no longer going to pay for the water and electricity, which they're obligated to do under the Oslo Accords, which is an internationally recognized treaty signed by the PA and Israel in 1995. Hamas and Fatah, because I doubt you know the internal issues that go on in that area, hate each other. There was a civil war in Gaza in 2006 where Hamas went around capturing all the Fatah members. Fatah is the political wing of the Palestinian Authority. They were tying up their feet, tying them to the back of cars, and driving them through Gaza while throwing stones at these people. Okay? In 2015, the Palestinian Authority said, we're no longer going to pay for water and electricity. Israel continued to offer it to them for free. Now that we are in a war, and Israel has declared war, Israel has cut off the water, the electricity, food, and fuel that's going into Gaza. And here's the deal. If you want to have humanitarian aid and electricity and water, how about you release the 150 hostages, including the countless American citizens that are being held in Gaza, innocent civilians, old people, Holocaust members with
You know what?
dementia,
No,
little
that's
children.
a good idea.
You
But I
condemn
think
that, right?
also what we
Wait,
could
you
have
condemn
done,
that, right?
right? I think also what we could have
Do
done
you
is take
condemn?
some
Wait,
of
let
those
me ask you a
American
question.
taxpayer dollars.
Let me
Hold
ask you a
on,
question.
let me respond to what you're saying. Let me respond. I'm not just gonna let you go on forever. So I think that is a good idea, but I also think what would have been a good idea is to take some of those American taxpayer dollars and give them adequate water and supply.
Well, the United States does give the Palestinian Authority money, and so does the European Union. And
Did they
so
get
does the
enough
UN.
water?
I'm sorry?
Did they get enough water? Were they getting
That's their
enough water?
problem. It's their problem that
Ah,
their
yeah, their
leaders.
problem because they're
No,
fucking
they're
poor and they
spent
No,
the
couldn't pay
because
money
for it.
and
Love
then
this.
they don't
steal from
spend
them.
it
I'll
on
say
that.
it
It's the
again.
Their
They
leaders
leaders
that
steal
give
created
from
money
them.
borders
and they live
and
in
they
their
kept
Their
moving
mansions
them
leaders
on
until
top
steal
of
from
that.
nothing
them.
was left.
They don't take the money that's being given to them and put it toward water and electricity and resources. They
No, no,
hoard
no.
that
You
money for
can't. You
Wait a
can't.
minute,
You
wait a
can't
minute, wait a
sit
minute.
here
Wait,
That
and
is
bandage
no,
that
I want
up
to
for
ask
him.
I want to
He
ask a
just said
question.
it
So,
doesn't matter because they didn't have the money
guys.
to pay.
I
That it's not
appreciate
his
the
problem.
conversation. I think
You
that we're
No,
can't.
getting a
You
little
can't
bit.
wave that away.
doesn't
Hey
Cut
guys,
me
give
off
money.
from
everybody,
water. Cut me off
everybody,
from
right
food,
now. I
and
need
I will
everybody to
raise
mute.
fucking
I need
hell in this
everybody to mute.
country.
I need everybody to mute for a moment. I need everybody to mute for a moment, please.
Some of us have
Okay.
self-control and can be polite and have a
Well,
conversation.
he's
Mr.
been ignored a few
Condescending, you
times,
can
and I
Yeah,
mute.
can
yeah. I'm a
understand his upset.
savage like that. I'm a fucking
He's been
savage
ignored.
like that.
He's been
I'm
ignored
a savage
a few
like
times.
that.
I don't know if
Remember
you're
that
savage,
shit.
but you
Okay.
sound like a
Okay,
fool.
Hebrew Hammer. We don't need to do any of that. All right. Here's the thing.
Obviously, it wasn't you.
I just want to
You
address
have no
real
little
fast.
self control as well.
Did somebody in the like a moment ago? I could have sworn I just heard it. Someone just said it's their problem.
Say what?
A moment ago, somebody said it was their problem
Yes, I was
when we're
saying it was
talking
their
about
problem. No,
basically
I was
about
interrupted. I didn't get to
kids
finish the full
being
sentence.
held
I said
hostage.
it's their problem
About kids
that
starving
they're.
because they were
Let me
hostages.
just finish. It's one sentence. Just let me finish one sentence. It's their problem that their leaders take the aid money that they receive from multiple sources, way more than Israel, and steals that money and puts it in their pockets. Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the Palestinian Authority, lives in a $20 million house. $20 million house for the leader of the PA. Where did he get that money? When Yasser Arafat died, his net worth was $1 billion. That's $1,000 million for a terrorist leader of the PLO. Where did he get that money? Where did he get it? He stole it. All the aid money comes in and it is stolen from the innocent, everyday Palestinian people so that they continue to blame Israel and make their people live in squalor. That's their problem, not ours. It's not Israel's job to fix the internal strife and the internal problems that plague the Palestinian Authority and Hamas. If they can't govern themselves in an appropriate and satisfactory way, to blame Israel for their thievery and incompetence is victim blaming of the worst and most disgusting kind. The Palestinian Authority and Hamas do not care about their people. Hamas has an extensive underground tunnel network in Gaza that they use to move around people and hardware and weapons and so forth. How come they don't let any of the citizens in Gaza into those tunnels to avoid the bombs that are coming in? Why do they force the people of Gaza to stay in their apartments? Israel warned the citizens of Gaza and gave them specific instructions. This is where we're going to bomb. This is where we're not going to bomb. Go move to this part of Gaza and you'll be fine. And you know what Hamas told them? And it's been reported. Verify it if you don't believe me. Hamas told them, if you leave, we will kill you. They want people to die so they can use them as propaganda props for people like you who only know what's going on in the conflict from a rudimentary understanding of just taking in a little bit of news, but not from a studying of the history of the conflict between the two people. The Palestinians are not victims. They
Can we get
started
closer to
4
landing the
wars.
plane, sir, so somebody can answer
Yeah.
you, reply to you?
Can I say something, please? I think that it's disingenuous to act like the government of Israel is not corrupt.
Okay, who said they weren't corrupt? Who said that?
Thank you.
Who said that? Who said that?
You are inferring
I'm not
that.
inferring anything. The Israeli government, like any other government, has corrupt people. I myself cannot
Okay,
stand
but let
people
her
that.
finish what she was saying because you'll start monologuing again. Come on, let her finish.
Thank
Please.
you. Yeah.
What I'm
On the
saying
screen, right now,
is,
before we move on, right there, that is Benjamin Netanyahu's personal residence. That's not the
He
PM's
worked.
residence.
He had a job. He went to MIT. He was a
I'm just
businessman.
pointing out that this idea that
He paid
somehow
for that
But
himself.
Israel has
He had
water
a
and
job.
electricity already.
He worked. He was a
Israel
financial
has the
advisor.
resources it needs. Why can't he go buy himself a house?
He used his own money. He didn't use aid money from the European Union or the United
I'm also
States.
pointing
Okay.
out, even after he was voted out, he still continued to use the Balfour compound that's supposed to be the resident of the PM as his personal
He can use
home.
whatever he wants as the
Okay, I
compound.
just have a
It's
He,
question. Can I
Israel.
just
he
ask a
actually
question
wasn't
really quick?
supposed to.
Why
He
is it
wasn't
that
in
when the
office.
corruption of the Palestinian Authority is pointed out, it's immediately, well, what about the Israels? What
No, I'm
about the Israelis?
saying the thing that he
No, I'm
said.
serious because every single time that the
Because the
plight and the
Israeli
horror
because
against the
Israelis
I'm
Jewish
have the
people is
standing
pointed
army.
out,
Because
because
every
Israelis
I
have the
can answer
standing
that
Israeli
question
army.
because
It's
I'm
a
the one that
simple
said
representative
it.
question.
was
I can
saying,
answer that question, but I only got part of the sentence out.
Okay.
well, every single
Okay?
time that anyone
No,
points
Because
out
she's not
I'm
answering the
not
actions
every
question.
single
against the
time. I
Jewish
am
people,
one person that didn't get to complete my thought. And I am a Jewish person. Okay? Just let me finish my thought, which I was trying to do without this anger.
fine.
you weren't
Yes,
even
ma'am.
speaking when I began.
I
I don't under.
I'm the one that started to say that sentence that you're responding to, and I did not get to finish that sentence.
Yeah,
Well, it was a
Hammer
complete
I did
sentence.
not
interrupted
get
her.
to complete that thought
It
at
was a complete.
all.
It was a complete sentence. But go ahead, finish your thought.
Oh, Hammer, you interrupted her. I was here, man. Come on. Let's be
You
real about
said, "What
this.
about the corruption of Israel?"
Okay,
Question mark.
Hammer,
That's
can she
the end of
speak?
the
Let
sentence.
Let her
her
speak.
speak.
Go ahead, finish.
What I'm saying is, what I see is corruption of the leaders, and both leaders using citizens as pawns. So I am going to say whataboutism. It's not whataboutism. It's two things can be true at the same time.
Yes.
That is not saying I am not saying that the leaders in Palestine should be, greedy and keeping that money if that's what's happening. What I'm saying is two things can be true at the same time, and your whole argument from the beginning is that there's innocence on one side and not the other, and you can say that you didn't say that straight up, but you definitely are apologizing. You're an apologist.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
That's
apologizing for anything. That's false. You're inferring a lot from
She's
stuff I
not
didn't
finished
say.
yet. She's not finished
no.
yet.
Israel punishes.
Hammer. In this conversation, you basically this entire time, I'm not taking any sides on this. I'm pointing out. I was simply trying to point out that there's been negativity and terrible things, and I can understand both sides. If anything, if I leaned more towards one side, it would actually be the Israeli side. All right, when it comes to this, slightly. Now
He's gone.
the thing that I'm trying to get at here is several things that you've said are a bit ridiculous. such as that somehow a man who's been voted out of office can continue to live in the actual prime minister's residence. It's ridiculous. That'd be like if now Joe Biden's president, but freaking Donald Trump is still living there in the White House. That would be crazy.
But the words, that's their problem, come to mind.
So Hebrew Hammer,
Their
that's a
problem.
thing that's a direct correlation. I mean, that's a direct comparison.
I think what he
Would
was
that be
trying to
ridiculous
do.
if Joe,
First
if,
of all, Israel punishes its corrupt politicians. The last two presidents prior to the previous one actually went to jail for corruption. And as a matter of fact, one of those presidents was put in jail by an Arab judge. Apartheid. It was
I
an Arab
love how
judge
you're
who
not
put him.
addressing what I said.
Yeah, that like the talk about whataboutism.
I had a phone call and I got knocked off. So repeat your question and I'll be happy to answer it. I apologize.
I pointed out something very simple. A simple comparison. The thing you were saying
Can
when
I
I
say
pointed out
something, Daniel?
about you were talking about the home that was purchased by owned by Netanyahu. First off, he didn't purchase it. It was actually using public funds, but he still owns it. It's in his name. All right. Second, it's been covered many, many times. Big fucking deal. I don't care. Now, but the problem was about the actual PM's actual official residence, the one on Belfast. All right. That one he continued to use as his personal residence even after he was voted out.
Oh no, that's wrong. And Bibi's a piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. I don't
Okay.
like Bibi.
And that's what
that's
I'm.
wrong. I don't like Bibi.
Then
I
he
think
just
he's corrupt too.
okay,
But he's not stealing money from aid. He's not stealing foreign aid from anybody.
Can you hear me better now?
His corruption,
I'm good.
and he's
I'm
probably
good.
going to go to jail at some
All right.
point.
I
But his
think that we've given.
corruption
I
is
think that
accepting.
I think that usually when having discussions about contentious issues, all right, something I learned in my wife and I learned. All right, and I think that it's really something also you have to do an interrogation. The reason for it. People can have this fatigue, mental, emotional, what have you. If you're going to talk about a topic, you need to set a period of time. No matter what, you got to stop and give you a chance. I actually see
The period of
Christian
time. What do you
side.
mean?
I see Hebrew Hammer's side. I see where Beans is coming from. DACA. I can recognize this. Itchy, you two, and Anaphractal. All right. This is something that is a really, and I appreciate you allowing me as someone that's on the outside of this to be here and present and to be, if not a part, at least maybe a facility for this discussion.
Fair enough. Okay.
I have no problem ever talking about this ever again. If you guys want to use this as a forum, and I think I don't know how you guys want to handle this. Do you
Well,
want? That would be better if we
Let me
just
just.
stop
I
the
got to
line,
run. I got to get
or
back to
if we
work.
just change the topic.
I got to get back to work. So let me just finish off with one thing. I really only came up in here because I saw my friend Anna and I wanted to come up and assist because, quite frankly, I'm not an expert on everything. But when it comes to this issue and the history of the land and the history of the two
You got
peoples,
first-hand experience. That's good.
I am an expert. So I will just finish with this very simply. And this is an opinion, and this is not me correcting the factual inaccuracies. This is just my opinion. The moral culpability for what's happening in Gaza rests solely on Hamas, who breached the sovereignty of the state of Israel, whether you agree with it or not. Israel is a sovereign nation. Her borders were breached. Her borders were breached, and her citizens were slaughtered in their cribs, in their safe houses, at a music festival, and not just the citizens of Israel, citizens from places all over the world. Just saw today that it is now up to 22 American citizens who were slaughtered. 20 are missing, and 5 are confirmed as hostages. And so here's what's going to happen, whether you like it or I like it or anybody else likes it or not.
Hebrew Hammer, are you actually trying to erase the little bit of largesse and goodwill that we've actually built here?
No, I'm not
Like
trying to erase it.
seriously.
I don't care
It
about
really is.
I don't
There
care
has
about
been
goodwill.
none, Daniel.
I
There
don't care
wasn't
about
ever
goodwill.
any.
I'm
You
just
were
going to
just
tell you.
letting them go on for a while.
I'm just
It's
telling you what's
irrelevant.
going to happen. 10 more seconds and I'll be
I
done.
can't wait. I can't.
Dude,
The
you just
next
you
time,
always
the
saying
next
the
time
same
somebody
thing.
walks
We need
into a
10 more
grocery store,
seconds. You already did
Itchy.
it.
The next time somebody walks into a grocery store with some crazy shit, let's just go carpet bomb Florida, bro. That's the
Okay,
move.
great. Perfect.
That's
I'll
the
put
If
it.
move.
if
Yeah,
Prime News
that's
said that,
if
that's
that's
probably
what you're
already happened
if that's
before.
what you're comparing it to. Someone walking into cutting off people's heads, cutting off the heads of
Yeah,
babies. If
sure, why
that's what you're
not?
comparing,
Sure, why not?
Man, listen,
if
Sure,
you're
why not? Why
comparing
Abdullah,
can't
that
I?
to
how
Why
did
shouldn't
y'all
I?
get all
if
the
you're
land you
Why
got
comparing
shouldn't
that
I?
to
confiscated?
simple crime,
How
then
did you get
that's
all
your
the
that's
land
your
that you confiscated?
that's your
Answer
more.
that question.
How could it be
How did
confiscated
you
when we
get
gave
all the land that you confiscated? The
We've been
same
how
way.
talking about it the
confiscate?
whole
How was it
Same way.
confiscated? How was it
The same
confiscated?
way.
How was
We've
it
been
confiscated?
saying it the
It was
whole
taken.
time.
It was taken.
From whom?
You were given a little and you took a lot, like y'all
No,
normally do.
Actually,
that's
once
what we
again,
just
you're
You were
said.
incorrect.
Like
given
Go.
a
for
little
45
and you
minutes,
took a
we've
lot,
done
like you
this.
normally do.
Okay, sir,
It's
sir.
like you're not listening.
You were
Why aren't
given
you
a little and
listening?
you took everything like
Fine,
you normally do.
fine,
Keep
All
sir.
right, all right.
Go
you're
look at
not
go
Hebrew
look
Hammer,
at the
I
listening.
think
map.
honestly,
Go
I
look at
think
the
that has to
map.
be done.
Go look
Hebrew
at the
Hammer,
map.
Itchy, I think that actually has to be done.
Go
I
look
was,
at the
I was
map
actually
of the
trying to,
19.
Yeah,
um,
that's why I don't
stop
want to
it
talk.
at a place where both sides are heard and that there is no, finger pointing or whatever. Just this is the historical record and this is what we're upset about. And we find some place in that middle. Doesn't have to necessarily be right in the middle.
There is no
However,
soft ground of
and
land.
the thing is,
There's no soft ground of
I
land
was out
on
of my mind.
imperialism.
I was out of mind. Apparently, Kissinger was, cool.
I don't understand
I'm
why
not
we're
Go
channeling.
constantly
look at
trying
the
to
map.
find a
Go look
soft
at the
spot
map.
for imperialism to land. I don't
Imperialism. Yeah,
understand why
Jews
we're
have been there
always
for
trying to find a
3,500 years,
soft spot
bro.
to,
Jews have
to,
been
to
there for
create
3,500
history
Did
years.
you
that
just really?
everybody can get
Okay,
along
Jews have
with.
Hebrew,
been there
I
for
don't
Hebrew Hammer,
understand
Hebrew
why
3,500
Hammer,
we're
Hebrew
years.
Hammer. I need you to understand something. You don't get to come in here and then have your side claiming that we're not going into the Bible and we're not talking about
I'm
that
not talking
record
about the
thing,
Bible. I'm
and
talking
then
about
also claim this
history.
whole thing
I'm
about
talking about
3,500 years.
history.
But the thing is, at some point, it belongs to somebody
History.
else. Guess what? If that were the case, the
History.
freaking the Pawtucket and the freaking Iroquois own my house.
That's right. Fine. Go give it back to them. The difference is the Arabs colonized that land in the 7th
That's way
century
more
through a
recent.
war. They don't belong there. The Arabs are not from that land. The Jews are. And I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about history. Go look up the Mernafta Stele.
Yeah,
Down
but
in Egypt.
And he
this
said
thing
it.
is
And he
that.
fucking.
virtually
And
All
that's a
right,
impossible.
so
homer,
that's
guys.
what.
And he
Stele.
said it out loud. They don't
Well,
belong there.
They don't.
That's what he said.
They don't
And they
Virtually
belong.
don't
impossible.
belong
They don't
there.
belong there.
Said
They're
it out
from
fucking
there.
Virtually
loud.
impossible.
They don't belong there. They're not
Virtually
from there.
impossible.
They
I'm
are
not gonna meet.
colonizers.
I'm not meeting at the table with somebody that
You
talks
guys
like
aren't
that.
you guys aren't
Every colonizer, every
you're not
imperialist needs to fucking pay
anti-colonizer.
attention because
You're
there
not
are consequences to your
anti-colonizer.
fucking actions.
You're not anti-colonizer.
Wow.
Well, that went well.
That
Wow.
was.
Stop asking me to sit
I'm
at
sorry,
table with people who are fucking fascists.
Kristen, Anna, Leah, Beans. Thank you for coming here.
Wow.
I only dropped him, and that was me, because
Jeez.
I was trying to stop it at the place that put a pin in it. All right. And he said he only had one thing. I was literally just about to shut it down. He wanted to say something, and the thing he chose to do was to derail anything that was possibly stated. And it's literally stating, this side is good, fuck them new N words over there. Real Uncle Ruckus up. Awesome.
So, can I speak now,
Anybody
please?
can speak as they want.
Please, because you're
So,
way more like you don't seem like a crazy
No, no,
person.
no, DACA,
That
DACA. You
I
don't need
want to
to
make
talk
sure
back
that
about him
you're not that
or their
person.
side of,
Like,
or her side of the whole thing. I just want Anna to speak for herself, please. Please do. That's why I wanted you up
so, so what I want to say is that it is unrealistic for anyone to tell anyone what they should or can talk about or not talk about on social media. I know that myself and a lot of other Jews have asked that these conversations not take place without fair representation. I'm not saying that there isn't fair representation right now, but a lot of the time when I'm listening to the lives, I'm hearing a lot of anti-Semitism. And I know people get really upset when they're accused of being anti-Semitic, but I think it's important to understand that sometimes people say anti-Semitic things without knowing they're being anti-Semitic. Sometimes people say racist things without knowing they're being racist, and we try to educate them. And what's happening is when we try to point out that something is said that is anti-Semitic, it's taken on as, oh, you're calling me anti-Semitic. And that's not what we're trying to say. We're trying to point out the dog whistles, and we're trying to point out where the holes in the information are, because there's so much misinformation. And so while I can't control what you guys talk about, I think you'd be doing us a huge service by not having these conversations. And I think it's more appropriate for Israelis and Palestinians, or at the very least, Jews and Muslims, to be hosting these spaces. That's my opinion. And that would be appreciated. Just like, if a white person is holding a live about black issues, but there's no black people there to weigh in, that's not okay. And it's the same thing here. And I know that people think that Jews are white European colonizers, but we're not. We're really not. And we're trying to explain it to you. And when you say that we're just going back in history and it doesn't matter, we only do that when we're questioned about why or how or when we ended up there. We literally are just
No, that's
trying
not.
to
I
correct the
Anna,
misinformation.
Anna, you've been going for a minute. I want to address this. All right. Most of what you said, and I think the reason why you chose the word you did, is because you can recognize that that's not what I was doing. All right. It's not my intention or the impact. I wasn't doing that. The reason I had an issue, not with Kristen, not with Beans, not with Leah, and not with you, but I did have an issue with Hebrew Hammer, is because he went full Israel and Zionist, very, very much so.
So can I respond to that?
And he was no, and the thing is, he was coming here, and it was a airing of grievances with like no olive branch, not an empty hand, but a sword. He
So
wanted to make he literally, as his last words, as he was trying to leave, he wanted to make sure. Well, we've been right all the time, and fuck y'all.
okay,
That
but
was it.
wait,
That was
Daniel,
basically it.
please.
Am I being unfair as what his last words were meant to do?
What you're doing is you're placing responsibility on me for his actions. You're assuming that I
Thank
condone
you. I didn't
how
say.
he conducts himself. Okay? I don't like talking about people when they're not here, and I certainly don't like having arguments with other Jews in in public, so to speak. But I do not co-sign with him. He and I are acquaintances and nothing more. We disagree on almost everything. The only few things that we agree on is that Trump is an asshole and that Israel has lost the propaganda war. I don't know if he would use those words, but the information that he's giving is true. But when he does what he does, how he chooses to present himself on social media, I can't do anything about that. There's nothing I can do about people coming in and sharing their opinions that I may or may not agree with, and certainly may or may not agree with how it's presented. So when I was talking about the how these conversations unfold, I wasn't defending him. I wasn't talking about him. I'm talking about what I've seen in the past few days. I'm not defending Hebrew Hammer. Hebrew Hammer, he does not need to be defended. He makes his own choices on how he wants to present himself on social media. And it doesn't make what I'm saying any less valid. And the facts that he's sharing are facts. I can't control how he conducts himself. So all I can do, notice I was here first and he joined, and I'm glad he did because he helped with a lot of the facts that I didn't have. But you are inferring that I am somehow defending the way that he speaks to people. And I think that he would agree with me that it's not my job or responsibility to take on the burden of his words.
I think that was a long way. I get what you're saying, but that's not what I don't think that's what the host was trying to tell you. Just there. I don't think she was. I think it was about I don't want to call it tone policing, but Itchy had a response. He was raising his hand a while ago. I'll let him try to explain because I don't think putting his apologize for that, but I don't think that's what Daniel said.
Daniel said the opposite of
Drop
that.
down to this right here, but it's funny how this the second time I've heard somebody refer to black people uh, saying stay the fuck out of black people business per se. You know, second time I've heard that. Uh, when I first got up here, I said that I wasn't going to speak on Palestinian or Jewish issues because that's not my business. Being a minority and a historian buff, though I love history, you can't help but draw the correlation between what's going on in Israel and what has taken place around the world. The look of it is so much like America's makeup. It's made up so much like South Africa's makeup and so many other places that have been colonized. Whether you call it colonization or not, the facts is it resembles it a whole lot. And the whole thing that I got up here to speak on is that point. I got up to speak about that fact. I didn't mention Jewish people. I didn't mention Palestinians. I mentioned what it looks like from my viewpoint, from my vantage point, from the things that I've studied and the things that I know. It looks like colonization. Period, point blank. And when you put a people back against the wall, the Palestinian people or whoever's over there, Christians, Jewish people, Muslims, it doesn't matter. When you put an imperial force against people and you make them do what that imperial force wants them to do and not do, and everything that your life consists of is what that imperial force allows you or not allows you to do, that's colonization. Period, point blank. It's imperialism. Period, point blank. And it doesn't matter who's doing it. Period, point blank.
Well, I all I can say, I mean, I feel like this conversation can go back and forth, and I want to be respectful and I want to have good faith conversations, but with all due respect, just because something looks like something, that doesn't mean that that's what it is.
I mean, that kind of a little bit comes off as don't believe what your lying eyes.
No, that's not. No, I said that sometimes
It's
when
definitely,
something,
if
hold on,
nothing else,
hold on, hold on.
if nothing else, can we
Sometimes,
agree? Hold on. If nothing else, can we agree that that's an imperialistic tactic?
yes, but that's not the tactic at play in this situation.
That's all. That's all I wanted to say.
I mean, that's why I worded what I said in the way I worded it, because that's what it's giving, whether that's your intention or not. That's what it sounds like. And because there is propaganda coming out, and we all have to discern what's propaganda and what's not. Sorry, I wasn't emotional when we first got in here, but I got a little upset. So I'm trying to complete the thought. Damn it, this has been happening to me all day. What you said has been used as a tool for propaganda. And so when we're talking about it, because I've been struggling with how to express this myself as a Jewish person who understands the want for your homeland and being displaced for generations after generations. What I don't agree with is how it was done. And I think it goes beyond that. And I think it's very clear, and we can see that it it has gone beyond just wanting to have a safe homeland.
And again, I feel like I'm going to tell you this is how I feel, and I'm not trying to accuse anybody of anything, but I feel like it feels like no one heard anything I said, because the things that you're saying you don't like or have a problem with, I don't like and have a problem with too. It's just that it's not, I don't even know how to explain it. It's that's not what you see as the progression of events is incorrect. And I can sit down and I can write it all out, or like, I don't know how else to explain these things to people. And that's why it's so hard. Because here's the thing, like, I'm not a big fan of identity politics, but I am a leftist. I'm a full on leftist. I believe in universal basic income. I believe in all the things that you guys believe in. And I do my best to learn as much as I can. And when I have questions, I either ask or I go look it up. And what's happening is I won't say I, during this conversation, have tried to present facts. And it seems like no matter how many times I say something, it's as if I didn't even say it. And so what I wanted to say back a while ago, and then I'm gonna leave. What I wanted to say a little bit ago is that I would appreciate if these conversations weren't happening uh, in communities that are not directly affected by it. That would be ideal. But I cannot control what people talk about and how they talk about it. I would just implore everyone to give us a chance. And you don't have to give all of us a chance. I know some people don't like certain people, and I am not going to be responsible for the behaviors of other people on this app. But what I will do is I will do my best to show up when I can and try to provide the information that I have studied thoroughly, not just in the past few years, but very much in the past few years, because I am a stay-at-home mom in COVID who was isolated and had nothing better to do than to learn more and more and more about this conflict. And I'm not a liar. I have looked through all of my sources. I have my opinions. I am emotional about it because it's a very emotional thing. But I just want everyone to know that there's a lot of information that's been given that is false, and there is proof that it is false. And when we present it, it's ignored, or it's treated as propaganda. And the propaganda is so intense that even my own parents have fallen into it. And it's only been in the past few days that I've been able to explain to them all the things that they're thinking that aren't correct, and they're factually incorrect. That's the thing. You can have opinions, you can have emotions, you can dislike the Israeli government. I'm not a huge fan of the Israeli government. I don't live there, I don't vote for them, but I'll tell you right now, a lot of Israelis do not like their prime minister. He's prime minister because he makes himself prime minister. Do you think the people at that music festival voted for Netanyahu? I promise you they probably didn't. So that'd be like someone coming in here to our country and massacring a bunch of people and saying, well, yeah, it's because Trump is your president. And Trump makes bad decisions, and Trump hurts people, and Trump does all these things that we don't like, right? But we voted against him. I vote against him, right? But now the Israelis, who are a lot of them, I've only spoken to a few Israelis that actually like Bibi, and that's fine. They're allowed to like, dislike, whatever they want. But it is so rare for me to have a conversation with an Israeli who's like, oh yeah, I'm totally down with Bibi. Most of the time they're like, yeah, not, no. Like they don't like it either, just like we don't like what DeSantis is doing in Florida. They don't like it, but they're the ones being punished. And we're just trying to get our voices heard. And I wish that one of the things that I've struggled with a lot is the lack of presence of leftist Zionists, so to speak, which I don't like the word Zionist. I'll say leftists who support Israel. There is a lack of us because when we try and speak out about it, we get removed, we get blocked, we get silenced, which I mean that's fine, but it's very defeating. Like what's the point of even trying?
I think
Can
Can I
I
say something on
explain
that?
why
That
that
I
that
think
happened?
beautiful
yeah,
answer.
I was
I
just about to
understand.
say that.
Just
I
land
was
the
just
plane.
because I am not an expert. That's why I've been quiet,
Yeah.
Daniel. Because I don't say things on stuff I don't know anything about. But as a person who grew up in the evangelical South, what happened is that um, Israeli interest groups allowed themselves to enter into an unholy alliance with the right, with the evangelicals. Even though in all my life sitting in the church, I know that their professed love of Israel is extremely self serving.
Yeah,
And every time something bad happens in Israel, they feel bad because they say God tells them if you bless Israel, God will bless you. But they really are hoping for those things to happen because they think it's going to make Jesus hurry up and come back.
I agree.
Okay, so there's not really any genuine love for Israel coming from the right, but there's been a very unholy alliance between evangelicals, the far right, and Israeli interest groups in America. And because of that association, the far right is closely aligned with them. And with that far right alignment comes racism against people of color.
Yes,
And so and this is why you're going to get this every single time you come into a left space, because a lot of Jews in this country decided to align themselves with the right. And this was bound to create tension. I mean, the only thing I have as far as Israel, I for the life of me, I don't understand why they have separate checkpoints for them and Europeans, and then the other checkpoints for everybody else. I don't understand how poorly the Ethiopians are treated over there. And and to be quite honest with you, and I don't want to sound trivial, Daniel, when he said they don't belong here, they don't belong here. Those countries were right next to each other. And so my question is always, how do you get to tell people that were from the same region as you that they don't belong and they were there when you came in? That would be the equivalent of and this is just an assuming, okay, because I'm not really no history buff when it comes to that particular part of the world, but it would be the equivalent of Native Americans getting all of the land back in this country and taking everybody else and pushing them in a corner and then tell them they don't belong here. And I know it's not practical, is what I'm saying. The way they're trying to, it doesn't seem to be practical. The way that Israel is set up and structured, the divisions of land, how they got all the Palestinians packed in like sardines, it's not practical. And in my opinion, it's an environment it was bound to end up like this. That's just the way I see it from the outside looking in, that there was never going to be a good resolution to the way this is set up.
I agree. Well, there's a few things you said that I agree with. One of them is that evangelical Christians back in the early 2000s co-opted the term Zionism and redefined it in a way, like you said, that is very self-serving. And I think that's done a lot of damage in terms of the identity politics that's associated with Israel and Palestine, in that someone who's looking at the issue, if they're seeing Netanyahu hanging out with Trump, and they see all these evangelical Christians talking about how Jesus is going to come and we have to save the Jews and this and that and the other thing, of course people are going to believe it. Why wouldn't they believe it? But that's the issue, is that the propaganda over the years, and it's not because what you're saying isn't true, but what I'm saying is there's a lot of things being said that aren't true. And what I want to say again is that I understand why there's a misunderstanding. When you have Ben Shapiro on Fox News, like, why would anybody on our side be like, oh yeah, like Ben Shapiro, that's the guy I want to listen to? because that's our natural inclination. Like we tend to, if we agree with people on certain things, we tend to agree with them on other things. And so when a when an issue comes up that's been that it's like it's been packaged in a certain way and it's being delivered and it's misleading and it's actually causing harm. And again, more than one thing can be true at the same time. I typically don't criticize the government of Israel on a public platform. I do it in the privacy of my own home. And the reason for that is because I have a lot of friends, especially on TikTok, who live there and are affected by it. And I don't think it's appropriate for me to speak about their government, good or bad, either way. And so and I've been on this app for a few years now, and that's the choice that I make because I support my Israeli friends, and it's not my place to sit here and bash their government. Now, do I say things in the privacy of my own home? Absolutely. But I do try to conduct myself a certain way because I want to be one with the Jewish community on here. I want us to be able to get together and be understanding and have these conversations. But yes, I agree with you that the right co-opted Zionism. Zionism, which actually means just the right for the Jewish people to have a state, not at the expense of anyone else. That's all that it means. But it's been twisted and it's been told to people that this is a religious movement. And it's not. It never was. The people
Well,
who
I mean,
started Zionism were secular.
Anna,
So,
the problem is that for the right in the United States, the reason that they have aligned themselves with Israel so much has nothing to do with Judaism at all and has everything to do with Christianity and their extreme version of that. The right has become more focused on Christian nationalism, and for many of them, that's evangelicalism. And in the evangelical churches, they preach that once all
oh,
What
she go?
happened? Did she lose a signal?
She probably got a phone call.
No, it would have a little teacup on it if she had a phone call. That's not what it is. It's
Well, and
something else.
until she comes
sorry,
back, I want to say that
did you guys hear me? Can
No,
I
we
do?
no we didn't. And
no,
I see you
you
have
cut
one
out.
little bar on your thing, so that might be what it
Oh, okay.
is.
I'm so sorry. Let me repeat it, and then I'm gonna drop. If you can't hear me, please just speak up if I drop out all of a sudden. What I was trying to say is that in the United States, specific in the United States, with the rise of the Christian nationalist movement on the right, unfortunately, they have aligned with the most extreme evangelical values. And in evangelical churches, they preach, for the most part, not in all, but in many, and I would say the majority, especially within recent years, that when all Jews are returned to Israel, then that will bring about Armageddon and the second coming of Christ,
Yeah.
and the Messiah will bring his chosen home. So that's why in the United States, Republicans support Israel. They have no desire to support Jewish people. They only support Israel, but in a very messed up way. They're doing it hoping for their extermination.
Yeah.
And they won't admit it, but that is exactly what
No,
they
they admit
want.
it.
That is exactly what they want. It's why they feel so free to talk about Jewish space
Well,
lasers.
and can you
Kristen,
And it's why they,
Kristen,
understand
Kristen,
when
why?
you start talking about
Kristen,
Jewish
this is the host.
issues, not Israeli issues.
Kristen, I don't know if you can hear me,
Sorry.
but
Yeah.
no, we're well aware that they're well aware of it. Everybody's well aware of it. Their largest Christian denomination speaks about it once a week. They literally have an entire segment devoted to exactly what you're talking about. The
And
Southern Baptist Convention. They
how do you
make
think
video after video after video every single day, but at least once a week they talk about that exact thing you're talking about.
and how do you think that makes
Disgusting.
people like me I mean, I'm not real.
I'm offended for you,
I'm a
and if you want to
leftist.
go, I'll help you go fuck them up.
I'm agnostic. I mean, I'm. There's
It makes you
nothing that I
feel like you're
can
alone.
do. They've
I'm serious.
taken.
You get an
They've
address,
taken it.
I'll
They've
show up at the
co-opted it.
plant.
And then How am I supposed to convince everyone that Christians co-opted this whole term and turn it into something that's only self-serving for themselves and has now been placed on us. No, the Jews don't want to be there because of religion. That's not why we want to be there. We just want a country of our own. That's it. That's all we wanted.
I never
And
claimed you did. And I
no, I'm not
Right.
understand
So
that.
saying
what
you
we're saying,
did.
but I want to lay that fear a little bit, because what we're saying is we should be able to differentiate. And in most of the conversations I've had with Palestinians, no one is saying it's the Israeli people. Anyone genuine is not saying that. There's
Exactly.
always going to be people that the effect will be anti-Semitism, and it is dangerous right now for us. I totally get that feeling. But the thing is, I'm going to push back a little bit on the assertion that it was co-opted like in recent history. I think that that's been from the beginning in 1948 when Israel was established. The point, and at the same time, the Jewish people there were used as tools.
Yep.
So this has been happening the whole time, is what I'm saying. Not just now that like Zionism has supposedly been co-opted. I think it's always been that, at least since Israel was.
Right. Well, and
Can I
if
address
you
I
something
want
mean,
me
real
to
fast?
agree with you,
Lena?
Israel was created because Europeans didn't want Jewish people in Europe.
Exactly.
That is literally why they work so hard
Well,
that to colonize Palestine and to make it into Israel is not because they were saying, oh, we want Jewish people to have a homeland. It's because they were saying, okay, yeah, so many of you aren't here anymore, but we don't want you to come back. So let's
okay.
just let you all go to Israel.
and I just quickly want to
I
address
want to
something.
address something real fast. I want to
Stop
address something
talking
real
and
fast.
interrupting the host.
I want to address it's okay. It's okay. This is a contentious topic, and I know that people have a lot that they want to say, especially for when people are dealing with an issue that affects them existentially, themselves and their family. I get that. Just one thing I want to point out, maybe for the future, and this is me asking for correction. Earlier, the thing that you just said, Kristen, I essentially said the exact same thing when I went through the whole thing about what happened in World War One, World War Two, and basically they were trying to not have that happen again. And when they finally found no vacancies all over the place, they found themselves in this tiny little area that was essentially, hey, we'll figure out a way to live here in the swamp. The one place on the entire area that doesn't have like gigantic stores of oil 15 feet under the ground. I get that. I understand that. And I understand all that. When I brought that up, I got so much pushback and anger. How would maybe I can't say it the way you said it. What would have been a better way for me to address the historical record? Because I
Manny, can
said
you mute?
literally the exact same sentiment you did.
Manny, can you please mute?
Yes, I'm going to mute right now.
Thank
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry, Daniel. I misunderstood what you were trying to get at earlier. I apologize. I must not have been listening clearly and had my active listening ears on, so I'm so sorry for misunderstanding you.
It
But
wasn't
I
you
actually
that
do.
got upset. I don't want to mention him
Oh,
again, but
I thought it was
it was
me.
the
I
guy
was
that
going
was
to be
with
like, oh
Hebrew.
no.
It was that
But I
guy.
actually do have
It
to
was
go. You
Hebrew
guys, I'm going to
Hammer that
drop
got
so
so
somebody
angry
else can
about
come
that.
up. I have to
Hebrew
go. I got to
Hammer
go get
got
my
so
little one.
angry
Y'all
about
have a good day.
But
that. All right,
again,
you have a good one.
can we not
Yeah,
talk about Hebrew Hammer? Because he's not representing me. He represents nobody but himself. And
I know. I'm just saying, going
I
forward,
can't,
how could I say it better? I'm trying to show respect, and I want to know.
so I don't remember exactly what you said the first time.
Literally the exact same words I just used.
Well, those sounded good to me. I don't know. I don't know why he responded the way he did.
He was going to
I,
be pissed at anything I said, and I'm just.
well,
I
right, but
think it
that's
felt kind of like
him.
that.
That's him. That's him. That's who
I'm just
he
trying to
is.
figure out,
I
is that
can't.
okay? So there wasn't anything wrong with that.
Not that I remember.
All right.
I get so tired of people expecting me to defend that particular person.
No, I'm not asking you to defend it. I'm simply trying to be a bit more, conscious, a little
You are.
more, and respectful, because I understand how I get. I don't know if you know, I'm really good. I'm really good at trying to. I'm an empath. All right. I am someone who, but the thing is, it's a very, um, it's a very conscious sort of thing. It's not just something that just happens. My natural inclination is basically robot, and in order to get along with people, I've had to basically turn the whole idea of human interaction into math or just
Right.
basic understanding or like that whole thing. And the thing is, I'm trying to understand how to, because it's anything worth doing isn't easy. I recognize that, and it's just worth doing. Being able to actually show respect and reverence for people's religious beliefs, but also their existential threat. Because
Right. And I
the thing
understand what you're
that he
saying.
cut me off was that last part of that statement was going to, and as soon as they settled there, every surrounding nation said, "Oh, kill it with fire." That was going to be the last part of that. He cut me
No,
off.
I know. Daniel, I know. I listen, there are people on this app who, even though they are Jewish and we agree on one topic or maybe two, I I can't tell you how to handle that specific situation because that's not I can't there's nothing I can do about the way that Hebrew Hammer decides to talk to people. There's nothing I can do. And I'm not defending him. I don't want to defend him. He and I have had our own issues,
All
okay?
right, I think we should drop it
And
because Anna,
I'm
I'm
not
not
gonna,
asking you to
Yeah,
defend him at all.
Anna, you
Yeah, I think
literally
Because
I
I'm
said,
agree,
really
Daniel.
not.
I
I'm
you
not
agree.
asking you
literally
to
have
defend him
said you're not
at
defending
all.
him, but yet you are
Hello, everybody. Good
by saying
afternoon.
you're not defending him.
Uh, I'm, uh, I'm, I'm, I'm Jewish. I'm from Israel. I was listening to the conversation for like a while ever since Abraham was here.
Okay,
Uh,
we're winding it down, but I
uh,
definitely want to listen to what you have to say. Please go for it.
okay. Thank you. Um, the thing is that this guy was saying, oh, Israel is apartheid, apartheid. We knew who our enemy was. We knew it all along. You asked every Israeli in the last 50 years what would happen if the Palestinians would break into Israel. He would have told you everything bit by bit what happened here in the last week. He would have said the same thing. We weren't surprised by their. We were surprised that they were able to break to the defenses, yes. But their actions, no, we were not surprised. That's exactly what we were expecting them to do. Now, not that you all have seen it, is that the really people that you want to support, that you want to associate yourselves with? Are you serious?
As an American, to that,
If you're asking a question, then I would say yes. I'm with all anything that anybody has to do to free themselves. So yes.
Okay,
I
Yeah,
would
cut me
say,
off.
so
Cut
okay,
me off from
you
food.
would
Cut me
agree,
off. I'll
you
answer
would
too.
agree that the Native Americans would break into
I'll
your
answer you,
house,
sir. I'll
break
answer you,
into your
sir.
safe
Dexter,
Cut
room
me
please
off
don't
from
in
food.
interrupt.
Cut me off from food. Cut me off from water, and I will raise hell. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Every day
okay,
until
well,
you
okay.
be sure
stop.
is you will not unalive children, and you will not SA women, and you will not unalive large numbers of people who are completely unarmed for absolutely no reason. That has nothing to do with justice. It has nothing to do with the resistance movement. It is only one thing, sir. It is
That's how the
insanity, and
land
this
was
is what's
taken. That's how the
happened.
land was
The
taken.
thing is this.
That's
The thing is
exactly
this.
how
That's
the
Hold on.
war
land was
Give me a
crimes.
second.
taken.
That's crimes
Hey
against
guys,
It's
give me a second.
humanity.
Give me a
exactly
second.
how the
Give me a
land
second.
was
That's
Give
taken.
me a second. I want to
Holocaust.
address something real fast. I want to address something real fast. There's a distinction that needs to be made. The things like that, like the first one that came to mind when you said that was there was basically two fences at Gaza Strip, basically on the border of that, where when before he was ousted, Benjamin Netanyahu ordered a bunch of, I kid you not, exclusively women and children that the Israeli Defense Force should open fire, and they took their lives. More than 120 people
Daniel,
lost.
can you?
What are you talking about?
I have a
All right,
question for you, Daniel.
but the
It
thing
took
is
Daniel,
like
I have a
3
question
that
for
hours.
you
you,
can't
It
Daniel.
took like
blame the
3 hours
Israeli
I have a
defense
for
very
the
important
military
for
to
that.
question.
For
respond.
something one guy ordered.
Yeah, let me respond to that, sir. If what
Daniel,
you're saying,
Daniel, I
I'll
have
even
a
for the
question
sake of
for you.
argument say that what you're saying is
Please.
spot on true.
So like
If that was
basically you
true,
wait.
then what you do not do, sir, is you do not implicate the Jewish people. You call for the ousting of Benjamin Netanyahu. You call for the ousting of his administration. And what I am calling for is not
Okay.
an implication of the Palestinian people, but for an ousting of Hamas. They no longer represent the Palestinian people.
Daniel,
There is how the analogy works.
There's
Daniel,
some
I have a
argument to be
question
made for
for
it.
you.
Yeah, there's a good argument to be made.
Daniel, I have a question
The
for you.
Jackson, please stop interrupting.
Daniel,
Dr.
please, I have a question for
we told
you.
the
I would
people
love
of
to ask you
Jackson,
this
stop
question.
Daka. Daka
for me.
hasn't gotten to speak
Okay,
in a
for me.
while. Go for it, man. What's up?
Okay, go ahead.
Daniel, what are the effects of white phosphorus? Could you please explain us?
White phosphorus basically is it's noble gas. It also when white phosphorus when it's airborne catches fire with a temperature essentially hot enough to burn to basically eat through titanium. It destroys every single cell. It can cut you. It can basically burns down to the bone, and it does not stop because even the oxygen is a fuel, not just as like an ability to directly burn, but the oxygen can be
How
the fuel.
effective would this tactic be? How effective would this tactic be if I was to do this inside of Gaza?
It would essentially run through almost like some sort of, you know, it would basically be revelations. It would basically
So
be
y'all
the
let me
word
know when
Okay,
this
of
happens, and I will absolutely have this conversation with you.
Who suggested
Do you
to
want to
use
talk about
that
that,
kind of
Dexter?
gas?
Do you want to talk about
Who
that, how that's happened
who
in Gaza?
suggested?
Do you want to
Who
talk about
suggested?
that?
Who suggested
Do you want to talk
who
about that?
suggest? I'm
Dr.
asking you a
You
question.
don't
literally
want to
Who
talk
is
about that.
referring to
Good.
suggested?
me
I
as a
wouldn't want to
Who
talk
question.
about it
suggested
either.
to
I would do
use that
everything
kind
I
of
can.
gas?
I would do everything
Who
I can
suggested?
to make sure that no one talked about that.
Who suggested to use that
Why
kind of
would you
weapon?
stop the dissemination of
That's the first time
information, sir?
Can I say something,
it's
please?
the same thing. The same thing is I would say what would happen if I dropped a nuclear bomb in Washington. Okay, I have that capability. I want to do that. That's completely
I would say if you did do
out of the
that in
question.
response to anything that happened to your people, you would be crazy.
Right.
Sir, it's the same issue. Again, once again, the same analogy. If white phosphorus was being used, I would not respond to the user. I would neutralize the user. What I would not do was I would not harm his granddaughter, his grandmother, and I would not harm his children, and I would not harm infants. Sir, with all due respect, the issue here that you're not acknowledging is the inherent violence that took place that was absolute barbaric insanity. That's the
Can
I don't understand.
but
I don't
seriously, hold
nothing
on,
still
else.
please, because
I
What
still do
did you
I've
not
been
just
trying
say
to
to
get
understand
this
me?
out for
how
so
we
long.
I still do not understand how we
Because
expect for people
I brought
to
up what happened in
to push
Gaza.
back.
They immediately paint me as if I just didn't account for what
Can,
happened and what of the attack. I just wrote that off because I just happened to say that they used phosphorus in Gaza and that in and of itself is a
Who?
fucking war crime and we should be absolutely
Show me the
against it,
proof.
no matter
Show
if
me
you
the proof.
support Palestine or
Where did
not.
they use
I really want to
phosphorus?
say
Where did they
something.
use phosphorus?
They
Show me
don't
the
I'll say
proof.
something after you.
I
I'll
say
speak after you.
that, and I'm only saying it out loud because Daniel asked me to clarify it, but there's a character limit if I try and tag him. So no, that's not a thing. They don't do that anymore. So it cannot be used as a current talking point because they don't do that.
Don't do what? You mean white phosphorus?
Yes, they don't use white phosphorus.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that an
What?
army, you're telling me that an army, like an infantry unit, mortars, like 11 Charlies, don't use white phosphorus mortars?
Not at this time. I can look it up and I can give you
Sir,
I
some.
sir,
guarantee you they do.
Here,
There
hold
is
on.
sir,
Let
no
me
similarity.
let me pull it up.
white phosphorus has
White
been
phosphorus
outlawed.
would definitely, the thing is, whether they use it on people, but the thing is, it's meant as anti-material. It
Oh, yes,
has a
sir. White,
purpose in infantry.
Nah, it's
It would
probably just a
actually
fucking
be,
religious
it
thing,
would actually
Daniel.
make, it
It's
would
probably
actually
because I got
make
a
an
problem with
infantry unit
Sky Daddy, I
less
promise you.
effective. There is no scenario where they can use white phosphorus.
well, for the record, sir, white phosphorus is no longer legal to use. It is a
Can
violation
I
of
please make
international
an
law to use
observation?
white
Illegal
phosphorus.
if used
That
on
doesn't mean that it's not
anti-material.
used. That doesn't mean
Material.
that it's not
Okay,
used. That
okay.
means that you have
No,
to
you're
get caught
absolutely
with
right,
it.
sir. You're absolutely right. However,
Can I
He's
please
having a
make a
conversation
point?
with a combat
Please,
soldier. There's no way to
please,
weld it.
can I make a point?
no, I understand that, sir, but I'm just saying that it is illegal internationally to use. It is a violation of international law to utilize white
Doesn't mean
phosphorus.
that
Now, if you're
it's
saying
not
it's
being
being
On
used.
used,
people.
Oh my, Miss
On
LA,
people.
please what did she
On
talk?
people. It's illegal to use it on people.
right?
If you
Well,
Can
use
I
that's
it
the
on
please
allegation here.
make?
anti-material, to go after infrastructure, to go after, say, pipes, in order to go after say, a building,
Let
in
me
order
know
to
when I
go
can go,
that's
Daniel.
empty, you're allowed to use those. It's perfectly fine to use it on anti-material, but using it on humans, that's a whole other thing. That could possibly
Right.
be a
Well,
war.
yes, sir. I
All you have
agree with
to do,
that. If it's
from
then,
what's being said here, and I think that if I'm understanding what Doc was alluding to, is all you have to do is just use it, be a little sloppy, and then claim oopsie.
Whoopsie. Hey, can I make a point, observation, please? And Doctor, stop me when I'm wrong. It seems to me like all the rules have to be followed when people are fighting against imperialism. But for people to colonize things, for people to take land over, for people to
Who's the
implement
colonizer?
imperialism, can I
Who,
please finish? I've been on mute. I haven't
Stop.
interrupted anybody. But for people to implement imperialism, they can do whatever they want. They can bomb whatever they want. They can take whatever they want. But the moment that you get pushback, that's when all the rules have to be followed. That's when everything has to be on a moral turn. I don't understand it. Doctor, am I wrong?
Speaking on behalf.
No, it's different. It's
No,
who
you're
do
different.
you
not.
refer
It's
to as
rules
the
for thee and
colonizer
not for
here?
me. Absolutely.
Dexter, are you Native
Who do you
American?
refer
No,
as the
don't speak.
colonizer?
Dexter, you're not Native American. You may not
I'm
speak on
trying
those
to figure
people.
out the conversation. I'm trying to figure out the conversation.
He's not talking
What?
about America. The conversation's not about America, Tease.
No, he literally mentioned it again. Well, not this time, but when he came in, he was already mentioning Native Americans.
Who mentioned Native Americans? I never mentioned Native
I mean,
Americans.
you did. You said
You
you
mentioned Native
compared.
Americans.
Yeah, you
You're not
compared.
Native American. You
Okay,
don't get to
no,
speak
no,
on my
no, no,
people.
no. I mentioned to that the other guy. He said to fight colonizers. I totally stand behind the raping of women and the unaliving and dismemberment of children.
It's
That's what he
called
said.
war.
So I
It's
said
called
That
great.
is
war.
So
not
when the
what.
Native
But that is
Americans,
not what he said. But that is not what he
LA.
that's
said. And
exactly
you
what he
are
Dexter,
said.
you
That's
literally
no.
said
exactly what
it
he
was
said.
like Native
That's exactly
Americans
what he
coming
said.
in your house.
But you are
Dexter,
So
putting.
please,
so
please
so
don't interrupt.
I'll make this.
I said so
Dexter,
great.
you
Whoa!
So
I've
the
been
literally
Native
I'll
trying.
make
said
this real
Americans,
it
simple
was
when
for
they
like
you,
tried to
sir.
Native
get their land
Americans
back,
coming in
Dexter,
your
I'm
I
gonna
house.
make this
totally I
really
totally
simple
stand
for
behind
you.
them. And
I'm gonna make it real
when they
simple for
come
you, Dexter. I'll
when they
answer
come
your
to
question.
your house,
I'll
when they
answer your
come to your
question.
house, to your
Hey,
safe
let me
room,
answer your question.
and they
Dexter,
dismember
let me
your
answer your
family.
question. Dexter, let me answer your question. I'm gonna answer it straight up. My grandmother was a victim of 9/11, but that does not excuse what America did in Afghanistan and Iraq. It just
Facts.
doesn't.
Facts.
Nothing about that excuses any of that. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
It's
Okay,
wrong.
so the millions of people died from that attack. Is that gonna be?
Did you hear
Sir,
me?
sir, I just would like to say this.
It's wrong.
You're talking to black people on here
Thank
who
you.
have
I
had
don't
their
care. I
babies.
don't
No,
care.
let me finish that. Let me finish. Who
Black
have
white is all
had
the same to me. I don't care.
let me finish. Who have had their
So
babies
why
fed
are you
to
here?
alligators. We had so many black people perish during the slave trade that it changed the global shark patterns
Uh,
because they were
uh,
in the
uh,
water. We have been stripped of land,
Wait a minute.
language, identity, and you don't hear anybody talking about it
okay, great.
ever.
Dexter. When that was no, no, Dexter. Dexter,
hold
this
on,
is the
hold
host.
on.
This is the host. I mean, Dexter.
Dexter.
Yeah, okay, okay, go ahead.
Dexter, this is the host.
Go ahead.
I want to ask something. A moment ago, when Ave Maria was talking about the issues regarding the transatlantic straight slave trade and how it actually changed
the migration patterns of sharks. They started following slave ships because so often they would just throw large amounts of slaves, either because of disease and such, as just like kind of what would in commerce today would be called spillage or breakage. They just threw it over the side instead of like when they throw away groceries at like at like a grocery store.
Yeah, and I'm very
So
sorry to hear
that
that.
sort of thing. So the thing is, it was made them so much. They basically this changed the way that sharks moved. Why is it that you were like so dismissive? You were giggling.
But I don't
I
care.
was, I
When
was, I
Saying
was,
I don't
I was
care.
never
the gal
giggling.
on top, I
I
can't
was
say
never
what her name is,
giggling. What
when
are you
she
talking
was
about?
talking, she literally just said, I don't care. Blacks, I
Yeah.
don't care. That's
Really?
literally what he just
Maybe
said.
I
maybe
don't
I'm
care.
hard
I
of
don't care
hearing.
if
I
you're
didn't
black or
catch that.
white.
He said it
I
four
don't
times.
care if you. I said I don't care if you're
Right
black or
there.
white. What is?
You
Why
did
should
not
that
say
make a
that.
difference if
You
you're
did
black or
not
white or
say
both?
white.
I
Yeah,
said.
you did.
I
I
wish
said I
you know
don't care
what?
if you're black or
Perhaps
white.
listen.
Why?
This,
Why should?
in his
Perhaps you should
defense,
have
Why
let
should
me
that make a
finish.
there might be
difference?
a language barrier. It might English might not be his first language.
Maybe.
Dexter, is
I
English
don't care if you're black,
Dexter,
white, purple, green.
Dexter, is
What's
English
the
your first
difference?
language?
I'm talking to you. I'm not talking
Okay,
to your
Dexter,
skin.
this is the host. Is
That
English
language
your
barrier
first
is not
language,
letting
sir?
people talk.
What?
Your
Can I
Is
language
please?
barrier
He
does not
is
did
keep
English
say
you
your
from
first language? Because
interrupting
that might
people,
be the
though.
reason why we're having a slightly
And maybe
maybe a
there's a
disagreement
delay.
or not
I
or like
said,
friction.
I
He
said,
said, I don't care
I
if
said,
they're
I don't
red,
care.
yellow, black, or white. He did say that.
I just
Yeah,
want to finish my
exactly.
thought. That's all I want to finish. And after that, every single institution in this country was built off of slave labor. The money for all of our educational systems, our banking system, our capital, everything. And we suffered for 400 years. Ask us, what
And
did we get back in return for all of that suffering? You know what we get told? Y'all need to get over that. No, nobody owes you anything. That's what we get. See, and this is
okay, good.
why,
So I
and then
thought
no,
I
but
would.
this is why we have such a disconnect because we went through a whole bunch of suffering too. But you don't see no global effort to fight for us to get nothing that's due to us. And so for us, we're looking like, okay, well, we know what suffering is too. But nobody decided to help us go and reclaim shit. So
And
you know,
nobody
and it's not, and
cost
it's
this
not
up.
like, and it's not like we don't have compassion, but there's a certain level of disregard for the suffering of other people, but we're supposed to pour our heart out in return. And when we discuss our suffering, it's dismissed summarily. And so I don't know enough about the history of Israel and all that. You know what, like I said, you know me, Daniel, if I don't know much about something, I don't speak on it. And that's why I've been mostly quiet. But I will say that when the suffering of other people, particularly people of color, everybody tells us to get over it. Everybody. And
By the way,
but let me let me finish. But if we say something, if anybody, I have seen people that are famous, who are wealthy, who will drag black people for filth for years. They say one wrong thing about y'all and their career over. And then we tell people
by the
this,
way,
and you're being
let me ask you
dismissive.
something.
But you're being dismissive, sir.
Something.
Let me ask you something. Do
Can
you
I
No,
know?
say
you may
something
not.
very
You can
briefly?
let you
Hold on,
can
hold
let
on.
her
Many,
talk.
I'll wait. Oh no,
You
yes,
can
I
let
asked.
her
That's why I
talk.
asked.
Manny, one question.
You can
One
let her
question. I'm
talk.
trying to ask
Your
one
point
question.
does not matter to me right now.
Can you?
You can let her
Can
finish.
you? Can
You can mute and let her
I have
finish.
one question.
Sure.
I
Now,
Yeah.
said you can mute
Itchy
and
know
let
that
her
if I
finish.
get irritated enough, it's gonna get nasty, and then you're gonna have to end up kicking me out of here.
Do you mind if I ask you a
Okay, but
question?
You may
this not
not.
my life. But I'm
You can
Dexter, you're
wait.
starting to
working on
kind of
getting
lose
bumped.
patience
Just I'm
because what
telling
I've
you.
noticed is,
You're working on
uh,
getting bumped.
y'all coming in here and basically just railroad. Look, you see that subject behind Daniel? That's what we were supposed to be talking about. That's why I came on here. And all I've been listening to for the past 30 minutes is nonstop interrupting, talking, yelling. That other guy acting a complete ass on here. Daniel didn't open this up to talk about this. This is not what we came on here to talk about. And I don't have enough knowledge to even give an opinion on it. But I can
Okay.
make note of how disrespectful and how dismissive you're being, and that other guy was being as well. Because we as a people, the last people that anybody in this world should be coming to try to help them is Black American people. Because don't nobody fucking help us. Why is it that people come to us and want us to help? Why? We've been asking people for help for decades, for centuries. Don't nobody
And
give. Do you know that when Israel became a nation, Black people were still under Jim Crow? Nobody give a fuck about us. And then people come to us and want
Next
us to
time you
help them every
under
time they
Jim
Dexter,
run into
Crow,
something.
who
Dexter, the
supported
next
you? Who
time you
supported you
interrupt her, I'm
under
gonna
Jim
drop you.
Crow?
Dexter, the next time you interrupt her, I'm blocking you. End of conversation. Mute your mic, or you'll get dropped.
Okay,
That's
go
your
ahead,
only
Tom.
warning.
Honestly, I
Go
honestly
on.
think maybe we should put a pin in this, and I'll come back later. Maybe we'll start out the live a little bit later. I understand. Like I was trying to say earlier, this is a tough topic. It's an important one, and there's a lot of like real stakes to it. So people being passionate and wanting to make sure that the record is set straight is completely understood, but we can't be dismissive to the other side. All right, to the other side. And the messed up part is I've mostly been getting grief from the side that I leaned more towards.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I lost my temper. It should know I'm prone to do it, but I get tired every time some shit go down in this country or in this world. People come to us and expect for us to pour out every fiber of our being to help everybody's cause. Meanwhile, we get shit no matter what we go through. Other people, you got we got Asian students trying to get rid of affirmative action when affirmative action is how they got into fucking school in the first place. It's like everybody want to come to us when they need help, and then when they get what they want, they kick us in our ass,
It's
and
weird.
it's
It is kind of
aggravating.
weird. Affirmative action, technically, the biggest beneficiaries were white women, and then Asian students were also getting that priority and helping them to get in there because they were also segregated from those schools. And then, a couple generations later, that really one generation later, their kids fighting to get rid of the very thing that allowed mom and dad
It's
to do.
disgusting. We the reason why everybody can come here and immigrate. We the reason. We the reason the border got open to all these different groups of people. Then they come in here, kick the ladder down, and tell Black people, "Fuck y'all, we don't like y'all." I'm like, really? You wouldn't even be here if we didn't fight as hard as we fought for some of these rights you have. And it's frustrating. You have people that are ethnic coming over here dragging us and want us to feel bad. And we get shit from other groups of people. We don't get nothing. As a matter of fact, they're trying to take shit back that we had to develop for ourselves because nobody else would do it for us. We couldn't even build. We talking about Israel. We couldn't even build a fucking town without them bombing it. One little town. We done had all kind of towns and cities and stuff burned down and blown up. You think I ain't seen nobody come swoop back in from other groups to help us rebuild it? I ain't seen no national outcry when none of that happened. But for some strange reason, Black people are supposed to feel bad for every fucking body. I'm sorry, Daniel. There was a whole lot of well, what's the word I'm looking for? There was a lot of entitlement going on in the conversation. We way over here in fucking America. What are we supposed to be doing about what's going on? Nobody care what we think. And the Black people we have seen trying to go over there, they over there living in utter squalor, and they Jews. They over there getting their ass handed to them, getting sterilized and shit. So, but you want us to feel, and
All
it's not
facts.
like I'm wishing nothing bad on them. I'm just saying, what the fuck we got to do with that?
All facts.
I'm sorry, Daniel. It itchy, and I don't you say a word, itchy. Because I know you probably felt it was coming. Don't you say nothing, Itchy.
Ma'am, the issue that you were addressing regarding
I literally just been waiting, sitting back, waiting on it, and I appreciate
You knew it was coming. I was trying my best to
you.
be
Yeah,
good. I
and I appreciate you
was.
because you said what I can't say because I speak with so much emotion, and you said what I can't say without being disrespectful.
And I was
So I
trying to be
appreciate
respectful to that guy, but he kept cutting me off. He had no regard for anything that I was saying. And it's like all I've been hearing is a bunch of monologuing, soliloquies. I think sometimes they just take the mic off their ears and just talking because they don't even hear what anybody else is saying.
Ma'am, the issue that you addressed regarding the Ethiopian Jews, that issue has been resolved. Israel has admitted the errors that it has made. Those people are assimilated into Israeli society and they are living quite well. Justice has been achieved. Every nation, including the nation that you and I belong to, has misfired when it comes to justice. And as democracies, we all try to ascend ourselves. Regarding African American people, this is still a process that is long overdue to have been addressed, and it hasn't been addressed fully. I agree with you, ma'am. But the only other option, other than to try to achieve justice, is to settle conflicts by means of violence, and nobody wants that. So we have to promote the democracy. Israel has to promote their democracy simultaneously. I know you don't.
I don't understand that. I don't
I
understand that
figured you
because
wouldn't.
I mean that's cool. You can take your
Don't do
shots.
that.
That's cool.
Don't do it.
No. See, I'm not gonna stoop to that because it's because it's not about me. So I'm not gonna stoop to that. But what
I
I
thought
am
it was
gonna
hilarious
say,
that for almost an hour and a
yeah,
half. I
but
think that
yeah,
was
but it's funny to me how everything has to be diplomatic and everything has to be above board. Everything has to be moral when it comes to dealing with a pushback to colonization. It's funny as fuck how everybody has to be nice and civil when it comes to pushing back against colonization, but there's nothing civil. There's nothing moral. There's nothing happy-go-lucky or safe when people are being colonized. That shit is hilarious to me. You can go in and you can do all the things that you're saying that these people are doing to the Israel people. When the Israel people were doing it to get the land, nobody said a mumbling motherfucking word. Nobody said nothing. Not Europe, not Britain. Nope, nobody said a word. But the minute that these people get pushback, the minute that an imperialistic country gets any kind of pushback from the people that they are demoralizing, then all of a sudden now we got to do things morally. We have to have morals. We got to do things diplomatic. And I'm here to tell you that at the end of the day, this is what's happening. You can believe it or not. The media can't hide information. Information is at everybody's fingertips. And everybody knows that 10% of the world's population has colonized 90% of the world. And the world is pushing back. Not just these people here. The world is pushing back. And you don't like it. Get used to it.
Sir, the irony is that Europe brutally persecuted the Jews and slaughtered them mercilessly.
White on white crime.
So
We know that.
Europe,
We know that, but they seem to, but the people over there seem to favor Europeans. They favor Europeans over there.
Okay.
Actually, Europeans are a minority in Israel now.
Bakery. Okay. At the end of the day, this is something that I need you to really understand. You would really need to go find some blonde-haired, blue-eyed person to have that conversation with, because we ain't do shit.
Nobody's implicating you, sir. Nobody's implicating you. That's the last thing. I'm not, and I know the history, sir. I know the history of my nation, and
that's what
at the forefront of the history and the culture of this nation exists.
I'm trying to be as respectful as I can, because
no, I understand. I'm not trying to be violent. I'm not trying to be volatile in any way, and I'm not challenging you.
The more respectful version, the less respectful version would have been "fuck out of here." But instead, I said it different.
No, sir. You're free to do. This is your home. You're free to
It
do
needed to
whatever
be
you want
said.
with
No,
me.
that's
Enough
not
is
what I mean. I
enough.
don't mean just
No
because
one
it's my
cares.
home. I'm saying
No
that
one
it's
cares.
not. It doesn't
No
make
one's
any
put.
sense
No
to
one's
bring that
poking
to
at that
our
here.
doorstep.
No, I'm just merely stating the history as it exists. I'm not trying to alter the history, and I'm not even putting an opinion behind it. I'm not in any way
You had to be
stating my
corrected
opinion
at
right
first.
now.
You said y'all. You said originally said y'all, not
Right.
Did
you.
I say that?
Yes.
I
Twice.
said y'all?
Twice.
No. I don't use that kind of language. What I
I'm really
might
trying to
have
figure
done,
out what part of this history
I don't use that
So
kind of
justifies
language.
what
first
we
you
currently
use.
have
I
going
don't use
on
that
right
style
now
of
at this
language, sir. I've
moment.
never
I'm
have.
so
You people here
confused.
know me and they know that I don't talk like that, sir.
I don't
So
know
if I
you.
did, it was just me slurring, and I am an older man, so I might have
Maybe.
slurred.
Maybe. Okay. But that's
Yes,
a
sir.
misunderstanding. Got
Can
it.
I make
Been
one
resolved.
comment? You look at. I don't want to create any negativity here. I'm just going to make one comment before I leave. The man who was here before, his main language is Hebrew. If I was to try to speak his language, I would probably be very much misunderstood. I know that man
Understandable.
also, and he's a very kind and generous man. He has always treated every minority and every people that he has ever come across and spoken to with
You
complete
said he
and
was
total
very
respect.
kind, right? Isn't it
Yes,
convenient how
ma'am.
the interruption just happened? It's
People,
convenient,
people
right,
on
with the
TikTok, ma'am.
interruption, right?
People on TikTok,
You're
people
because
on
you're okay
TikTok
with
get a
the
little
interruption,
excited.
right?
We're all
You're
guilty on
okay with the
TikTok.
interruption. Doesn't make sense, does it?
No. I'm not okay with it, and I've
Exactly.
been
So
interrupted many times myself. However,
so
people
there
on
you go.
TikTok have a tendency to get a little excited. We're on TikTok on a public forum. We're not professional speakers. People interrupt all the time, regardless of race, creed, or color, ma'am.
Who's talking
Everybody does
about
that on
race?
TikTok.
I'm not talking about race. I'm talking about
That's what I'm
the
saying. No, that's my
gentleman that
point,
you're
is
trying to
that people
defend
are
who
people, man.
interrupted Miss Ava Marie.
No,
You're
ma'am. People
defending
are
a person
people.
who literally interrupted somebody talking.
I'm just saying that everybody does that on
I'm
TikTok.
just
People do
saying
that.
that
And
Ahmad
no,
was simply telling him, including the host, to
yeah.
basically let another person talk.
And then at a certain point, he got the message and then he was quiet. And he was very quiet, as a
No,
matter
he
of
didn't get the
fact.
message until I dropped him. That's when he got the message.
Respectfully, I disagree with that's the way it happened, but I'm not going to
That's
argue with
fine. You
you
can
on
have
that.
your opinion. Everyone's entitled
Thank
to
you,
it.
ma'am. Anyway,
Okay.
look,
Okay. Okay. East LA Bakery. What I'm trying to get at
yes,
here, and just so you can understand me, I don't know if you remember, but when he was here, Dexter 2.0, I was trying to recognize that maybe it's a language barrier. And I was asking him a few times if English was his first language. Maybe that's the reason why he's missing, or maybe we're not understanding context, syntax. Maybe those things can be lost. All right, and that happens often. All right, I can get that. Maybe he's missing the idioms, those sort of things. They could just easily that could be the issue. And so I recognize what you're talking about. I tried to point it out when he was still here, and it was going to no avail. I don't. I didn't even kick. I didn't even kick him. He was just. He was being a bit contrarian and kind of almost monstrously flippant about. Imagine.
can I ask you to
Imagine.
take?
Imagine. I'm trying to have grace here.
Can I ask you to take one thing into consideration? Right now, he is actually living in the place of conflict that we're talking about. He's living in Israel, sir. The man is literally in the midst of a W. I can't say the word for TikTok reasons. He's in the midst of a WR. If he is stressed out, if his nerves are frazzled, I think we have to give him consideration, considering right now he is literally under fire, and many of the people that he knows personally, have been attacked mercilessly. I don't think any of us would have our finer moments under such situations. Maybe he shouldn't speak right now. You can say that, but he chose to speak because he wants to advocate for his people. I don't have a problem with that.
The thing is
What's
this.
that?
No, I know. I welcome him here.
Yes,
Who's going
sir.
to speak except for people with firsthand knowledge? Those are the ones that need to
Yes,
be heard
sir.
the most. All
I
right.
agree, sir.
All right.
But
And
once again, the
that's
stress
not
has
my,
to be
I had no
considered.
issue with that. I was
Yes,
just
sir.
talking about why there was a disconnect. I was trying to simply point it out so that people can actually give him a bit of grace.
I
All right.
understand.
But
Yes, sir.
instead, when I was trying to do that, he just started coming at me
That
like that's what happened.
But can I ask you
I
a
don't know
question,
why that
host?
happened, but we're not
Can I
going to
ask you a
pretend like it
question?
did.
Can I ask you a
That's
question, host?
fair.
If can I ask you a question, please?
I'll just say I hope they
If your
move the
loved
Iron
ones,
Dome
if
closer to wherever he is.
no, sir, if your loved ones were being attacked in the midst of a conflict, and you're trying to simultaneously advocate for the people that are being attacked, don't you think you might be just a little bit, as your loved ones, your family, sir, don't you think you might be just a little bit more assertive than you would be under peaceful conditions?
Well, we can't say that because
Interesting. Okay,
we had
Medgar
to do.
Evers, Martin Luther King, freaking Geronimo Pratt, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey. Dude, I mean, I'm going to keep going for hundreds of years of that exact fucking thing. All right? I'm going to tell you right now. Yes, 500 years ago in fucking last Thursday, it doesn't fucking go away, is my thing. And I hear what he's talking about, and I get where he's coming from. And guess what? Tell me who they are, I'll come and fuck them up with you. I'm more than happy to do it. Foot to ass. The only thing is, when I try and create some commonality, punching me in the face is not going to be, I'm going to turn the other cheek. I'm not a Christian for a reason.
If we talk like that, and we are constantly attacked. We have never had the grace of talking back to no white folks in America like that. No YT people. You think we could have went up to a YT person and said, talked away? I wouldn't care whether our whole neighborhood was on fire. We would have got after Katrina because I worked the rescue. There were a bunch of black people who tried to cross over into St. Bernard Parish on the bridge because it was flooded. Them white T folks drew their guns on them and made them turn around and go back to the flood. And they were over there pleading with people to help them, but they had to do it nicely now because and trust me, one of my contracts was the morgue. I saw everything. So trust me, there is no way in the middle of a crisis or a tragedy that we as black people can go and talk to any other group of people like the way that we've been getting talked to. Hell no. And we
I
all
don't
know
need him to be
better.
nice. I
We
don't need
can't
him to
talk.
be nice. I don't need him
No,
to be straight up.
I know,
This
but
is the thing. You will
I'm
never
just
hear a single syllable of anti-Semitism,
me
racism,
neither.
misogyny, or any of that stuff. I get where he's coming from. I have empathy, absolute understanding and empathy for what he's talking about. I'm not there, but I get where he's coming from. That's why I like him. What he's going through now is something we've been going through for a while. Guess what? I want to be an ally. And I'm going to do it no matter what. The only thing is, he, it's not that he makes it harder. He makes it not easy with him.
It triggers me to watch
That
those
doesn't affect a
people.
single thing about
It tri-
you,
yeah.
about any other Jewish person here. Anna Fraggles, that's my home.
It triggers me watching those
Anna,
videos of those people
we're
getting
good.
taken. That bothers me.
We are good. And nothing he did affects anything with Anna or any of the Israeli people.
Right.
Nothing. Nothing changed any of my attitudes at all. How messed up he might be, whatever. But the thing is, there might have been a language problem. But the thing is, he understood when he was being very flippant about people pointing out these things that we've gone through when just trying to build some sort of rapport. All right. And telling me you're in a conflict, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little weird about it. All right. My country spent 2 decades at war, two decades straight. Most of my military career, we were not at peace. I was on the freaking merry-go-round in that 20 years. I didn't even serve all of that conflict. All right, I got out in 2019. Right, we were still in Afghanistan. Both wars weren't ended. Right, that didn't end until the Biden administration. I got out in 2019. Still had 10 deployments. That's a lot of time. All right, I've missed so much. So to me, I used to make the joke that, the army sent us to war to keep us safe. To a combat soldier, you're safer in a war zone than you are back home. I
The only
shit you
difference,
not. That's an
the only
absolute
difference,
fact.
sir, yes, sir. The only difference that I would acknowledge in his situation that the war zone is literally in his front yard and his backyard at the same time. Whereas when we were in Afghanistan, when we were in Iraq, we were thousands of miles away. This is happening to his people, to his neighbors, and to him personally at his house.
All right, I got a question. I have a question. So, and this is to anybody who can speak on it. So, does Israel willingly give up land and seek and cede power, but somehow a lot of power? Do you give back a lot of land to make things peaceful, or do you want to just continue to have war? Because things definitely can't continue the way they are.
I'll say
Those people definitely don't deserve to be squeezed into those closets of land that y'all have given them on land that they were born on. So my question to y'all are: does Israel cede power and give back some land to make things right? Or do y'all just want to annihilate them people? Because if you keep things the way that they are, you're asking to just continue to fight.
Okay.
the country of Israel, the citizens of Israel want peace. That's a fact. They want peace. I'm not going to speak
Sound like y'all need to remove your
for
government
governing
then.
officials.
I don't think they need to necessarily
Right.
remove the government. They need to actually
Well, and
remove some of the
well,
worst
here's the problem,
people
guys.
within it.
They have the same problem there as we have here.
Fuck yeah.
You vote against the person you don't want, and they get elected anyway. And sometimes they get elected due to corrupt practices. I'm not saying that that's what happened, but I'm saying that sometimes our leaders are not the representative that we want for our country. I did not want to say that Trump was my president. So that I know for a fact that the Israeli people want peace. And I know that there are many, many Palestinians who also want peace. The people who don't want peace are the extremists. And that's what we would expect from extremists. But I will tell you that the reason that land was given back to the Palestinians, that Gaza was given back, was an attempt at peace. That was the reason for it.
I want to ask one thing. It doesn't begin and end at Netanyahu, but I get that a lot of it. It's basically the you know head of the fish rots from the head. I get what you're saying. So what I'm trying to get at here is, all right, how did Netanyahu get back in power?
I don't know exactly, but I don't think it was in a.
It was an election.
I don't. Right, but look at our elections.
No, I mean like he won in a landslide.
Okay, but again, you understand that sometimes governments override the wants of its people. And I'm telling you that the Israeli people want peace. They really, really want peace. I don't know what the fuck Netanyahu wants, but I know that the Israeli people want peace and they fight for peace. They have their own groups in Israel who are super left-wing, who oppose what is referred to as the settlements and the occupation. They fight for the Palestinians. They march in their own streets. They agree with you guys. So the people who agree with you and want to make the changes are the people that are being punished. They have one vote. They have one vote.
Okay, Anna, here's the thing. I'm retired. I got nothing but time in my hands. I'm still healthy. You want? I bet you can get a bunch of us vets. We're war children. I spent half of my life at war. What's another freaking couple? I'll come handle this shit with you. I can get a bunch of my buddies. All right? More than happy to deal with these suckers. Not gonna go freaking mess up the Palestinians. You get your shit in order. Because it's crazy what's going on. And yes, Hamas needs to go. They need to stop. I don't care about their new charter. It's not enough. You've done too much. But we need to still recognize, over and over again when it's being pointed out, that the Israeli government, some portions of it, are just as crazy and have done just as bad.
All I can think of is Yitzhak Rabin and what happened to him, which was
Yes.
a
I was in
complete
a live.
travesty.
Yeah, I was in
Well,
a
and
live
can I?
earlier. Yeah, I was in a live yesterday when I was simply talking about, you know, uh, dictatorial leaders that have been propped up by the U.S. I mentioned 17 different names, ranging from Noriega to Saddam Hussein to freaking Osama bin Laden, and on and on and on. We trained him and everything. So on and on and on. I named 17 names because I had the audacity to simply mention Menachem Begin. Somebody jumped down my throat.
Can I just? I wanna reference Yitzhak Rabin, because Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated by a right-wing unhinged zealot, and that assassination is not a reflection of what the people wanted at the time. And when he was assassinated, it devastated the Jewish world.
I was
It
referring to the
absolutely did.
extremists. I wasn't. I was actually making a comparison between Hamas and a comparison between them and the far right extremists that they had then at the time of Yitzhak Rabin. That's what I was referring to.
Well, but Yitzhak Rabin was not a right-wing extremist.
No, I know. I'm saying what happened to him was done by
Right.
an extremist.
Yes, that's very true. It was done by an extremist. And that's not okay. And I don't like that. And there's a lot of things I don't condone. Absolutely no questions asked. I understand where you're all coming from, and I don't disagree with everything you're saying. But the bottom line is the Israeli people. Oh, so here's one thing I wanted to mention, because someone in the comments said, well, then why did they elect him? And I want to ask then, why did the Palestinians elect Hamas? Because that was an election too. Do you think they actually voted in Hamas, or do you think that Hamas put themselves in a situation where they would be in power? And the answer is the latter.
I'm well aware.
You can't hold the Israelis responsible for Netanyahu if you're not going to hold the Palestinians accountable for Hamas.
I had a problem with
I think that's what I was doing.
When I was just talking, didn't I say I literally preempted with holding Hamas responsible?
I thought that's what I was doing.
No, I'm not. I wasn't referring to you. I was referring to somebody in the comments who had said that.
You can't pay attention to the
I'm
comments.
sorry.
I'm sorry. Host, I have to leave now. I have to go do old man stuff, but I'll leave and I'll ask another question on the tone of your questions. I think at a certain point, maybe we should also ask Americans why they elected people like Richard Nixon and, Donald Trump. Thank you very much, host.
I couldn't answer the question. That's an easy one. Daniel, that's an easy one.
It's called white supremacy. Maybe that's the same room. Maybe that's the same reason this guy in fucking Israel got fucking elected. I don't know.
White supremacy is what it was.
Oh no. Okay.
White supremacy.
No.
Stop acting like fucking thing.
No. Okay, Mike Amon is back. Remember Mike?
Who?
I'm not saying the people. I'm sorry, I didn't complete the thought.
Little bit.
I don't know who that is.
That Mike.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
I keep trying to talk. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it's about to get harder, Leah.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Say something.
Because I kept trying to say things, and I never get to complete the thought. But there was a lot going on, and I had a lot of thoughts. And every time I try to speak, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying.
Then talk.
That what I'm saying is not coming across.
No, go ahead, Leah.
What I'm saying is, I agree with everything that Ave is saying, and what I wanted to say to Anna was that sometimes if we're not careful, like I just wasn't, what comes across in general is the idea that's being pushed is that we are expected to, like in the media, the narrative that's being pushed is that this attack came from nowhere. That, and so when if you're trying to defend something, I understand what you're saying because you don't want the people to be blamed, and that's true for both sides. I think that two governments can be so corrupt, and the everyday people are used as tools on both sides. But sometimes when we bring that up, we are spoken over, and the sympathy is supposed to only go to Israel. And that's the narrative that's pushed in the mainstream media. And so that's what people are responding to.
So one thing I want to point out is that I keep hearing from people that the media is spinning this the opposite of what I've been witnessing, which tells me that the media is doing its job, because I'm seeing exactly the opposite in the mainstream media, which tells me that there's both. I think that there's both, and I don't feel like what's happened with the Palestinians is something that should be necessarily swept under the rug. I think it's a very valid portion of the conversation. I think to a large extent what this comes down to is the timing and the reactions, because when people are massacred and the entire Jewish world is in shock. I mean, this is like 9/11 for us. There's not a lot of us left in the world, and over 1,000 of us were now slaughtered. So the timing of it is hard because, it's hard when people automatically just start saying, well, this was bound to happen, and, what did they expect to happen, when the bodies aren't even cold. And it's those families that are suffering.
I have just a quick question. What are both governments doing?
Well, before you do that, I'm curious. What mainstream media is spinning this against Israel?
Yeah, because I looked.
Yeah.
I looked for that and could not find it.
That's all I've been seeing, and I'm not saying that what you're saying isn't true. I'm saying, who?
That's all.
MSNBC.
I'd love to see it. That's all.
I'll send you videos.
Please do. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I will.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Well, of course, Al Jazeera. That's like saying, hey, that's like saying that Patriot Front is going to be against a Klan massacre by the Klan.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask what has both governments did to uplift one another since 1948 or 45?
I don't know. Both of them basically, maybe that they are both, I don't know, rooting against Qatar winning the World Cup. But the closest you'll get.
Well, it's just another saying. It's not what you do, it's how you do it, right? And the way that they had, I guess the way that the settlement or the colony came in, it was under duress. So, I'm just trying to figure out, have there ever been or will there ever be any uplifting on both sides to one another when it comes to this? And if
there are groups that have tried to do that.
Anna, I'm curious about something. All right, this is a terrible tragedy, and I'm not downplaying it. In the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, have there been incidents that had a higher death toll
than this?
Yep.
No.
Oh yeah. The lead up to the 6 days of war.
That's not the same. That's not the same.
What do you mean?
Yeah, no.
It's not the same. It's not even close. Anyway, can I just say one thing?
It's not.
One thing. One thing, in
Okay.
the 40s,
Please educate me. I love to learn.
my grandma left Ethiopia, went to Israel because Ethiopia was occupied by, basically the Italians were occupying Ethiopia, and she ran to Israel. She was in Israel during actually in Palestine during the whole war. And back then, she hated it because it was desert. There was nothing. It was not even livable. There was, I mean, you don't even want to live there back then. The question is that now Israel is developed. Everybody wants, the whole Arab world wants want to push the rest of the Arabs into Israel. The question is that where were they in the 40s? Where were they in the 30s? I mean, yes, everybody carried a Palestinian, considered to be a Palestinian. Even Golda Meir carried a Palestinian passport. The idea is that who wanted to eliminate who first? The Arabs wanted to eliminate the Israeli settlers, the Jew settlers first. That is why the conflict started. It's not the other way around. The Israelis are not the ones started the killing. The Arabs are the ones that killing Jew first. If they have not started that one, if they wanted to live in peace, I don't think the Israelis would ever have gotten in this position. Never. But
Thank you
somehow,
for having me up,
always,
Daniel. I'm gonna go ahead and step out and make room for somebody else.
the idea is that
I appreciate
always
it,
All
man.
right.
I'm actually going to end the live in a
Bye.
moment. I'm actually about to end the live in a moment. I
I
appreciate it.
oh he left. I was about to say bye.
I really appreciate everybody coming and talking about this. Anna, I know this has been a hard topic to talk about, and I really appreciate you enduring some really hard discussions and topics that are very personal. I would appreciate everybody here doing that, and if possible, give each other grace. That, maybe it's something that feels right to them, and maybe they might actually be correct on some of it. I think that it's usually somewhere in the middle.
I
Can
just want to
can
say thank you for hosting this conversation.
Hey, I
Anna?
know, I know some people. I know some people that have been up here, even in the panel, have, maybe either implied that this was a hijacking. It wasn't. This is something that the conversation goes where it goes, and the fact that it's not something that is very topical. We're not talking about the January 6th from a few years ago. We're about something that happened, you know, basically so recently that if I bought milk that day, it's not even close to spoiled. You know what I mean? So it makes sense to talk about it when it's something that people are willing to discuss. And I thank you for letting me be a part of it.
Can I just really quickly say that to Anna, that I have been struggling with how to talk about this, with the also the concern about the Israeli people who I have connection to, and I wasn't trying to say that what happened wasn't a tragedy. What I'm trying to say is there's been tragedies on both sides, and so sometimes it comes across as dismissive of that. And I'm not attacking you as a person. I understand what you're trying to say. I get it. Like, I hear it and I get it because I've been struggling with all of the same things. So I don't think we're as far off. I think things just get to that certain point, and then it just becomes, I don't know how to explain it. It just becomes something that I don't think you meant it for it to be.
Well, I know you understand that I'm just doing my best. You're doing your best. Daniel's doing his best. We're all just we're trying to make things better. And if you open a live later, maybe I'll join if I can. My daughter will be home at that point, so that doesn't usually work. But I know you're ending the live. I'm going to go ahead and sign off now. But thank you for hosting, and thank you for allowing
You've
me
been great.
to
You've been
speak.
really great.
And we're buds. Daniel, you're my bud, and Leah, you're my bud, and the rest of you, we can be buds too. I just happen to already know them. So anyway.
I don't like to have lives that I talk about a topic where there's not somebody to represent, and you actually showed up. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Right.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. You guys have been great. To everybody that's here, I do veterans outreach. I help veterans and women in crisis. Finding housing, helping them with their VA compensation claims, finding housing, like I said, through organizations. I put them up for short periods in order to help them to get to the actual public services. I've been there. Most people are harmed by what they don't know, whether it be veterans, and I expanded that to women in crisis, regardless of their veteran status. So if you are willing to help out, the Cash App is right there. Please go check out my link tree. On the link tree, you can actually find my GoFundMe, but more importantly, even if that's not a thing, please check out the very top one, which is actually a petition, essentially to get signatures in order to help LGBTQI plus teens in Indiana at a school who are essentially being silenced, and you cannot actually have signage simply for a hotline about teens self-unaliving. That's something that they want to stop from being able to be shown. Kids who are more likely to take their own lives being given a way to not do so. It sometimes seems like that's their point. If you're willing to actually do so, please go check out my link tree. It's the very top one. If you want to, please donate to the GoFundMe. It helps me to actually be able to do all the work that I do. If you have any questions about that, send me a message, give me a follow, or maybe even make a comment on one of my videos, and I'll get back to you. If you know somebody who needs help, I don't care who it is. I'll see if it's not within my wheelhouse, I'll put them in contact with the proper services. Usually, what I do is I basically come up and do all the actual stalk coursing. Basically, find the actual person, get the point of contact, get everything in order, and they just show up and give their information, and they get the help. All right, you guys take care. DACA, always best mod in the business. You too, Alex, if you're still
Later,
here.
buddy.
All right, appreciate it. T, appreciate it. You have a good one.
Bye, guys.